Chapter 2056. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter seemed to be separated by a thin veil, preventing Xiao Chun from seeing through her. Fluttering over, fluttering away. However, Xiao Chun was already used to it. As he watched her leave, he said, "This senior sister of yours is really strange. It's just a few steps away, yet she still asked you to send me off. Clearly, she could have done it herself." Chu Xiang said softly, "That's how senior apprentice sister is. There are many times when you want to show concern for someone, but because of your status, you can't completely put down your airs. She could only ask me to do this on her behalf. You can just treat me as your senior sister. There's no difference. Isn't this unfair to you? You're just like a shadow. Hee hee. There's no such thing as fairness or unfairness. We grew up together and are like sisters. How could I possibly fuss over such things?" Hearing this, Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Doesn't that mean you've seen her true appearance? Even if one felt the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter's appearance, one could clearly see it. However, the scene that appeared in his mind was always separated by a thin layer of fog. It was extremely strange. Basically, everyone who saw the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter would be curious about her. Chu Xiang smiled and said, "Of course I have. Actually, you have seen it too. However, senior sister is currently cultivating heart force. Those who have not grasped heart force will not be able to retain her appearance in their hearts." Heart force. Xiao Chen had some understanding of heart force. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King had comprehended heart force. Furthermore, he had used his peerless talent to write the heavenly heart art, which allowed people who could not comprehend heart force to use their soul energy and quintessence to create a simplified version of heart flame. One could not cultivate heart force. One could only rely on comprehension ability. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King comprehended it only after advancing to Divine Vein Realm. This heavenly fragrance's holy daughter actually comprehended heart force at such a young age. This was truly shocking. This is a secret. No one else knows about it. I can tell you everything that I know. However, I truly do not know what sort of existence is behind the divine golden dragon bloodline." Chu Xiang shrugged, indicating that she was indeed unable to help. Xiao Chun, on the other hand, was a little embarrassed. He smiled and said, "It's fine. I'm already here. There's no need to send me off. All right, see you tomorrow. If you're not in a hurry to leave, we can continue to spar." All right. At night, the blood moon hung high in the sky, and there were no stars in the sky. Aside from the blood moon, there were no stars in the desolate sea's night sky. Just as Xiao Chun was about to sleep, he suddenly recalled the brocade box he obtained during the day. The key to the Immortal Palace. Let's see what it is first. Xiao Chun took out the brocade box, opened it, and immediately saw an ancient key shaped like a sword. There were some fine handwriting on the key. Xiao Chun took a closer look. When he saw that the inscriptions were actually divine characters, he gave up on the idea of continuing to look at it. Divine characters could not be memorized or read. The special recipe for heartburn was a simplified version derived from the divine characters. Only by holding the animal bone in his hand could he read and memorize it. I wonder what use it has? Is the misty Immortal Palace related to immortals? After pondering for a moment, Xiao Chun was still clueless. Thus, he placed it back into the brocade box before placing it back into his storage ring. Looking at the blood moon outside the window, he lay on the bed and let his imagination run wild for a while before he gradually fell asleep. When a thick layer of clouds covered the blood moon, outside the heavenly fragrance's residence, a figure covered himself up so tightly that only a pair of eyes could be seen. This figure looked at the sky and took out a talisman. After the talisman burned, his figure started to turn immaterial until it completely vanished. This was very similar to the void talisman that Xiao Chun and Zhang he used in the Yanwu dynasty's soaring dragon city. After the figure immaterialized, the black figure silently passed through the many restrictions of the heavenly fragrance's residence. Then he entered Xiao Chen's courtyard. In the dead of night, no one expected that someone had already sneaked into Xiao Chen's courtyard. Furthermore, that person arrived at Xiao Chen's bedroom. After the black figure entered the bedroom, his figure slowly revealed itself. However, that person seemed to have another treasure on him. It was similar to the death god mask, isolating his aura, making it hard to detect. The black figure's gaze locked on Xiao Chen's storage ring, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Then, he formed hand seals with both hands and took out a palm-sized astrolabe. As the astrolabe spun, his soul energy immediately turned into thousands of strands that slowly seeped into Xiao Chen's storage ring. The infiltration process was extremely difficult. Furthermore, he did not dare to startle Xiao Chen. The black-clothed man appeared to be cautious and extremely patient. An entire hour passed, and he did not move at all. Success! A strand of soul energy finally succeeded in seeping into Xiao Chen's storage ring. Then, the black-clad person closed his eyes and did his best to recall what the brocade box that the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor gave Xiao Chen looked like. After a while, the black-clad person's soul energy detected a spot of bright light in the pitch-black storage space. The bright light disappeared in a flash. However, in this 1,000th of a second, the black-clad person's soul energy quickly wrapped around it. The black-clad person pulled, and an incredible scene appeared. The brocade box in Xiao Chen's storage ring actually appeared in the black-clad person's hand. Joy flashed in the black-clad person's eyes as he quickly opened it in excitement. However, the instant the black-clad person opened the brocade box, the ethereal Immortal Palace key flew away from his eyes. The black-clad person saw that Xiao Chen had woken up at some point in time, firmly grasping the ethereal Immortal Palace key. The black-clad person cursed in his heart. Then he turned around and left through the window, not lingering at all. However, Xiao Chen was no slower than the black-clad person. The black-clad person turned into a flash of lightning and instantly gave chase. Whoosh! After revealing himself, Xiao Chen snorted coldly and instantly drew his tyrant saber. A saber light lit up the night sky, firmly locking on to this black-clad person. Damn it! The black-clad person discovered that he could not dodge this saber strike. Helpless, he could only turn around and send out a palm strike. The palm light and the saber light clashed. In that instant, the courtyard supported by the formation shook somewhat. They were also on the verge of collapse, continuously stirring up commotion. Boom! It was also at this moment that the Heavenly Fragrance Palace, which was originally pitch black, suddenly became brightly lit, as bright as day. More than 100 Heavenly Fragrance disciples appeared from the various pavilions, charging at the black-clad person with weapons in hand. Dodge! With Xiao Chen delaying him, the black-clad person looked like he was about to fall into an encirclement. So he roared, no longer suppressing his strength. The black-clad person unleashed his aura, erupting with startling and terrifying might. Then he sent out a mountain-like palm image. Before the many Heavenly Fragrance disciples could close in, this person's palm strike knocked them back. It looked like this black-clad person was about to flee. Just as Xiao Chen was about to give chase, a figure descended from the tallest pavilion in the residence. This figure looked like an immortal and knocked this person back. After suffering this attack, the black-clad person's aura weakened significantly. Clearly, he was severely injured. Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter, you are actually so strong. The strength that the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter burst out with seemed extremely surprised, shock flashing in his eyes. However, you still can't stop me. As the black-clad person spoke, his body started to fade into nothing, slowly fading away. Void Image Talisman? The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter frowned slightly. In the end, she was too late. When Xiao Chen discovered this person, he had already activated the Void Image Talisman. However, the holy daughter was not willing to let this person off. Her figure soared up and gave chase under the moonlight. The Void Image Talisman had a time limit. This person could not remain hidden forever. As long as he revealed some clues, she would have a chance to catch him. Xiao Chen, are you all right? Chu Xiang asked out of concern as she arrived beside Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and replied softly, I'm fine. If he wanted to kill me, I would have died already. That's why he came. The ethereal Immortal Palace key? Xiao Chun nodded. Fortunately, I left a mark on this key during the day. The instant he opened the brocade box, I noticed it. Even so, Xiao Chun still felt some lingering fear. This person came to his room without a sound. If he really wanted to kill him, he would not be able to do so. If he really wanted to kill Xiao Chun, it would be hard to say whether he could survive or not. It looked like he could not let down his guard even though he was in the Heavenly Fragrance's residence. He could not be so lucky every time. Sorry, I nearly killed you. To think that this person even dared to barge into the Heavenly Fragrance's residence. Chu Xiang said somewhat apologetically. It's fine. Xiao Chun entered deep thought, finding this strange. Who could this person be? The Ice Snow Mountain Manners Yihan? The Heavenly Slaughter Sex Wang Yun? The Blood Flame Sex Pei Shaoxian? Or perhaps the Profound Heaven's Holy Son, Wenren Yu? Many candidates appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. All of them were suspicious, but he could not match them up. It was even possible that none of these people were Xiao Chun. It looked like some people's desire for the ethereal Immortal Palace key far surpassed his expectations. This person even dared to barge into the Heavenly Fragrance's residence. He wondered if the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter could catch up to him. Chapter 2057. When dawn was about to arrive, the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter returned alone. Senior sister, you failed to catch him? The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter said softly. An expert obstructed me along the way, so I lost him. Young Master Xiao, are you injured? Xiao Chun shook his head and repeated what he told Chu Xiang. Who do you think that person is? Xiao Chun asked in the end. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter replied helplessly. I can't figure it out. However, we should have met this person before. He purposely hid his familiar martial techniques. Otherwise, I would not have injured him so easily. If I guessed right, he should be one of the people participating in the Wine King contest on the tall platform. As for who it is, I am not sure. This person had a treasure that could isolate his aura and purposely hid his identity. It would be difficult to find him. It was already very difficult for the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter to narrow the search to 9 people. If Xiao Chun had to ask who it was, the first person he thought of would be the Ice Snow Mountain Manners Yihan. This person desired the ethereal palace's key and even took the initiative to seek Xiao Chun out. Perhaps Xiao Chen's vague attitude at that time made Yihan feel that there was no hope of obtaining it through a transaction. Hence, Yihan took the risk to come to the Heavenly Fragrance's residence to plunder it. However, is he really that strong? Xiao Chun knew that the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter comprehended heart force. It would be difficult for Yihan to escape from her hands. Aside from Xiao Chun, there were also the Profound Heaven's Holy Son Wenren Yu, the Heavenly Slaughter Sex Wang Yun, Xiahou Wu, and Pei Shaoxian. Does young Master Xiao have a candidate in mind? Xiao Chun recovered his wits and replied, I do not. Actually, it does not matter. Even if I guessed it, I cannot do anything to these people without evidence. As long as he does not give up on his evil intentions, he will fall into my hands sooner or later. Holy daughter, can you explain to me what kind of place this ethereal immortal palace is and what is the use of the key? After some thought, the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter asked, Do you know how many grades of soul tools there are? Xiao Chun knew this. He answered casually, Soul tools are divided into 3 grades: inferior grade, medial grade, and superior grade. Regular rank 6 sects had inferior grade soul tools. Only rank 7 sects and factions could control medial grade soul tools. As for superior grade soul tools, only the holy lands and dynasties could control them. The Chongqi Beast Ghost Pennant and the God Shadow Bow in Xiao Chen's hands were both medial grade soul tools, carefully chosen by the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. It was extremely rare. Even among medial grade soul tools, it was one of the best. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Chun would not dare to take out these 2 soul tools. If news of them leaked out, it would bring him great trouble. Wrong. Rank 4? The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter corrected Xiao Chun. 4th class. Right. Aside from inferior grade, medial grade, and superior grade, there are also transcendent grade soul tools. Xiao Chun asked in confusion. What does this have to do with the Immortal Palace key? Legend has it that the ethereal Immortal Palace hid a transcendent grade soul tool. After the heavenly realm shattered, divine tools no longer existed in the martial epoch. A transcendent grade soul artifact is the strongest artifact in the world. Any force that possesses it will immediately become a holy land, or even surpass it. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter continued, 100,000 years ago, the blood-soaked dragon emperor used this transcendent grade soul tool to defeat and seal the unparalleled Black Dragon King, ending the war between righteous factions and demonic factions. The blood-soaked dragon emperor once used this soul tool? Startled, Shao Chun quickly searched through the vast blood-soaked dragon emperor's memories for any transcendent grade soul tools. The blood-soaked dragon emperor's memories were too vast. If one did not have any crucial clues, one would not be able to search for them rashly. He might not be able to find any useful information even after a year and a half. The transcendent grade soul tool that the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter had given him was different. Soon Shao Chun found some useful memories. He could not help asking, "Are you talking about the wings of time?" "You actually know." "That's right, it was the wings of time." Back then, the Black Dragon King had been insufferably arrogant. He had used the destruction dragon flame to burn down the world tree. He caused the heavenly realm to lose its source of energy and collapse in an instant. All the martial gods were severely injured, and their strength plummeted. Nearly no one was a match for him. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter felt somewhat surprised to think that Shao Chun knew such a secret. However, when she thought about how he was a member of the dragon race, she understood. After a pause, she continued, "The righteous Dao factions worked together to gather the divine Ian steel fragments and forge the wings of time that could reverse time. Then, they helped the blood-soaked dragon emperor defeat the Black Dragon King, ending the previous war between righteous factions and demonic factions." Shao Chun remained calm and collected as he continued searching for information about the wings of time in the blood-soaked dragon emperor's memories. He finally found it. After the Black Dragon King was sealed, there was no longer a need for the wings of time. Because the wings of time were too strong, the various holy lands feared them, so the blood-soaked dragon emperor continued to hold the wings of time. The blood-soaked dragon emperor understood this principle, so he returned the wings of time. The various holy lands refined an immortal sect remnant to seal the wings of time. This immortal sect remnant was the ethereal Immortal Palace. After that, the blood-soaked dragon emperor lost his memories. In the battle with the Black Dragon King, the blood-soaked dragon emperor also suffered irreparable injuries and vanished 100 years later. Shao Chun looked at the ethereal Immortal Palace key in his hand and immediately felt incredibly heavy. Don't tell me that this ethereal Immortal Palace key is the key to opening the ethereal Immortal Palace? If that were the case, why did the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor give him away as a prize? The Wings of Time was a transcendent grade soul tool. Why did he not open the ethereal Immortal Palace himself? The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter smiled and said, "That's right. This is indeed the key to opening the ethereal Immortal Palace." However, what? Shao Chun asked. "However, it is useless even if you have this key. No one knows where the ethereal Immortal Palace is now. Furthermore, there are a total of 7 keys. Some of them are already missing. The most important inheritance key has not appeared in the world for tens of thousands of years." Shao Chun felt somewhat speechless. "In that case, isn't my key useless?" "That is natural. Otherwise, why would the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor give away such a precious item? However, it is not completely useless. Did you notice the divine characters carved on it? If you use the divine characters to cultivate soul energy, you can achieve twice the result with half the effort. It is actually very useful to you who just advanced to Sovereign Personage. The divine characters could indeed cultivate soul energy. Back then, Shao Chun relied on reading the divine characters to temper his will of soul to the level of a great perfection sovereign personage. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter's words reminded Shao Chun of something. While it was useless to the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, it was very useful to Shao Chun. However, Shao Chun thought for a while before saying, "What is the purpose of that black figure coming to my room and stealing my key?" At the mention of this matter, the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter's expression turned somewhat grave. I hope that he just wants to rely on the key to raise his soul energy. What if that is not the case? The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter remained silent for a long time before sighing. If that is not the case, then there will be great trouble. It will be a boundless calamity that will affect the entire martial epic. A transcendent grade soul tool like the Wings of Time should not have appeared in the world. Xiao Chun understood that the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter was not exaggerating. If someone really opened the doors to the ethereal immortal palace and the Wings of Time appeared, the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter's words would break. The fragile balance between the righteous Tao and the demonic Tao would immediately break. The previous great war between the righteous factions and the demonic factions had already destroyed the heavenly realm, severely weakening the martial epic. If there was another great war between the righteous factions and the demonic factions, it would be hard to say whether the martial epic would still exist. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a calamity. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter said after some thought, "However, don't overthink. I don't believe that someone can gather all 7 keys. No one even knows what the inheritance key looks like. The ethereal immortal palace is like its name. It will probably remain ethereal forever." Xiao Chun thought about it and felt that this was a groundless worry. It was just a black figure coming to steal the key, yet the two connected it to the calamity of the martial epic. As they spoke, the sky turned bright without them realizing it. When the sun rose, the blazing sun shone with a fiery light and shone on the heavenly fragrance's residence. Such an intense sun only existed in the desolate sea. "Your Highness the Holy Daughter, Senior Chui is here. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's reward for young Master Xiao is also here." Just at this moment, a heavenly fragrance disciple came to report. Xiao Chun felt slightly surprised. He recalled that the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said yesterday that anyone who entered the Wine King contest could obtain one of his treasures. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun had one as well. "I'm looking for you. I won't be going." The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter smiled faintly and took her leave. Chapter 2058. After the holy daughter left, Chu Xiang led Xiao Chun to meet old Chui. Xiao Chun. When old Chui saw Xiao Chun, he walked over with a wide smile. It was clear that he was very excited. "Congratulations. When you go back, help me ask old Seven. Tell him that an old friend in Peach Blossom City misses him," old Chui said in a somewhat choked voice. After waiting for his old friend for 30 years, all he got was a cup of old wine. However, in the end, Xiao Chun still helped Grandpa Seven fulfill his long-cherished wish. Xiao Chun won the Wine King contest and even defeated his old rival, Great Master Yuanfei, resolving the knot in his heart. Xiao Chun nodded and said, "Definitely. Keep this well. The City Lord and I chose it for you. The City Lord likes your heart burn a lot." Old Chui took out a brocade box and solemnly handed it to Xiao Chun. "What is it?" Just as Xiao Chun was about to open the box, old Chui pressed down on his hand and smiled. "There's no rush to open it. Open it when you go back. Also, help me give this heavenly origin pill to old Seven." The heavenly origin pill was used by cultivators to extend their lifespans when they were nearing the end. It was a rank 5 heaven-ranked medicinal pill, something worth cities. Xiao Chun felt slightly startled. It looked like old Chui and Grandpa Seven had a deep friendship. Old Chui even gave such a precious medicinal pill to Xiao Chun. "Haha! I won't stay any longer. I still have to help you deliver the collections of the others." After chatting for a while, old Chui performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave to deliver the collections of the other winners of the Wine King contest. "Senior Chui, please wait." Just as old Chui was about to leave, Chu Xiang called out to him, sending a voice projection. Old Chui's expression immediately changed drastically. To think that there is such a thing. To think that someone dares to barge into the heavenly fragrance's residence in Peach Blossom City. He is simply lawless. "Don't worry. I will do as Miss Chu said." Old Chui left in a rush with a somewhat angry expression. However, this left Xiao Chun somewhat confused. "Chu Xiang, what did you say to Senior Chui?" Chu Xiang smiled and said, "Since Senior Sister said that The person from last night must be a cultivator who participated in the Wine King contest during the day. Just nice, we can let Chui Lao test the waters and see who's injured, who doesn't dare to appear, and who's worthy of suspicion. Xiao Chun said softly, "It's better not to spread this matter. Don't worry. I've already instructed Chui Lao to keep this a secret." Back in his room, Xiao Chun opened the brocade box. Inside was a jade strip and a beast horn. This Xiao Chun picked up the beast horn and examined it. He was shocked to discover that it was the heartburn recipe that he had given the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. It was only after a long while that he regained his senses. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor truly lived up to his character. He had never thought of taking advantage of Xiao Chun, returning the recipe. However, it helped him shoulder all the danger. Everyone knew that Xiao Chun had publicly given the recipe to Peach Blossom City. However, they did not know that he had secretly given it to Xiao Chun. Going back and forth had saved Xiao Chun a lot of trouble. As for the other jade slip, Xiao Chun placed it on his forehead, and many cryptic mantras entered his mind. It was the rare eye technique, the Candle Dragon Eyes. Xiao Chun used his Ice Great Tao energy and Soul energy at the same time to imitate the Candle Dragon Eyes. Once he activated it, he could seal his opponent in ice. It could seal not just the physical body but the soul as well. This was both an eye technique and a soul technique. Its offensive power was extremely strong, catching others off guard. Think about it. In the middle of a battle, the opponent was imprisoned by you. Even if he could freeze his opponent for only 1 second, it would be sufficient for Xiao Chun to kill his opponent hundreds of times. The scarier thing was that even if this eye technique broke the ice seal, the Candle Dragon Eyes would keep an eye on the other party, interfering with the other party's movement technique and veritable essence energy circulation. The only flaw of this eye technique was that it was somewhat troublesome to execute. It was very hard to execute instantly. However, this Candle Dragon Eyes was very suitable for Xiao Chun. It looked like the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor could tell that Xiao Chun had 3 Great Tao. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor used the Ice Great Tao less, so he chose this eye technique for Xiao Chun to make use of the Ice Great Tao. With the Dragon Race bloodline, it would be much easier for Xiao Chun to execute this eye technique, achieving twice the results with half the effort. When the sun set, Chui Lao returned to the Heavenly Fragrance's residence and informed Xiao Chun and Chu Xiong of the results of his probing. The Heavenly Slaughter Sect's Wang Yun is missing. A Heavenly Slaughter Sect elder received the items on his behalf. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Yihan already left the city. Pei Shaoxian seems to be injured. He said that something went wrong while he was cultivating. Aside from these 3, the others are rather normal and are not suspicious. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. Then, he asked, "What about the profound heaven's holy son, Wanren Yu? This person should be the least suspicious. He took the initiative to stay and chat with me for a long time. I did not notice anything strange," Chui Lao said honestly, not hiding anything. Chu Xiong said, "It looks like the suspects are Wang Yun, Yihan, and Pei Shaoxian. Pei Shaoxian is the most suspicious. Once something goes wrong in a demonic Dao sect, the backlash is extremely severe. He should be recuperating in closed-door cultivation. Why would he need to come out personally?" Xiao Chun remained silent, not saying anything. Could it be Pei Shaoxian? If so, this person is rather horrifying. He appears crazy on the surface, but he is so scheming. In the following days, Xiao Chun had the innate fragrance disciples send Iron Egg back alone. Then, he remained in the Heavenly Fragrance's residence. During the day, he sparred with Xiao Chun, practicing his saber techniques. At night, he practiced his eye technique, the Candle Dragon Eyes. Once he succeeded, this eye technique would become a powerful killing move that rivaled the Divine Lightning Eye. 7 days later, Xiao Chun said goodbye to the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter and left the residence. Before Xiao Chun left, the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter said, "Young Master Xiao, please take care of yourself. If you need help, you can contact me at any time." "Many thanks," Chu Xiong said somewhat reluctantly. "How unfortunate. I do not know when we can meet again after parting with young Master Xiao this time." Xiao Chun smiled and said, "Tell me how to get to the Heavenly Fragrance. I can go and see you." The location of the heavenly fragrance Holy Land had always been a mystery. No one knew. Even during the previous war between the righteous factions and demonic factions, the Black Dragon King had searched many times but returned empty-handed. Xiao Chen's words were just a form of mockery. In your dreams. Chu Xiang covered her mouth as she laughed. Her laughter was as melodious and pleasing as before. Goodbye. Chu Xiang. Help me send young Master Xiao off. Chu Xiang sent Xiao Chun out of the peach blossom garden. Then, Xiao Chun grew increasingly smaller in her vision until he vanished. Only then did Chu Xiang sigh and turn to leave. The return journey was much smoother than Xiao Chun imagined. The journey was calm and peaceful. Aside from some blind, ferocious beasts in the desolate sea, there were no other disturbances. There were no surprises or dangers. 7 days later, the Azure Mountain appeared before Xiao Chun. The ancient and mysterious Azure Mountain rose steeply from the ground, enduring thousands of years of worship from the surrounding villages for 5,000 kilometers around. The ancient and mysterious Green Mountain rose steeply from the ground, enduring the worship of the surrounding villages for thousands of years. The momentum that was originally rising came to an abrupt halt at the peak of the mountain. The Azure Mountain was still there, but where was the dragon's head? When Xiao Chun reached the Azure Mountain, the village would be close. He would be able to rush back before sunset. The journey was overly peaceful. However, Xiao Chun was not used to it. Originally, he thought that even if the black figure did not seek trouble for him, the Hound Lion Empire's crown prince, Xiahou Wu, and the heavenly slaughter sex Wang Yun would not let him off so easily. Along the way, Xiao Chun was very cautious, not daring to be careless. Who knew the two did not make a move? After thinking about it, there was only one possibility. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter secretly helped him deal with this matter. Otherwise, given Wang Yun and Xiahou Wu's characters, they would not easily seek trouble for him. This is good. Xiao Chun withdrew his gaze and returned his attention to the Azure Mountain. Whoosh! Gently pushing off with his feet, Xiao Chen's figure moved like lightning, heading for the Azure Mountain. This mountain seemed to have a magical power. Every time it would attract Xiao Chen's attention. After looking at it for a while, he could not help rushing over. 10 kilometers away from the Azure Mountain, Xiao Chun stopped. Xiao Chun recalled the strange encounter when he first touched the Azure Mountain and the uncontrollable demonic chi covering his body when he climbed to the summit. The more taboo something was, the more it tugged at one's heartstrings. Xiao Chun considered himself a calm person. However, when facing the taboo mountain, he found it hard to suppress the impulse in his heart. After hesitating for a while, Xiao Chun raised his feet and walked over step by step. Xiao Chun could cross the distance of 10 kilometers in the blink of an eye. However, Xiao Chun walked very slowly. A strange force field spread around the entire Azure Mountain. The air was filled with hatred, rage, killing intent, pain, and other negative emotions. Among them, despair was the heaviest. In the eyes of ordinary people, this should be an out-and-out demonic mountain. However, Xiao Chen's intuition told him that there was something strange here, hiding a startling secret. Don't touch it. Just as Xiao Chun was about to touch the Azure Mountain again, someone stretched out a hand from behind and placed it on his shoulder. Chapter 2059. The atmosphere near the Azure Mountain was strange in the first place. Suddenly, someone appeared and patted Xiao Chen's shoulder. Xiao Chun, who already felt nervous, immediately turned around and threw a palm strike as if he faced a great enemy. Bang! The two palms clashed, and Xiao Chun knocked that person back. When he landed, he paled slightly and grimaced in pain, appearing extremely unbearable. Qin Zhuolin. When Xiao Chun saw this person's appearance, he felt startled. Why is he here? He hurriedly flew forward and walked over with quick steps. Are you all right? Qin Zhuolin smiled bitterly and said, It has only been half a year, and your strength has increased a little too much. This is truly incredible. Half a year ago, Xiao Chun was still a holy venerate. When they met again, Xiao Chun had already broken through the shackles of sovereign personage, surpassing initial perfection sovereign personage and reaching small perfection sovereign personage. This is all thanks to the heartburn you gave me. I don't know whether to thank you or blame you. Heartburn can only be used once in my lifetime, and I wasted it at the Holy Venerate realm. Without the accumulations of heartburn, it would have been very difficult for Xiao Chun to break through to small perfection sovereign personage in one go. Qin Zhuolin smiled abashedly and said, I did not expect heartburn to be so strong. Sorry. Since you hit me earlier, we are even, right? Let's not talk about this. Why are you here? Haha. I've been waiting for you for a few days already. Let's talk after we return to the village. Alright. When Xiao Chun returned to the village, the villagers welcomed him like he was a hero, welcoming him warmly. Iron Egg, who had returned early, had already told everyone about Xiao Chun winning the Wine King contest. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had already declared that anyone who dared to touch their village within 100 years would become an enemy of Peach Blossom City. Given the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's strength and prestige, the villagers would no longer have to worry about bandits or demonic Dao factions invading them. They no longer had to worry about the thing that they feared the most. How could they not be happy? After the commotion, Xiao Chun, Sang, and Qin Zhuolin gathered together. What exactly is the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter looking for you for help? Xiao Chun asked. Qin Zhuolin took a sip of wine and said after some thought, She wants me to help her find the corpse of the previous Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter and bring back a jade pendant. Xiao Chen's thoughts raced, and he quickly guessed. The body of the previous generation saintess should be in an underground tomb somewhere. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked for your help. Smart. Even the Holy Lord of Tianxiang wouldn't dare to enter this place. The stronger one is, the greater the danger. Qin Zhuolin smiled faintly. Then, he looked at Xiao Chun and said, Guess where the remains are? It's just outside the village, under that well. These few days, if you have nothing to do, go there. Before Xiao Chun could say anything, Sang spoke up from the side. Really? Qin Zhuolin said awkwardly. Indeed. The corpse of the previous Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter is in that well. 50 years ago, the Heaven Dragon of your dragon clan seemed to have discovered a shocking secret in this place. Not only did it attract the attention of many people, but it also offended someone that it should not have offended. When it fled into the well, many people who did not know what was going on wanted to follow and take a look. In the end, they were all trapped in there. The infamy of this well spread throughout the desolate sea. From then on, it became one of the most horrifying forbidden lands in the desolate sea. Xiao Chun remained silent. Indeed, he had not expected the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter to do something related to this well. After a long time, Xiao Chun said, I went into this well before. You came out? This time, it was Qin Zhuolin's turn to be shocked. He looked at Xiao Chun and said, This is really shocking. In the past, there were fearless geomasters who wanted to go in and check it out. However, no one came out. Xiao Chun raised his wine cup and drained it in one go. Then, he revealed an expression of lingering fear. After some thought, he said, There is a heavenly Dao killing formation inside. The killing formation perfectly blends with the environment, preventing people from feeling any danger. Everyone who died in there showed shock on their faces, not knowing how they died. I did not go too deep and only managed to come out due to some fortuitous encounters. Xiao Chun told Qin Zhuolin everything that happened that day, holding nothing back. After Qin Zhuolin heard that, he thought for a long time. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, To think that it is a heavenly Dao killing formation. Had I known, I would not have agreed to her request. It looks like the Heavenly Fragrance Holy Lands people went down before. However, they were already scared out of their wits. Brother Qin, can you tell me honestly how much do you know about this place? Xiao Chun asked directly as he looked at Qin Zhuolin, not wanting to beat around the bush. Be it the azure mountain that had lost its dragon head or the mysterious and unfathomable ancient well, Xiao Chun urgently wanted to know the answer. He had a feeling that as long as he solved these two mysteries, he would be able to figure out why the blue dragon race was destroyed. Qin Zhuolin was stunned for a while. Then he said, I don't know much either. I only heard from my master that the desolate sea was not like this in the past. In the past, Desolate slaves could be seen roaming the desolate sea even during the day. Look at how desolate the desolate sea is now, right? The desolate sea used to be even scarier and more dilapidated than this. The corpses and blood of the righteous and demonic sects turned this place into hell on earth. However, because of two people, because of their fight, the entire desolate sea's terrain changed. Xiao Qin asked, "Which two people?" The desolate sea was vast and boundless, even larger than the eastern region and northern region combined. Just because of a fight between two people, the landscape had completely changed. Just how powerful was that person? One was the dragon race's dragon emperor Xiao Yun, and the other was a mysterious existence without a name. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun? There doesn't seem to be such a dragon emperor. I once checked the dragon race's records of emperors, and there was no such dragon emperor. Xiao Chen's memory was not bad. If this person was truly strong, he should have a deep impression of him. There isn't? I don't know about that either. My master told me. My sect only has a single inheritor, so my master should not lie to me. However, that does not matter. I will only tell you what I know. Xiao Qin nodded and said, "Speak." For some reason, this dragon emperor Xiao Yun wanted to sacrifice the entire desolate sea. TSK. Think about it. Back then, the war between the righteous and demonic factions had just ended. Who knows how many sovereign emperor and foe god corpses were buried in the desolate sea. There were even more sovereign personage corpses. If he really succeeded in the blood sacrifice, how horrifying would it be? So, someone came to stop him and the two started fighting. Qin Zhuolin continued. No one knows who won. In any case, the desolate sea became like this after that. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. After a while, he asked, "What does this have to do with this place?" My master speculated that this towering mountain might be the totem that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun set up back then, using the totem as the formation core. Then, he used the entire desolate sea as the formation core and carried out the blood sacrifice. Qin Zhuolin smiled and said, "Of course, that master of mine is not very reliable. What he said is something passed down by his ancestors. Take Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun for example. Even you said that there was no such thing, so don't take it too seriously. I really don't believe that someone could use the entire desolate sea as the formation core and lay a blood sacrifice formation. How strong would that person have to be? However, I'm only telling you what I know. Hey, Xiao Chen?" As Qin Zhuolin spoke, he discovered that Xiao Chen was in a daze, not listening to him at all. Sang saw some clues and already guessed some things. The Emperor record did not have any records of Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun. However, that did not mean that there was no such Dragon Emperor in the Divine Dragon Empire's history. If this Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun was the Blue Dragon race's Dragon Emperor, then everything made sense. Xiao Chun must have guessed this, which was why he was in a daze. "What are you thinking about?" Xiao Chun recovered his wits and said, "Nothing. Go on, go on." Flabbergasted, Qin Zhuolin said, "I already said everything. What else do you want me to say?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xiao Chun could only change the topic. "Who exactly is the person who fought with Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun?" Qin Zhuolin shrugged and said, "Who knows? There are always some people in the Great Thousand Realms who hide their strength. Take you for example. Who could imagine that you were just a holy venerate half a year ago? Now, you are already a small perfection sovereign personage." Now that the topic returned to himself, Xiao Chun stopped asking. However, he felt exceptionally curious about Qin Zhuolin's identity. To think that Qin Zhuolin knew such a secret in such detail. "Since you are here, I will not linger. After drinking this cup of wine, I will be going down. I hope that I can return alive," Qin Zhuolin said resolutely as he drained the wine in one go. Qin Zhuolin downed the wine in one go and put down the wine cup. He still wants to go to the cold Een Springs ancient well? Chapter 2060. Despite knowing that the heavenly Tao killing formation was at the bottom of the ancient well, Qin Zhuolin still wanted to go down. The blood moon hung high in the sky beside the ancient well. Qin Zhuolin made up his mind to go down and investigate. Aside from the fact that he had already promised the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter, Qin Zhuolin had also decided to investigate. Firstly, he was confident in his own strength, and secondly, he wanted to see what was down there. Thinking about how Zhang Xian even dared to touch the ancient tomb of a Hellguard, Zhang Xian felt a little relieved. "I'll go down with you." Looking at the reflection of the blood moon in the well, Xiao Chun said softly. Finding it strange, Qin Zhuolin asked, "Are you sure?" "Yes." Originally, Xiao Chun planned to explore the ancient well after he broke through to sovereign personage. Now, he was already a small perfection sovereign personage. Since Qin Zhuolin insisted on going down, she might as well go down with him. At least she could take care of him. Qin Zhuolin thought for a while before nodding. "That's fine. After all, you went down once. However, think about it carefully. You might not be as lucky as you were last time. Even if you don't go, I will go down alone." Qin Zhuolin looked at Xiao Chun strangely. Xiao Chun should be hiding something from him. However, that did not matter. Everyone had their own secrets. Wasn't he the same? "Let's go." The two of them jumped into the ancient well one after the other. The spring water was clear, and the reflection in the water was a cold blood moon. It looked like the two of them were rushing toward the blood moon. Thump! Not long after, the two of them dived into the water. The cold air assaulted them, instantly penetrating their internal organs. The two people in the water couldn't help but shiver. There was a thick yin qi in the chill. If it was an ordinary person, they would not be able to stay for long after jumping in. Otherwise, they would be poisoned by the cold poison. If it was light, their internal organs would be damaged. If it was heavy, they would die on the spot. After swimming for an hour, Xiao Chun and Qin Zhuolin leaped out of the water at the same time. Their complexions were pale. In front of him was a deep karst cave with crystal-glazed stalactites hanging upside down. Be careful of the stalactites above. These stalactites are even sharper than divine weapons. Many people were pierced through by them and frozen to death on the spot. Xiao Chun came once and reminded Qin Zhuolin. Qin Zhuolin looked around but did not see anything strange. However, he, who had been dealing with evil spirits underground for many years, felt a deep chill in his heart. His intuition told him that this seemingly ordinary cave was actually filled with killing intent. Unheard of. After a while, Qin Zhuolin shook his head in disappointment. It seemed like his previous experience was useless here. Walking on the surface of the underground spring, the two of them swam upstream. "I recall that your dragon race's heaven dragon only disappeared 20 years ago, right?" Qin Zhuolin asked. "Yes. After he lost to the purple gold dragon emperor, he was imprisoned in the starry heavens dragon prison." Qin Zhuolin entered deep thought. Then he said, "That means that this path is not a dead end. I'm somewhat curious now. Just what kind of scene is the source of this spring? Who set up this place and drew out a coldine spring?" The two of them were extremely cautious and did not dare to be careless. After a while, Xiao Chun called out to Qin Zhuolin. "Previously, I came to this place. After the spring flowed, I managed to leave by following the spring. I don't know what I will run into if I go any further. If we go any further, we might not have a chance to turn back." Qin Zhuolin looked around and continued. "The heavenly Tao killing formation's killing intent is untraceable. This is really difficult." Qin Zhuolin sighed softly and continued walking forward. As the two walked upstream, they ran into corpses sealed in ice by cold qi. However, they were not the people the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter was looking for. "There's someone underwater." Qin Zhuolin suddenly came out of the water. Xiao Chun went forward to take a look and saw a frozen corpse at the bottom of the spring. The corpse was perfectly fine. Even the expression on its face at the moment it died had not faded. It was an expression of bewilderment, and astonishment. This was a sovereign emperor who died under completely unexpected circumstances. A cold, sinister wind blew, covering the two in a faint layer of frost. "Let's go." The two had seen too many frozen corpses and were already numb to it. They sighed softly and continued walking. The cold qi underground turned increasingly cold. However, it was still bearable and not a major problem. Aside from the cold, there was nothing strange. The two even started to feel bored. Crack! At some point in time, Qin Zhuolin's right leg, which was about to raise, gave off a crisp sound. Qin Zhuolin's bone actually broke. Before Qin Zhuolin could react, he felt boundless pain. Qin Zhuolin, who was walking on the water surface, fell in and instantly sank into the water. After entering the water, Qin Zhuolin was horrified to discover that the frost on his body turned into ice when it came in contact with water. Before Qin Zhuolin could react, his entire body was sealed in ice. Then, he slowly sank to the bottom with a confused and helpless expression. Damn it! Danger came so suddenly. Without any warning, Qin Zhuolin fell for it. Xiao Chun felt horror in his heart. However, he could not think too much right now. He ferociously threw a palm strike and parted the spring water. Then, he stretched out his hand and pulled up the frozen Qin Zhuolin. Xiao Chun did not hesitate to throw a palm strike, instantly shattering the ice on Qin Zhuolin's body. Phew! Qin Zhuolin let out a long breath. His complexion paled as fear lingered in his heart. Qin Zhuolin had no idea when he fell for it. It's a scratch. Xiao Chun checked and discovered a scratch on Qin Zhuolin's right leg. This caused the cold qi to seep in and deepen without him realizing it. The wound was very small, and cold qi filled this place. If one did not pay attention, one would not notice it. After a while, Qin Zhuolin's complexion returned to normal. He had not suffered any fatal injuries. After consuming medicinal pills, he recovered quickly. This was how this place worked. One could not sense where the danger was. When one startled awake, one would discover that one was about to die for no reason. Most of the time, the scariest thing was not how strong the enemy was or how terrifying the desolate slave was. The scariest thing was that one did not know how to defend against it. This place was no different from an ordinary underground karst cave. I really got careless this time. Qin Zhuolin frowned heavily as he sighed. I ran into the scariest desolate slave in the desolate sea. I even went to the graves of foe gods several times and managed to escape unscathed. Even if it were the evil burial grounds of the ancient demonic lords, I would still be able to deal with them. But this place... Qin Zhuolin revealed a sense of defeat as he spoke. Qin Zhuolin's long-held confidence suffered a great setback in this ancient well. If not for Xiao Chun, Qin Zhuolin would have died here. The cold qi had seeped into his soul and sealed his physical body in ice. He could not execute any means at all. Xiao Chun finally understood why even sovereign emperors died for no reason in this place. Xiao Chun looked to the front and saw darkness. He did not know how much longer he had to walk to the spring source. If we continue like this without thinking of a countermeasure, we will die here sooner or later, Xiao Chun sighed. This was just his intuition. There was no reason for it. How should we deal with it? No matter how horrifying a killing formation was, there would be a formation core, a node, and a layout. As long as one had these, one could find a way to break a killing formation, no matter how terrifying it was. However, there is nothing in this place. It looks no different from an ordinary karst cave. Qin Zhuolin spoke somewhat helplessly. However, it was the truth and no one could refute it. Xiao Chun did not reply. He entered deep thought as he carefully looked at the surroundings. Then he said, I don't think that is the case. As long as it is a killing formation, there will be a formation core and something to lay the formation. The heavenly Tao killing formation only perfectly blends all these into nature, preventing us from noticing it. However, not being able to notice it does not mean that there is none. Qin Zhuolin said seriously, the activation of any formation requires energy. Normally, it is spirit jades or divine crystals. The more profound ones can use the energy that originally exists underground. However, I do not sense any energy fluctuations here. Hence, even if you find what you mentioned, you will not be able to break this formation. Inspiration flashed in Xiao Chen's mind. He asked, you mean that as long as we find the energy source that activates the heavenly Tao killing formation, we can break this formation? I can't say that I can break it, but I will definitely not die here. I am at least confident of that. Xiao Chun said seriously, I think I know how this heavenly Tao killing formation is activated. However, why can't you sense it at all? What is it? Chapter 2061. What is it? Qin Zhuolin looked at Xiao Chun curiously. How did Xiao Chun know about a formation source that even Qin Zhuolin did not know about? Qin Zhuolin had guessed many things. This place had cold qi that lingered all year round. Could it be that there was an ice-attributed natural treasure buried here to drive the heavenly Tao-killing formation? For example, the blood weapon stone, netherworld profound water, and ancient demonic ice were all extremely strong natural treasures that rivaled divine crystals. However, after thinking about it, Qin Zhuolin quickly rejected this possibility. That was simply impossible. The energy contained within these natural oddities was extremely shocking. Forget about deliberately searching for them. Not to mention searching for them, one would be able to sense them with just a little perception. However, there was no similar aura in this place. This place was completely an ordinary underground karst cave. Apart from being too cold, which piece of land in the great wilderness wasn't cold and gloomy? Qin Zhuolin had many similar thoughts, but he rejected them all. Qin Zhuolin waited for Xiao Chen's answer. He looked forward to Xiao Chen's reply. At this moment, Xiao Chen already felt very certain. His thoughts were very clear as he said, "Actually, you know about the energy source of this heavenly Tao-killing formation. You even see it every day." "What? I know about it too? I see it every day?" "Xiao Chun, this is not a good time to joke." Qin Zhuolin showed a grave expression as he looked coldly at Xiao Chun. Clearly, he was not satisfied with this answer. Xiao Chun said calmly, "I'm not joking. The energy source of this heavenly Tao-killing formation is the blood moon that you see every day." This joke is not funny. Qin Zhuolin felt somewhat disappointed. He did not want to dwell on Xiao Chen's answer. It was better to think about it himself. How could a blood moon in the sky be possible? What was a moon? The moon was the moon star. There were billions of stars in the great thousand realms. However, there were only two, the sun star and the moon star. For millions of years, epochs came and went. However, the sun star and the moon star never perished. They had existed since the primal chaos broke apart. A strong foe god could destroy many stars with a wave of their hand. However, they had to remain insignificant before the sun star and the moon star. Have you ever wondered why the blood moon can't be seen anywhere else in the central great realm aside from the desolate sea? The moon waxes and wanes. However, since the desolate sea's blood moon was born, it has always been a full scarlet moon hanging high in the sky. Xiao Chun was not surprised at Qin Zhuolin's expression of disbelief. However, he wasn't joking. He had his own reasons. Why can't I sense the origin of this heavenly Tao-killing formation? That was because its energy source was in the sky. You and I are in this underground cavern, so we naturally can't sense it. The original range of this heavenly Tao-killing array might be much wider than you and I think. It's just that, for some reason, it didn't shrink to its current size and only exists in this underground cave. Originally, I did not think of this. However, you told me today that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun used the Azure Mountain as the formation core and the Desolate Sea as the formation diagram. That's why I thought of this. More importantly, Qin Zhuolin's expression slowly turned grave. He looked at Xiao Chun and said, "Continue." More importantly, there is a little girl called Qingchun in the village. She has an extreme Yin body. Long ago, it was said that one could see a blood moon in the ancient well during the day. Previously, I did not understand why there would be a blood moon in the ancient well during the day. Just now, I finally understood. Qin Zhuolin entered deep thought. His thoughts slowly cleared, but he felt a chill run down his spine. If all this was true, then how strong was the person who set this up? Did the blood moon in the desolate sea's night sky exist for tens of thousands of years because of this person? Even if this person no longer existed in the tens of thousands, he still influenced the entire desolate sea. No wonder the heaven dragon cultivator who discovered the secret of this place was hunted down 50 years ago. However, there was no way out now. Qin Zhuolin said seriously, "If this is the energy source of this heavenly Tao-killing formation, then the blood moon above us might be a formation within a formation. This heavenly Tao-killing formation might be part of Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's blood sacrifice formation. This is somewhat problematic. However, it is not impossible. Xiao Chun felt stunned when he heard that. Unexpectedly, Qin Zhuolin really had a solution. What solution? It's obviously unrealistic to crack it, but since we know the energy source of the formation, we should be able to use it. However, since we know the energy source of the formation, we can avoid becoming a target. We can go all out in this underground cavern. Finding the corpse of the previous Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter will also be easy. The stronger one was in this killing formation, the faster one would die. Along the way, the two moved very carefully. Could be said that their hands and feet were tied. Even though they were strong, they did not dare to go all out, feeling very depressed. If they could go all out, given the two's movement techniques, they would be several times faster when they explored the place. However, that is only if your guess is correct. Xiao Chun said, "Right now, you have no other choice but to trust me." "Trust me." Qin Zhuolin said only one simple word. Then, he sat cross-legged on the water surface without saying anything else. Qin Zhuolin closed his eyes and continuously formed profound hand seals with his hands. As Qin Zhuolin's hand seals changed, a star chart appeared behind him, slowly expanding. At some point in time, Xiao Chun looked up. The rock above him had vanished. All he saw was a vast and boundless starry heavens, looking incredibly miraculous. Stars flickered, and starlight leaped about continuously, slowly forming an even vaster star chart. Sweat continuously dripped down Qin Zhuolin's forehead. Xiao Chun could feel the other party's soul energy draining rapidly. Aside from driving the star chart, Qin Zhuolin's soul energy was mostly searching for something. Buzz! All of a sudden, a few stars in the star chart loosened up a little and fell straight down. Xiao Chun felt this to be exceptionally real, like real stars falling from the universe. Just at this moment, Qin Zhuolin suddenly opened his eyes. He appeared somewhat fatigued, but he could not hide the excitement in his eyes. "Xiao Chun, you guessed right. This heavenly Tao killing formation does indeed use the blood moon as its energy source. It is too vast and inconceivable. I have never seen such a large formation in my life." Qin Zhuolin stood up and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Then, he said, "The benefits are boundless. Let's go. As long as we stand on the starlight, we will be safe. There is not much time. My endless cycle star chart cannot last for long." Whoosh! Not daring to delay, the two executed their movement techniques as they stepped on the starlight falling from above. Then, they quickly advanced through the underground cavern. Now, there was nothing to worry about. The two moved 10 times faster than before. They quickly swept past the corpses sealed in ice at the bottom of the spring. The efficiency was also many times faster than before. Is it that one? 1 hour later, Xiao Chun took 3 steps back and pointed to a beautiful frozen corpse at the bottom of the spring. Whoosh! Qin Zhuolin landed beside Xiao Chun and took out a painting to compare. Then he nodded and said, "That's her. Let's see if there is a pendant at her waist." The two's gazes landed on the frozen corpse's waist. Indeed, they discovered a white jade pendant, looking simple and beautiful. Boom! Xiao Chun threw a palm strike and parted the spring water, taking out the ice beauty. After the two came out of the water, they came into closer contact with this ice beauty. Their breathing became somewhat ragged. How unfortunate! Such a beauty died in this heavenly Tao killing formation for no reason. I wonder why she chased me into this ancient well back then. After carefully examining the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter, even Qin Zhuolin could not help showing a slight change in his expression. When the holy daughter was alive, practically no one could see her appearance clearly. The mission that the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter gave them was completed. Next, the two of them had to choose whether to go forward or to turn back. Previously, before Qin Zhuolin found the circulation path of the heavenly Tao killing formation, the two had no way out and could only go forward. Now that they found the circulation path, they had the capital to go back. "What do you think?" Qin Zhuolin asked Xiao Chun. If he was alone, he might not have the courage to continue forward. "Let's go back. Perhaps there is a great fortuitous encounter waiting for us ahead." However, preserving our lives is more important. Since when did your hand become so cold? Xiao Chun could not help asking when he felt Qin Zhuolin's frighteningly cold hand on his shoulder. Finding this strange, Qin Zhuolin said, "I was going to ask you why your hand became so cold." Before Qin Zhuolin finished speaking, the two's expressions changed at the same time. They turned their heads and saw that the ice on the Holy Daughter, who was hovering above the water, had melted at some point. The Holy Daughter revealed her true appearance and placed her hands on the two. Just as the two of them turned around, the frozen saintess suddenly opened her eyes. Chapter 2062. Before the two could react, the previous generation Holy Daughter lifted them up and slammed them into each other. The two's bodies crashed into each other. Qin Zhuolin felt so much pain that he nearly teared up. Xiao Chen's physical body was much stronger than his. Even if Xiao Chun could not control his acquired divine body, it was already as strong as an inherited Dao tool. After the collision, the saintess's corpse flung the two of them away. The complete star chart above instantly shattered. No more starlight fell to form a path for the two. Bang! The two crashed into the wall and embedded themselves in it. Cold chi from underground immediately spread out from the cracks in the soil. Plop! Plop! The more terrifying thing was that the many corpses sealed in the spring water all flew out of the water. The ice on the corpses slowly melted, revealing their true appearances. Quickly leave. These corpses have all turned into desolate slaves. We should leave before they fully recover. Qin Zhuolin shouted a reminder to Xiao Chun as he struggled to get out of the wall. Without needing Qin Zhuolin's instructions, Xiao Chun already sensed the severity of the situation. His vital qi surged. The walls around him were all about to shatter. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm as he quickly scanned the area. He discovered that these people were sovereign emperors when they were alive. After turning into desolate slaves, aside from their auras, they did not retain their full strength. It looked like it was as Qin Zhuolin said. These desolate slaves had not fully recovered their strength. For now, they were only as strong as a small perfection sovereign personage. However, their numbers were frightening. This was good news. Whoosh! 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 The many desolate slaves, who had recovered their true forms, locked their gazes on the two. Cold killing chi immediately surged over. The air turned viscous, greatly limiting Xiao Chen's ability to bring out his strength. An ordinary small perfection sovereign personage would be immobilized on the spot, instantly torn to shreds by these desolate slaves. Eye technique, Candle Dragon Eyes. In an instant, Xiao Chen executed the Candle Dragon Eyes. A spark ignited in Xiao Chen's eyes, and a terrifying Candle Dragon image appeared behind him. Only the head of the Candle Dragon was visible, but it already gave off a terrifying aura. Boom! Torch Dragon's eyes snapped open as two sparks burned in his eyes like candlelight. Xiao Chen's ice great Dao energy and soul energy drained continuously. A chill instantly swept out everywhere he looked. Ka. The desolate slaves that just struggled free were sealed in ice again. Even the gushing spring water under their feet froze into an ice river. Xiao Chun glanced over and saw Qin Zhuolin, who was currently entangled with the Holy Daughter. Compared to him, the other party was in a much more pathetic state. For some reason, his hands and feet were tied, and he did not unleash his full strength. Bang! Transforming into a bolt of lightning, Xiao Chun kicked the saintess away. Without stopping, Zhang Xian leaped forward and stomped down on the other party. The moment Xiao Chen's feet touched the ground, he drew his tyrant's saber. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the 2-foot-wide saber stabbed into the other party's forehead. Traces of ice-cold blood flowed out from the wound, but the blood was a strange black color. He bent down and pulled the pendant from the saintess's waist. Clearly, Xiao Chun could not bring the saintess's corpse back. If he could bring the pendant back, he would have fulfilled the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter's request. You are really ruthless. How can you not show mercy before an absolute beauty? Qin Zhuolin said, somewhat flabbergasted as he walked over. No wonder Qin Zhuolin's hands were tied. Turned out that this was the reason. Xiao Chun had to admit that Qin Zhuolin's taste was somewhat heavy. No matter how cold and beautiful the saintess was, she was still a dead person. "Let's go!" Xiao Chun drew his saber, and blood spurted out. Then he quickly moved forward with Qin Zhuolin. These desolate slaves were very hard to kill. They would recover soon. Right now, the two no longer had a choice. They could only charge forward, hoping to find the path that the previous generation Heaven Dragon had taken. Roar! The desolate slave holy daughter that Xiao Chun killed came back to life. She soared into the air and hovered there. A sharp roar rang out, accompanied by cold chi. A sound wave spread out. Rumble! The entire ground was shaking, and rocks kept falling from above. All kinds of unexpected dangers came one after another. The heavenly Tao killing formation circulated at full power. Chaos reigned. The entire terrain and environment changed at this moment. Countless dangers appeared. Some came from rocks above, some from old weapons hidden in the water. Sometimes a wall even appeared in front of them. Damn it! I still underestimated this heavenly Tao killing formation. Qin Zhuolin's hand seals changed continuously. He made a series of moves, forcibly restoring the changed terrain to its original state. However, it was simply too chaotic. Soon, Qin Zhuolin vomited a mouthful of blood as a weapon flew over from somewhere. When a weapon flew out of nowhere and stabbed his chest, his complexion immediately paled. On the other side, Xiao Chun did not have as many moves as Qin Zhuolin, so he was in an even more miserable state. The environment of the fourth ring was constantly changing, and each change was a life or death crisis. The fleeing Xiao Chun and Qin Zhuolin could not even say a few words before they were separated. Both of them were overwhelmed, unable to care about anything else. Xiao Chun no longer had any reservations. He even brought out his great desolate Ian bloodline. His dragon might shook the sky. When Xiao Chun punched, he shattered all the rocks in his way. He blasted a small mountain-sized hole in the ground. Saber lights danced wildly, and a terrifying saber chi pierced through the ground for 5,000 kilometers. Xiao Chun opened many holes, but he did not dare to move around. Even in his fluster, he did not lose his rationality. Xiao Chun continued to go against the flow of the spring water, using force to break through. He also used the Chongqi Beast Ghost Pennant and the God Shadow Bow, two medial grade soul tools. Although Xiao Chun was only a small perfection sovereign personage, he brought out his various trump cards at this critical moment. With Xiao Chen's might, even a great perfection sovereign personage would have to retreat, not daring to clash head-on. However, the great desolate Ian bloodline would eventually come to an end. When the bloodline power slowly faded, boundless fatigue assaulted Xiao Chen's body from all directions. Am I going to die? Right now, Xiao Chun was at his wit's end. He had already used all his trump cards. If he still could not leave the heavenly Tao killing formation's range, he would be helpless. However, it was still pitch black in front. He could not see the path. Xiao Chun did not know what dangers were hidden in the deep darkness. He also did not know how far he had to go to reach the spring's source. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Chun continued forward. Soon he felt something strange. The demonic chi veritable essence energy in his primal core started to stir restlessly. He could not control it. Such a situation was very similar to when he climbed to the summit of the Azure Mountain and instantly fell into a state of demonic chi. The only difference was that the intensity was lower and did not make him lose his rationality. There was definitely something wrong with this abnormal situation. After being underground for so long, his demonic chi veritable essence energy had stirred restlessly. Now that it suddenly stirred, there had to be something strange. Xiao Chun rejoiced instead of feeling shocked. Right now, he was at his wit's end, already in the depths of despair. He did not fear the restlessness of the demonic chi veritable essence energy. He only feared that nothing would happen. Then, he would slowly exhaust his veritable essence energy and wait for death, becoming a desolate slave. A light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He could not be bothered with the restless demonic chi veritable essence energy in his body as he quickly walked forward. The strange thing was that with such a mental state, the desire to live suppressed the various negative emotions. The demonic qi veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's body stirred terrifyingly restlessly. Whoosh! After a while, Xiao Chen's vision suddenly lit up. His eyes felt a piercing pain. Xiao Chen carefully opened his eyes again. The scene before him shocked him so much that he gaped, unable to speak. A mirror-like pool of water appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. This pool of water was not large. However, when standing at the side, it felt vast and boundless. Xiao Chen did not even dare to breathe heavily. The pool water was clear and transparent, like a natural treasure. It was as smooth as a mirror. What was even more miraculous was the reflection of a cold, jade-like scarlet full moon at the bottom of the pool. Is this the end of the cold Yin spring? Xiao Chen wanted to think about this properly. However, the restlessness of the demonic qi in his body became increasingly terrifying. When the demonic qi veritable essence energy relaxed a little, it started a frenzied backlash. It looked like the negative emotions were about to overtake Xiao Chen's rationality. Without much time to think, Xiao Chen leaped into the pool of water. The strange thing was that the water rippled endlessly, like it was an illusion. If not for a figure appearing on the scarlet full moon at the bottom of the pool, Xiao Chen would not have thought that someone had jumped in. Chapter 2063. Plop! Plop! The moment the moon entered the water, Xiao Chen's vision turned blurry. He could only see a hazy blood moon. Xiao Chen's heart thumped uncontrollably, racing endlessly. As his heart slowly increased, Xiao Chen felt incredibly uncomfortable. His heart felt like it would tear apart. In the end, I still can't escape death? Xiao Chen felt somewhat dissatisfied. It was not that he did not work hard. He had already used all sorts of means to clear the heavenly Tao killing formation. Right now, he felt somewhat helpless. If he really died here, he could only say that this was fate. Xiao Chen had gone through too many similar experiences in his life. He had already passed the gates of hell so many times that he could no longer remember them. Now that he faced death again, although he felt dissatisfied, he did not feel too much despair. What would remain after a person died? According to rumor, after advancing to divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor, one would surpass the limits of a human. After the physical body died, one's will of soul would still exist. If one reached the faux god realm, even if one's will of soul was destroyed, one could revive as long as the divine flame remained. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen did not have that yet. In the end, a sovereign personage was still a human. At this instant, Xiao Chen thought of many things. However, he did not give up hope, continuously thinking of ways to save himself. Crack! Xiao Chen's heart pounded intensely. In the end, he failed to stop it from shattering. A drop of heart blood seeped into his chest and instantly melted into the pool. After the blood moon in the pool absorbed this drop of heart blood, it changed continuously. In the next moment, the blood moon seemed to burn in the water, releasing a resplendent red light. Xiao Chen, who did not know about this mysterious phenomenon, only felt the pool around him suddenly empty, and his heart returned to normal. The berserk demonic qi and veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's body also calmed down. Xiao Chen found himself in the void, and his body plummeted uncontrollably. Plop! After some time, Xiao Chen crashed heavily on the ground. He felt like his bones were about to fall apart. Xiao Chen grunted as he tore off his clothes. The wound on his chest had already healed, leaving only a small part unhealed. It's not an illusion? Xiao Chen looked up and saw a blood moon hanging high in the sky. The pool was nowhere to be seen. He was in a desolate plain. There was a cliff at the end of the vast desolate plain. Looking into the distance, there seemed to be an ancient and mysterious city on the cliff. The city towered majestically, solemn and ancient, giving off a heavy feeling. It was much more majestic than the divine dragon city that Xiao Chen had seen. None of them could compare to the city in front of them. A terrifying pressure came from afar along with the wind, making it hard for Xiao Chen, who was standing on the wasteland, to breathe. Dragon might. Xiao Chen was a little surprised to discover that this heavy feeling was actually filled with a heavy dragon might. A heavy dragon might appeared amid the vicissitudes of time. It was unknown how many years it had accumulated. What was even more surprising was that Xiao Chun was extremely familiar with this dragon's might. This was the might of a blue dragon. What is this place? Xiao Chun was extremely puzzled. There was a blood moon in the sky and an ancient dragon city on the ground. It was definitely not the desolate sea. If there was such a dragon city in the desolate sea, it would have been discovered long ago. It was still underground. However, how could one explain the lifelike blood moon in the sky underground? Xiao Chen's thoughts were somewhat chaotic. He closed his eyes and put it aside for now. Then, he sat down cross-legged and consumed a medicinal pill. Then, he focused on treating his injuries and recovering to his peak state. For hours later, Xiao Chen, who had an acquired body, recovered from most of his physical injuries. Veritable essence energy also filled his dried-up primal core, returning him to his peak state. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and stood up. He finally felt more at ease. Previously, Xiao Chun had been at the end of his rope. Even a star venerate could make him lose face. Now that he returned to his peak state, he felt much more at ease. As Xiao Chun looked at the distant dragon city, he entered deep thought. Then he soared into the air above the desolate plain. Buzz! The moment Xiao Chen's feet left the ground, he felt a huge pressure. When he looked up, he knew that this pressure came from the blood moon in the sky. Enduring the rapid draining of veritable essence energy, Xiao Chun quickly arrived at the bottom of the cliff. Without hesitation, Xiao Chun started climbing the cliff. No matter what, a blue dragon ancient city suddenly appeared in this strange place. No matter what, he had to figure it out. Perhaps his fortuitous encounter to get out was here. The rocks on the cliff were as sharp as knives. As Xiao Chun stared at the blood moon's might and pressure, he climbed up with much difficulty. By the time Xiao Chun reached the top, his forehead was already covered in sweat. However, he did not have time to wipe it off. The scene before Xiao Chun stunned him. Outside the ancient dragon city, there were many pairs of soldiers dressed in sturdy battle armor. These soldiers patrolled the city, exuding terrifying auras. Just any one of these soldiers was as strong as a sovereign personage. Furthermore, there were at least 1,000 patrolling soldiers. They were divided into more than 10 squads and patrolled outside the city in a regular pattern like machines. The most shocking thing was that these soldiers should be inanimate objects. They did not have the auras of living beings. 18 incredibly huge dragon souls swam above the dragon city. Each of their heads was the size of a small mountain. The auras of these dragon souls were terrifyingly strong, inspiring despair. Boom! Suddenly, Xiao Chun saw a huge figure descend from the top of the city walls. This figure wore heavy armor, and thick chains wrapped around its body, carried a metal hook on its back. Soul Reaper, one of the 10 great desolate slaves of the desolate sea. Soul Reaper. Xiao Chen's face sank slightly. What's going on with this place? Why did the ancient Azure Dragon City have such a batch of unclean things? Is it occupation or protection? Whoosh! Suddenly, Soul Reaper, who was on the city walls, turned its head and looked in Xiao Chen's direction. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chun quickly found something to hide. At the same time, he put on the Death God mask, isolating his aura. Xiao Chun completed all of this in nearly one breath. However, he still felt somewhat worried. He could feel a gaze lingering nearby. After a long time, this feeling of nervousness finally disappeared. When Xiao Chun walked out and looked up, Soul Reaper was nowhere to be seen. However, the group of soldiers of the dead were still there. Their armor shook as they moved. Aside from the dragon souls, Xiao Chun also discovered many desolate slaves above the city. However, these desolate slaves were much weaker than Soul Reaper, not as horrifying and suffocating. Xiao Chun recalled that when he first saw Soul Reaper, Xiao Chun and Qin Juolin nearly died. Fortunately, they managed to survive until dawn. That kind of power was not something an ordinary person could understand, let alone resist it. With the Death God mask, Xiao Chun became bolder. He carefully headed for the Blue Dragon Ancient City. Xiao Chun really wanted to enter the Dragon City to see what was inside. However, he did not dare to take this risk. Once he was discovered, all he needed was a group of soldiers of the dead to fly over, and he would die. After observing for a long time, Xiao Qin discovered a pattern. The area that these soldiers guarded seemed to be limited. They kept patrolling within a certain area. As long as one did not step into the area they guarded, one would not be in danger. Following this pattern, Xiao Qin made use of the gaps between the patrols of the soldiers. Xiao Qin advanced continuously, slowly approaching the Dragon City. His figure kept changing. He had to keep a distance from every soldier at all times. Statues. There were 2 majestic statues holding weapons in front of the city gates. The strange thing was that the statue on the right only had half a body. He continued pressing forward. He was already very close to the city gates. However, he did not know if the city gates could be pushed open. Although he did not know if the city gates could be pushed open, Xiao Qin wanted to try. Xiao Qin advanced carefully. It looked like he was only 1 kilometer away from entering the city gates. Suddenly, the undamaged statue opened its eyes, and a beam of red light landed on Xiao Qin. The patrolling soldiers suddenly stopped. Pairs of scarlet eyes appeared on their helmets as they stared at Xiao Qin. "Run!" Xiao Qin immediately turned around and ran, not pausing at all. Whoosh! The statue that opened its eyes did not move. It only swung its spear hard, and a fiery light appeared on the spear in its hand as it charged at Xiao Qin. Whoosh! Whoosh! Before the spear arrived, a horrifying aura had already swept out, nearly sending Xiao Qin flying. Thunder Monarch Spear. There was no way to dodge. Xiao Qin shouted and used the Thunder Great Tao energy to drive the 5-element Divine Lightning. The 5-element Divine Lightning merged and formed a spear in Xiao Qin's palm, releasing thousands of electric lights. Boundless thunder might burst out of Xiao Qin's body as he quickly counterattacked with the Thunder Monarch Spear. The 2 spears clashed in the air, instantly erupting with terrifying energy. The explosions sent the soldiers chasing after Xiao Qin and Xiao Qin flying, buying some time for Xiao Qin. Light of Freedom. This was a chance for success. Xiao Qin executed Light of Freedom and turned into a flash of lightning, leaving quickly. Chapter 2064. It had already taken shape and could not be turned back into a divine material, so it was not worth much. Before Xiao Qin could change his move, the 2 puppets charged over like phantoms, working together perfectly. Xiao Qin showed a slightly startled expression. At first, he thought that these 2 puppets only had the aura of a great perfection sovereign personage. They formed 2 puppets, one black and one white. The white one held a sword, and the black one held a spear. Their metal bodies flickered with a faint light. "Why is there a palace over there? Sorry for the offense." Whoosh! However, Xiao Qin had not expected these 2 puppets to be here to look down on him. These puppets should be maintained by some kind of formation. Although these soldiers of the dead were horrifying, they could not pursue him after 500 kilometers. Sang sighed softly. "I hope so." Although Xiao Qin did not have any restless demonic qi in his body, he did not think much after his initial shock. He directly leaped down. He was defeated in a sorry state, a tragic sight. When Xiao Qin landed on the ground, he looked back and saw the group of soldiers of the dead, radiating an overwhelming aura. Even puppets could humiliate and look down on people. That blood moon pool might have been a turning point for Xiao Qin to obtain an opportunity. Ha! Maybe the world has changed. The youths no longer study the martial Tao. No. I waited by this ancient well for an entire night. There was no movement at all. Sang's calm contained some nervousness. Qin Juolin, who was covered in blood, was no better off than Xiao Qin. The sunlight was piercing, making Qin Juolin feel somewhat dazed. I only used 4.5 moves. The reason the Heaven Dragon cultivators could leave 50 years ago might have something to do with their identities. Xiao Qin picked up a piece of metal and looked at it. He discovered that it was a metal that had been tempered by a blacksmith many times. When Xiao Qin attacked, he used the Supreme Dragon Fist. As he moved, winds and clouds gathered, and dragon roars spread out. Since Qin Juolin could leave through the blood moon pool, Xiao Qin should be able to do so as well. Xiao Qin did not dare to believe that he had narrowly escaped death. He did not know if the scene before him was reality or an illusion. Crack, crack. At the same time, a saber and a spear continuously charged over. Clang, clang, clang. Now, Sang was telling her that Xiao Chun hadn't returned. Where had he gone? Xiao Chun felt his arm go numb. The other party's saber domain completely suppressed the king's will and Blue Dragon's divine might. Trash. The black puppet sneered. To Qin Zhuolin, Xiao Chun was someone even more mysterious than Xiao Chun. The undead guards that had been chasing after him stopped and stood in place, looking at him coldly. Qin Zhuolin vaguely sensed that many of the opportunities here were related to the dragon race. Xiao Chun took off his mask and heaved a long sigh of relief. The experience just now was truly a narrow escape from death. He had almost died in front of the city. Xiao Chen's body slammed into a mountain. The mountain shattered, hiding Xiao Chun within. Let's not consider this for now. What we need to do now is to defeat these two puppet cultivators first. Didn't Xiao Chun come back? Inside the palace, Xiao Chun did not feel any danger. Compared to the might and pressure that the Dragon City gave him, he did not feel any danger at all. Young man, why did you not learn from the good ones? To think that you actually used a secret treasure. G. The two puppet cultivators spoke at the same time. Their voices sounded somewhat mechanical, sounding very awkward. Xiao Chun walked towards the mysterious palace at the middle of the mountain. The closer he got, the more he felt how old and dilapidated this palace was. Boom! Where is Xiao Chun? When the puppets saw the thousands of dragon images, they actually let out disdainful voices and attacked. Xiao Chun did not see any life force on them. There was only a pair of scarlet flames in their helmets. I'm out. Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy surged, and his qi and blood surged. After advancing to small perfection sovereign personage, the might of Xiao Chen's supreme dragon fist soared. His body trembled, and boundless veritable essence energy merged with his king's will, turning into thousands of dragon images that charged at the two puppet cultivators without any pattern. After some thought, Xiao Chun made up his mind. How could he have imagined that the statue in front of the city gate would discover his presence when he wore the death god mask? The two puppet cultivators seemed to be mechanical creatures with their own intelligence. There was a person who had arrived at the blood moon pool before him. When Qin Zhuolin saw Sang, he confirmed that he had truly returned. However, when he heard Sang's question, he startled awake. I only used 5 moves. The slightly dilapidated appearance could not hide its former grandeur and magnificence. With one glance, one could feel the shock and grandeur of the past. It was also a bow, a soul tool no weaker than the god shadow bow. More importantly, the two puppets could bring out the full might of the soul tools. In that instant, the sky changed color. Dark clouds even covered the blood moon hovering in the sky. Crack, crack. Why did they not come out? Perhaps they encountered their fortuitous encounter. Every time Xiao Chun exchanged a move, he vomited a mouthful of blood. After 10 moves, a whirlwind appeared under Xiao Chen's feet. The thousands of dragon images could not approach him. Are you sure? Sang asked. It's over. We could have talked nicely, but you refused to listen. You want to play with secret treasures with us? Of course, we have to play with you to the end. They both fell into the water, and their hearts beat uncontrollably, on the verge of death. There were also the dragon souls and desolate slaves guarding the palace. Aside from being dilapidated, there was nothing special about this palace. Since he could not enter the Dragon City, Xiao Chun had nothing to do. After thinking for a while, he headed for the palace. I can crush his head with one spear strike. If not for Master's instructions, a hole would have appeared in his head. Xiao Chun crawled out of the rubble with some difficulty. When he looked up, he happened to see the black and white puppets standing before him. What are they doing? Let's go in and take a look. Xiao Chun was somewhat surprised to discover a palace halfway up a mountain in the north. The sky was already bright, and a blazing sun hung in the sky. Xiao Chun immediately felt like crying, instantly despairing. He quickly put down the god shadow bow and withdrew his heart flame. Then, he smiled and said, "Seniors, Let's talk things out properly. Let's not play with this paltry tricks. The ancient city of the Blue Dragon. What kind of city is this? Xiao Chun frowned heavily as he looked at the city in the distance, feeling confused. The surface of the palace was already riddled with holes. Clear signs of a battle showed up on the ground. The two puppets let go at the same time. Before Xiao Chun could cry out, two arrows struck him at the same time. This person was young, but his life force accumulations were so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. Enraged, Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy erupted from his entire body, and the mountain-like rocks on his body exploded. Now that a group of evil spirits occupied this place, he, a bona fide Blue Dragon race member, could not enter. Bai Sei quickly said, "Trash!" Xiao Chun was stupefied, truly stupefied. He had thought of many possibilities. This greatly startled Qin Zhuolin. Although he was in a daze when he arrived at the pool, he could still see the marks on the ground. The moment Xiao Chun made his move, regretless dragons, Xiao Chun stepped forward and charged at the two puppets. Qin Zhuolin nodded. He will be fine, I'm sure. Then, Xiao Chun soared into the air and hovered there. The god shadow bow appeared in his hand, and a strand of heart flame spread out on the arrow. Whoosh! In the land of the blood moon. In a rush, Xiao Chun drew the tyrant saber to fight. Fighting 1 against 2 was extremely difficult. When the blazing sunlight struck Qin Zhuolin's body, it immediately gave off sizzling sounds. The cold qi in his body was instantly swept away. In this saber domain, thousands of dragon images died miserably. The scene was too tragic to look at. However, now one grasped a saber domain, and the other grasped a startling spear technique. Furthermore, Qin Zhuolin had a metallic physical body. He immediately felt a headache. However, just as Xiao Chun was about to raise his foot, the countless fragments on the ground gathered together like a whirlwind. Then, Xiao Chun turned into a beam of electric light and moved 500 kilometers away. After 500 kilometers, taking advantage of the situation to kill, originally, Xiao Chun did not intend to use a soul tool. However, these two venomous snake puppets were simply too much of a bully. The ancient dragon city, the weapons of the dead, the 18 dragon souls, the desolate slave soul reaper, and everything else made the city shrouded in mystery. In front of the gate was a pile of broken pieces. There were all kinds of strange materials. Qin Zhuolin said after some thought, "Don't worry, he should not be in any danger to his life. However, this ancient well is too mysterious. There are many things that I cannot explain clearly." A drop of heart blood burst out and merged with the blood moon. Qin Zhuolin fainted on the spot. When he woke up again, he was already lying beside the ancient well. He raised his head to look. This was the strongest geomaster in the desolate sea. Even adding all his previous experiences together, he was not as dangerous as this. A voice rang out beside Qin Zhuolin's ear. He turned his head and saw that it was Xiao Chen's mysterious friend. Sang. In less than 10 moves, he was defeated. Right after the two puppets spoke, they put away their sabers and spears and each took out a soul tool. The black puppet held the spear in one hand and began to spin it rapidly. This place should be the Blue Dragon's old land. However, how did the Blue Dragon's old land end up like this for no reason? I knocked away his weapon with 3 saber strikes, and I did not even use my full strength. How boring. Xiao Chun now understood. No wonder there were signs of fighting in the surroundings. Someone must have been here before. Whoosh! The saber-wielding puppet stomped on the ground, and a domain immediately spread out from its body. It was a saber domain. Master ordered that if you want to enter this gate, you have to defeat us. How boring. Quickly scram. This is not a place you should come to. It is too trash. Xiao Chun thought that this puppet was only SOSO and could easily defeat him. Who could it be? Whoosh! Qin Zhuolin, who had narrowly escaped death under the ancient well, arrived before the pool of water. Chapter 2065. Ka Ca. The 2 arrows fired by the soul tools stabbed into Xiao Chun at the same time. There was practically no time for him to react. The might and pressure from the soul tools and the speed of the arrows were not something a small perfection sovereign personage could see clearly. Shao Chun finally understood the fear that his opponents felt when he used the God Shadow Bow in the past. No wonder Bai Yunfei did not dare to chase at full power after Shao Chun took out the God Shadow Bow. Even though Bai Yunfei's cultivation was much higher than Shao Chun's, Shao Chun was restricted everywhere, unable to bring out his full strength. Boom! The two arrows struck Shao Chun, instantly piercing through his chest and flying forward. Shao Chun fell from the air, kicking up a cloud of dust. Then he lay on the ground, his status unknown. The black and white puppets walked over and waved their hands to scatter the dust. The saber-wielding puppet said, "He should not be dead, right? At the last moment, I suppressed my might to 10%. If he died, he would be too useless. He won't die. It looks like his physical body is passable, a half-baked divine body. Brat, if you are not dead, let out a grunt or two." The black puppet wielding the spear tapped Shao Chun twice with its spear. However, it did not do so lightly. It did not do so properly. Shao Chun cried out in pain. Then, he looked at the two puppets somewhat helplessly. "What kind of existences are you?" The black puppet said, "I am Black Egg, and he is White Egg. We are the Black and White Eggs. We are under Master's orders to guard the inheritance that Master left behind. Whoever can clear this stage can obtain Master's inheritance." When the black puppet mentioned its name, it felt very cocky. Speechless, Shao Chun could not help saying, "Your master is really good at naming things." Now he finally understood. Although these two puppets were filled with malice, they did not seem to have any intention of killing him. This was more of a test. Otherwise, those two arrows would have killed him. The white puppet corrected him sternly. "We do not have names. 50 years ago, a dragon race cultivator passed the test and gave us names. Egg is strong. The four great experts of the world, Egg, Gooden, Stupid Egg, and Foolish Egg, are all unrivaled titles. With us, the Black and White Eggs, there are 6 unrivaled titles. 50 years ago, someone came here. Shao Chun didn't dwell on their names. He noticed that the white puppet had said that someone had been here. That's right, he is also a dragon race martial artist like you. Your aura seems somewhat familiar to him. That's why we didn't kill you. Do you know him?" asked the black puppet. Shao Chun came to a realization. A strand of the Heaven Dragon's mysteries appeared in his hand. He asked in a deep voice, "Are you referring to this?" "Yes, it's this aura. He's much stronger than you. When he came, he was already a peak sovereign personage. However, I still managed to torture him for 5 years. Hee. I really miss those days. Every day there would be people coming to beat you up. That man is also trash. He can't even compare to us two puppets. But you're even more trash. Yes, at least he exchanged 100 moves with us the first time. You couldn't even last 10 moves. You still haven't learned your lesson? You want to use secret treasures to kill us? That's really bad. We, the Black and White Eggs, are puppets with faux god flames. We cannot be killed. The moral degeneration of the world is getting better by the day. It's still better to fight everywhere with Master. Youngsters are getting worse with each generation." Shao Chun was at a loss. He did not say anything as the two of them blabbered on and on in front of him. After scolding Shao Chun for 15 minutes, Shao Chun finally understood why the Heaven Dragon had named these two the Black and White Eggs. The most important thing was that as the two spoke, they ignored Shao Chun and started to head back. Shao Chun quickly gave chase, wanting to ask how the Heaven Dragon had left back then. "What a fellow. You're starting to sneak attack. Take this." The two attacked again without saying anything, not giving Shao Chun a chance to retort. However, Shao Chun was caught off guard. He was already injured in the first place, so he could not even last 3 moves. Ha! Even if people are not capable, they still sneak attack. If they are capable, they would not sneak attack. Trash. Trash. As Shao Chun lay on the ground, he could not say anything. As he looked at the blood moon in the sky, he felt powerless. There had never been a moment when Shao Chun hated being in one place so much. In the past, he always felt that his mental state was fine, unfazed by favor or humiliation, without regrets. However, today, Xiao Chun felt that he had to continue tempering his mental state. However, even the Heaven Dragon had been tortured here for 5 years. When could Xiao Chun make a name for himself? Just thinking about it inspired despair. Xiao Chun could imagine how the previous generation Heavenly Dragon would arrive here in joy 50 years ago. After experiencing the black and white eggs torture, the Heaven Dragon must have thought that he might as well have died in the Heavenly Tao killing formation. In any case, that was what Xiao Chun thought at this moment. There was no sunrise or sunset in the land of the Blood Moon. The Blood Moon remained in the sky forever. To people used to the sunrise and sunset, this was simply torture. 3 days later, Xiao Chun accepted the reality of being trapped here. Xiao Chun adjusted his mental state and focused on cultivating, doing his best to defeat the black and white eggs as soon as possible. After all, these 2 puppets were only great perfection sovereign personages. Xiao Chun believed that he could defeat them one day. He did not challenge them casually. 1 month later, when Xiao Chun felt that he had completely stabilized his cultivation, he chose to make a move. Filled with confidence, he challenged them once more. In the end, the 2 of them worked together to defeat him in 5 moves. His momentum immediately plummeted. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a year had gone by. Xiao Chun challenged the 2 puppets more than 10 times. Depending on the other party's mood, he lost in 10 moves at times, 3 moves at times, or 20 moves at times. That was right. It all depended on the other party's mood. The 2 puppets were ridiculously strong. After they entered combat mode, they were simply undefeatable. For the first time, Xiao Chun wondered if choosing the path of the martial Tao was the right choice. However, he had to admit it. Xiao Chun could feel that he had improved rapidly in the past half a year. Although his cultivation had not broken through, his strength had at least doubled. This was especially so for his Saber Great Tao. Fighting with this white egg for a long time and observing the other party's saber domain had been of great help to him. However, all this was useless, not helpful at all. After another unfortunate defeat, Xiao Chun lay on a rock and looked at the blood moon in the sky, feeling bored. The black and white eggs sat beside Xiao Chun, chattering away. Xiao Chun was already immune to these 2's venomous words. Now they could no longer disturb him. Whoosh! Just at this moment, the blood moon in the sky suddenly flickered with light, and a terrifying might and pressure spread out. This startled Xiao Chun. This was his first time seeing such a change in the past half a year. The black and white eggs beside him also stood up and looked at the blood moon in the sky. Xiao Chun withdrew his aura and showed a grave expression, appearing somewhat nervous. He did not know what would happen next. When the blood moon stopped flashing, a foot stepped out from within. When the entire body was completely revealed, the blood moon's eyes widened. When the entire body appeared, Xiao Chun could not help revealing a strange expression. It was Soul Reaper, one of the 10 great desolate slaves of the Desolate Sea. Xiao Chun had seen Soul Reaper in the Blue Dragon Ancient City half a year ago. Who would have thought that he would be able to walk out of the blood moon this time? Every time Xiao Chun saw Soul Reaper, he could not hide the fear in his heart. Before such an expert, Xiao Chun's existence was simply insignificant. This time was somewhat different. Xiao Chun saw several bloody corpses hanging from Soul Reaper's metal hook. These corpses had died with grievances, their eyes wide open. All of them were Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperors. Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperors were like beasts, hanging from Soul Reaper's metal hook. This scene was simply too shocking. Hard to believe. Now, Xiao Chun realized how lucky he and Qin Zhuolin were to survive Soul Reaper's hands. Bitchy Egg is back again. The stench of blood on his body is very heavy. My heart aches for the people hung by Bitchy Egg. How pitiful. He is really strong. He truly lives up to being an unrivaled expert known as Bitchy Egg. There is still a gap between us, the black and white eggs, and the true 4 unrivaled experts. Oh no, Bitchy Egg is looking at us. Soul Reaper, who came out of the blood moon, looked around and fixed its gaze on Xiao Chun and the 2 puppets. Oh no, oh no. Xiao Chun immediately felt flustered, wanting to hide behind the black and white eggs. In the end, the two puppets instantly disintegrated at the same time, shattering into pieces and turning into the appearance that Xiao Chun first saw. Xiao Chun felt flabbergasted, unable to advance or retreat. Before Soul Reaper's gaze, Xiao Chun did not dare to move at all. As he watched Soul Reaper hang experts on its metal hook, he did not know what would happen next. Chapter 2066. Clearly being stared at by Soul Reaper, one of the 10 great desolate slaves of the desolate sea, was not a good thing. Life and death depended on this desolate slave's thoughts. As Soul Reaper stared at Xiao Chun, it seemed to find him somewhat familiar. A scarlet light flickered in its eyes continuously. Soul Reaper shifted its gaze and soared into the air, landing on the blue dragon's ancient city walls again. Then, its figure flashed and entered the city. Although this happened in an instant, Xiao Chun felt like several decades had passed. It was rather unbearable. Crack! The black and white puppets materialized at the same time and looked around. He finally left. Bitchy egg is bitchy egg. Back then, Master did not truly defeat him. That was really scary. If you or I ended up on those metal hooks, we would be in trouble. Hey, why are you not dead yet? Black Egg muttered to itself. When it saw Xiao Chun still standing where he was, it was greatly startled. Incredible. To think that he managed to scare Bitchy Egg away. Incredible. To think that he managed to survive Bitchy Egg's attention. Xiao Chun could not be bothered with these two fools. Xiao Chun remained expressionless as he turned to leave. He thought to himself, I can't remain here any longer. Someone else always controls my life and death. This feeling is very unbearable. Before today, Xiao Chun would never have imagined that Soul Reaper would come out of the blood moon. The metal hooks even skewered a group of bloody sovereign emperors who died with grievances. If Xiao Chun opened his eyes one day and discovered that Soul Reaper skewered him on a metal hook, he would not be surprised. Xiao Chun had seen too many strange things in the land of the blood moon. I have to think of a way to leave quickly. If the previous generation Heaven Dragon can leave, so can I. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. Right now, the difference between him and the black and white eggs was not in cultivation. Instead, it was in technique and experience. That was right. These two puppets had more than 100 times more combat experience than Xiao Chun. The black and white egg's powerful master must have copied his combat experience into these two puppets. Or perhaps they copied the combat experience of other powerful experts. In short, their combat experience was on a completely different level. Secondly, it was technique. Xiao Chun was amazed by both White Egg's saber skills and Black Egg's spear skills. Even without a Dao domain, these two could rely on their techniques to suppress him. Over the past half a year, Xiao Chen's saber skills had improved by several levels as he was beaten up. Xiao Chen thought about it. If he wanted to win, he could only exploit the advantages that these two didn't have. First, the acquired divine body. In the eyes of White Egg and Black Egg, his divine body could only be considered half-baked. His divine body was the blue dragon divine body, which came from the most powerful blue dragon among the divine dragons of the prehistoric times. When cultivated to the highest level, one's body could rival that of a pure-blooded blue dragon. But now the difference was too great. According to the records of the divine dragon body tempering art, one could awaken their divine body 3 more times after cultivating it. The first awakening would allow one's physical body to reach 1/5 of a pure-blooded blue dragon's strength. The second awakening would allow one's physical body to reach 3/5 of a pure-blooded blue dragon's strength. The third awakening would allow one's physical body to reach 4/5 of a pure-blooded blue dragon's strength. As for reaching a perfect 100%, that was impossible due to the human bloodline in Xiao Chen's body. There was no need to think about a perfect one. As long as Xiao Chun could awaken his divine body once, he was confident of fighting the black and white eggs to a draw. 1/5 of a pure-blooded blue dragon's strength would not only strengthen Xiao Chen's physical body, but it would also take longer to activate his great desolate Ian bloodline. Aside from his divine body, Xiao Chun also grasped 3 great Dao that the black and white eggs could not. After all, puppets were not humans. It was already very rare for their master to let Black Egg and White Egg grasp a Dao and bring them to their limits. If Xiao Chun grasped other great Dao, it would be too heaven-defying. Aside from the Saber Dao, Shao Chun also grasped the Ice Great Dao and the Thunder Great Dao. If he could merge the three, the might that he could erupt with would multiply. Aside from this, there was something else that Shao Chun was most confident about. Heart. Shao Chun comprehended his martial techniques on his own, grasping their true meanings. Be it the Black and White Eggs martial techniques or Dao domains, they inherited them. They knew how but not why. In the end, the puppets were heartless and not cultivators. Now that Shao Chun had a direction, he stopped cultivating blindly. Instead, he spent his time strengthening these strengths. Once he comprehended something, he would challenge the Black and White Eggs. Shao Chun would still lose miserably, but the Black and White Eggs did not show any mercy. Every time they defeated him, they would use their venomous tongues to humiliate him. However, Shao Chun did not feel any joy or sorrow. He controlled his mental state and continued cultivating bitterly. He wanted to ensure that he improved every day. Aside from this, Shao Chun would also do his best to explore this mysterious land of the Blood Moon. This way, he would not be too bored or develop a mental block due to the sealed environment. Time flew. Year after year, Shao Chun remained in this land of the Blood Moon for 3.5 years. Boom! One man and two puppets fought again in front of the dilapidated palace. Such a scene had appeared countless times in the past 3.5 years. Black Egg and White Egg were as strong as before. However, the two did not dare to spread out their Dao domains now, only focusing their Dao domains on themselves. The wider the range of a great Dao domain, the weaker it would be. When the Dao domain was fully focused on one's body, it would be at its strongest. The weak would not even be able to get close to a cultivator who comprehended a Dao domain. This was just like how Elder Tianyun had unleashed his sword domain during the first test in the Heaven Dragon Palace. The group of people, including Shao Chun, all retreated, not daring to get close. Not to mention attacking, they could not even get close. They were naturally undefeatable. However, now, when facing the Black and White Eggs, these two puppets with their own Dao domains, Shao Chun had already forced them to use their Dao domains on him. Dressed in white and holding a saber, Shao Chun fought one against two. He did not end up at a disadvantage within 100 moves. Shao Chun's body gave off a faint azure light, and his eyes sparkled with vigor. Shao Chun's every move contained great might. Dragon roars rang out everywhere, and dragon might intimidated everyone. This allowed Shao Chun, who had not comprehended a Dao domain, to block the might of the Black and White Eggs Dao domains. Brat, you lose. The black puppet executed a peak strike. Its spear looked like it could pierce through a world, knocking away the saber in Shao Chun's hand. Clang! The tyrant saber stabbed into the ground. White Egg took this opportunity to drive its Dao domain to its limits, releasing a resplendent saber light from its body. Its aura locked onto Shao Chun, and the saber in its hand pressed against Shao Chun's chest. White Egg panted, feeling incredibly fatigued. It said, "It is getting harder to defeat you now. I don't even have the strength to beat you up anymore." Black Egg said somewhat helplessly, "After the divine body awakened once, there is indeed a different reaction. The strength of your physical body already surpasses our metal bodies. Indeed, when I beat you up, it hurts much more than before," White Egg said, feeling upset. Shao Chun had successfully awakened his divine body 1 year ago. His physical body was now 1/5 as strong as a pureblood blue dragon. After comprehending it, he could exchange moves with the Black and White Eggs much more easily and could already counterattack. After the awakening of the divine body, Shao Chun's physical body's various aspects reached unprecedented heights. His mind, energy, and spirit all underwent a qualitative change from the inside out. Now, even if Shao Chun wore white robes and did not reveal his aura, he would still look extraordinary. Just by walking in the crowd, one could sense that Shao Chun was extraordinary. He had an extraordinary temperament. Shao Chun could already merge his 3 great Dao. When he used them, he did not seem inexperienced at all. The only unfortunate thing was that he failed to break into the Dao domain several times, not succeeding in the end. However, it was still too early for the Black and White Eggs to say that Shao Chun was defeated. Suppressed by the two, Xiao Chun revealed a faint smile and said, "The two of you, have you not noticed anything wrong from the start of the battle?" White Egg blabbered, "What's the difference? No matter how much you jumped around, you still lost. It's just that we did not have the strength to beat you up. It is not that simple to pass our Black and White Eggs test." Black Egg added, "That's right. Youths are indeed youths. They get complacent just because they have some achievements." When Xiao Chun heard that, he guffawed, "You two fools are too arrogant. 3 years and more than 1,000 battles. Did you not notice that I did not activate my great desolate Ian bloodline from start to end?" The two puppets immediately felt stunned. That seemed to be true. Xiao Chun did not activate his great desolate Ian bloodline today. "Ha ha ha! Black and White Eggs, you will be the ones to lose today." Boom! As Xiao Chun laughed heartily, his aura suddenly soared. He activated his bloodline, and Xiao Chen's eyes instantly turned golden. An invisible blue dragon image came out of Xiao Chen's body. Together with the great desolate Ian's dragon might, the dragon image circled around Xiao Chun. Then, Xiao Chun roared ferociously at the Black and White Eggs. The Black and White Eggs, who were somewhat powerless, immediately went flying. The tyrant saber, which was stabbed into the ground, hummed. The soaring battle hunger soared into the clouds. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand, and the tyrant saber returned to his hand. His aura soared again. The blue dragon's dragon might dominated the world. Fight! Xiao Chen's figure soared into the air. Then, he charged at the Black and White Eggs while holding his saber, launching his first true counterattack in 3.5 years. Chapter 2067. Xiao Chun activated his great desolate Ian bloodline and bore the brunt of the attack, knocking the fatigued Black and White Eggs into the air. "It's over. This brat's bloodline power has erupted. No, it's only been 3 years. I haven't had my fill yet." When the Black and White Eggs saw Xiao Chun erupt with his great desolate Ian bloodline, their auras layered infinitely, rivaling that of a peak sovereign personage. However, at this moment, Xiao Chun was still a small perfection sovereign personage. From this, one could imagine how terrifying this explosion was. It was simply increasing a person's strength by tens of times. However, Black Egg did not choose to give up. With a loud shout, the two combat puppets attacked at the same time. It was another classic combination of saber and spear. The two puppets' saber Dao domains and spear Dao domains overlapped. It looked like the two puppets possessed two Dao domains at the same time. This was the Black and White Eggs' final showdown. In the past, they had always been successful. No matter what opportunity Xiao Chun found, the Black and White Eggs would defeat him. Xiao Chun layered his Dao domain and worked with his saber and spear to defeat Xiao Chun. But this time, Xiao Chun was full of confidence. He said in a deep voice, "Come, fight." The blood in Xiao Chen's body surged as he endured the might of the Dao domain and charged over. Xiao Chun tightly grasped the tyrant saber and quickly started fighting the Black and White Eggs. Every time Xiao Chun attacked, he infused his king's will perfectly into his saber. As the saber light flickered, only black and white remained in the world. Aside from the bright saber light, there were no other colors. During these 3 years, Xiao Chun could not make a breakthrough in his saber Dao and comprehend a Dao domain. However, that did not mean that his saber skills had not improved. On the contrary, his saber skills had improved tremendously. In the past, Xiao Chun could only perfectly merge his will of soul with his saber technique when he was at his peak. Now he could do it at any time. This inspiration came from the sword strike of the Qing Emperor in the Yellow Springs. After pondering for many years, Xiao Chun could finally do it calmly, far surpassing the Qing Emperor in the past. Perfectly merging the will of soul into one saber technique, merging the will of soul with the martial Dao. This is a state that even divine Vane Realm sovereign emperors dream of, martial and soul as one. This kid is really hard to deal with. The world turned dark, and the blood moon lost its color. He entered the state of martial and spirit as one. Furthermore, he erupted with his great desolate Ian bloodline. Fighting 1 against 2, Xiao Chun did not fall into a disadvantage at all. Even though the other party layered 2 Dao domains, Xiao Chun still suppressed them. Bang, bang, bang. The saber light flickered even faster. As the black and white eggs retreated step by step, Xiao Chen's aura soared. Army breaker. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Chun roared ferociously and executed the 1,000 army saber techniques breaking army. The saber light gathered at the tip of the saber. Then, in this black and white world, it burst out with a tyrannical aura that could break through 1,000 armies. Dang! Xiao Chun knocked the black and white eggs into the air. Shatter, 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 shatter the army, shatter the mountains and rivers, shatter the stars, shatter the world. Xiao Chun perfectly executed the entire set of the army-breaking saber technique. He felt very carefree, his blood surging, and his entire body feeling comfortable. However, the black and white eggs felt miserable. Even though they layered 2 Dao domains, Xiao Chun completely suppressed them. Their auras plummeted. In the end, puppets were puppets. Even if they could execute exquisite and strong martial techniques, they could not comprehend the true meaning behind them. This was unlike Xiao Chun. Even though he only executed the army-breaking saber technique, he could merge the true meaning in it. Together with the hot-bloodedness in his heart and the great desolate Aeon Dragon might. In the state of martial and spirit as one, Xiao Chun immediately erupted with power that far surpassed that of the martial technique itself. Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, entering hell. Xiao Chun pressed on, not giving the black and white eggs a chance to catch their breath. The strongest killer move, entering hell, was unleashed in an instant. The Buddha said, "If I do not enter hell, who will?" This saber strike contained the intent to forego death. It contained a boldness and breadth of mind far greater than breaking the mundane and resolving the mundane. Under the control of the will of kingship, Xiao Chun accurately grasped this fearless saber move that swept out in all directions. A saber wind spread out, sounding like ghosts wailing and wolves howling. A scene of hell materialized in the mortal world. The howling saber wind sounded like ghosts wailing and evil spirits in pain. Just this saber wind placed the black and white eggs in a very tough spot to block. In the next moment, a swastika appeared on Xiao Chun's forehead. Instantly, Xiao Chun no longer held a saber in his hand in this Azura hell. Instead, it was an Azura evil dragon that came from hell, ruling the world and devouring the world. This evil dragon was the world-destroying evil dragon of Buddhist legend. It possessed an evil power that bewitched the hearts of people, causing gods and Buddhas to fall into depravity. Ordinary people would find it difficult to control. However, Xiao Chun had long since reached great perfection in this move. His heart did not change, so he easily controlled it. Xiao Chun pointed with his saber, and the evil dragon flew out of hell. The black and white eggs were instantly knocked back. The combination of the saber and spear, which had never failed before, and the layered Dao domains, instantly broke with this move. The black and white eggs fell to the ground, their eyes filled with shock. Thunder Monarch Spear. Xiao Chun waved his left hand, and the 5-element divine lightning in his palm materialized into a short spear. That was right, it was a short spear. Compared to the long spear of the past, the short spear was denser and mightier. It was also easier to execute. It was no longer like the past, where it could only be used as a killing move. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Xiao Chun waved his left hand, the short spears formed by the 5-element divine lightning shot out with terrifying lightning-attributed energy. This startled the black and white eggs. They dodged continuously lest the short spears hit them. Candle Dragon Eyes. A spot of starlight appeared in Xiao Chun's eyes. When the image of the candle dragon's head appeared behind Xiao Chun opened his eyes. The spot of starlight turned into a burning candle flame when Xiao Chun opened his eyes. Xiao Chun's ice great Dao energy drained quickly. The flickering candle flame followed Xiao Chun's gaze, spreading the power of the ice soul everywhere he looked. The black and white eggs immediately slowed down significantly. Kasie. Several short spears struck the 2 puppets, instantly creating many holes in their bodies. Stop fighting! Stop fighting! Stop fighting! We admit defeat. We are defeated. The black and white eggs no longer had any temper. They shouted loudly, admitting defeat to Xiao Chun. The great desolate Ian energy vanished, and Xiao Chun withdrew his aura and sheathed his saber. After Xiao Chun landed on the ground, he took a few steps and arrived before the black and white eggs. 3.5 years. After 3.5 years, Xiao Chun finally defeated the black and white eggs. Xiao Chun had won cleanly and delightfully. However, now Xiao Chun, who had wanted to take revenge in the past, now felt as calm as still water. If not for the black and white eggs, Xiao Chun would not have been able to improve so quickly after being tortured for more than 3 years. The techniques that Xiao Chun learned from these two puppets would be useful for the rest of his life. Congratulations, brat. You are finally not trash anymore. Quickly go. Master's inheritance is in there. You are really ruthless. It looks like I will not be able to repair these holes quickly. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and performed a cupped fist salute. Sorry for the offense. Then, he eagerly headed for the palace. The existence that could create the black and white eggs was at least a faux god. Xiao Chun was very curious about the powerful master of the black and white eggs. Of course, he anticipated the inheritance that master left behind. What title do you think we should give him? White Egg asked as it looked at Xiao Chun's back. Black Egg thought for a while before saying, the 4 unrivaled titles in the world, Scoundrel, Foolish Egg, Dog Egg, and Fool, are already occupied by others. Now we have the titles of the black and white eggs. 50 years ago, that person snatched away the title of Dragon Egg. I wonder what title we should give him. White Egg thought for a while before saying, indeed, it is really hard to imagine. Since he could defeat us, it would be inexcusable if we did not give him a title. Just as the two were at a loss as to what title to give Xiao Chun, however, Xiao Chun had already arrived before the palace. He felt somewhat nervous. What could he obtain from a faux god inheritance? Whoosh! With a gentle push, the palace doors opened. Then Xiao Chun walked in with large strides. Xiao Chun was immediately stunned. He saw that the vast palace was empty. There was nothing there. He could see clear signs of someone moving something on the ground. The place where the shelves of treasures should have been was now empty. Aside from the lingering auras of some treasures, everything of value in the entire palace had been moved away. The previous generation Heaven Dragon. Understanding immediately dawned on Xiao Chun. Then, he quickly realized that this was the previous generation Heaven Dragon. When the other party left, he collected all the faux god inheritances in this place, not leaving anything behind for Xiao Chun. While chatting with the black and white eggs, Xiao Chun learned that there were at least 10,000 faux god inheritances of various sizes. This fellow is really ruthless. Feeling somewhat helpless, Xiao Chun walked forward. There seemed to be a jade strip on a pillar in the middle. Xiao Chun picked up the jade strip and infused some soul energy into it. Immediately, a string of information appeared in Xiao Chun's mind. These were the words left by the previous generation Heaven Dragon. Successor, for you to reach this place, you must have defeated the guarding puppets, the black and white eggs. Don't let these two fools injure your confidence. These two combat puppets are as strong as faux gods. They will automatically suppress their strength based on the previous person's cultivation. They will always be one minor realm higher than you. If you really think that they are only one minor realm higher than you are gravely mistaken. Let's not talk about these two fools. I left in a hurry, so I took all the things with me. I'm sorry. However, I will tell you how to leave this forsaken place. You should be a dragon race cultivator. Otherwise, you would not have been able to reach this place. There is a section on how to cultivate the Heaven Dragon's mysteries in my Jade Strip. Consider it compensation. Chapter 2068. The Heaven Dragon's Mysteries. The previous generation Heaven Dragon had taken away everything that could be taken from this place, leaving only the cultivation method for the Heaven Dragon's mysteries for Xiao Chun. At this moment, Xiao Chun felt like he was about to collapse. Xiao Chun had guessed that the previous generation Heaven Dragon had already passed the test and would not leave anything good for him. Unexpectedly, the previous generation Heaven Dragon did not even leave behind trash for Xiao Chun. At the very least, to Xiao Chun, what was trash in the eyes of a faux god was definitely worth it. However, the previous generation Heaven Dragon had plucked everything from goose feathers to goose feathers, leaving nothing behind. The Heaven Dragon had taken away all the treasures and trash. Even the shelves that held the treasures had been taken away. Xiao Qun felt angry and funny at the same time. He felt helpless and stifled. Fortunately, Xiao Qun had comprehended the Heaven Dragon's mysteries. The cultivation method that the previous generation Heaven Dragon left behind could be put to good use. Any other dragon race cultivator would have fallen into despair on the spot. They would not have comprehended the Heaven Dragon's mysteries. The cultivation method that the previous generation Heaven Dragon left behind was trash, completely useless. As Xiao Qun continued reading, the method to leave that the previous generation Heavenly Dragon gave him attracted his attention. It was actually not difficult to leave this place. The previous generation Heaven Dragon relied on the faux god inheritance and his accumulations. After successfully breaking through to Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor in this land of the Blood Moon, he could explore any corner of this place. Of course, Xiao Qun could not go to the Blue Dragon's ancient city. Not to mention Xiao Qun, even the master of this palace failed several times when he tried to explore the Blue Dragon's ancient city. The key to leaving this place lay in the Blood Moon in the sky. The Blood Moon in the sky was the formation core of Emperor Wu's bloody battle back then, using the entire desolate sea as the formation core. The 100,000 mountains and rivers in the desolate sea were the nodes of the formation. The blood rain above was the core of this vast formation. Controlling this blood moon was equivalent to controlling the blood sacrifice formation from back then. Naturally, the previous generation Heaven Dragon did not have the strength to control the blood moon. After Xiao Qun advanced to Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor, he studied the blood moon and managed to find a spatial passageway. As long as he could enter the blood moon, he would be able to use the method he left behind to find the spatial tunnel and leave the land of the blood moon. As for this land of the blood moon, the previous generation Heaven Dragon guessed that it was Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's small world. If one reached the faux god realm, one could use the Tao domain as a foundation to create a small world of their own. The small worlds that regular faux gods could create were pathetically small. The environment was even more rough. It was either a volcano or a wasteland. A small world as vast as Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's would require strong divine energy and faux god energy to support it. According to his guess, this small world should not have been so barren in the past. The spiritual energy in this place was abundant and did not disperse for a long time. The 5 elements were even more so all present. There should have been some unforeseen event that caused this place to be in its current state. As for what the changes were, he didn't know. As for that ancient Blue Dragon city, the previous generation Heaven Dragon felt that it was a legacy that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun left for the Blue Dragon race. It contained astonishing treasures, waiting for the later generations to come and take them. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun had sent those evil spirits to guard this dragon city. No one knew what secrets were hidden in Dragon City that made him go to such great lengths to guard it. When Xiao Qun saw this, he thought to himself, **T. Why couldn't he enter? Instead, he was treated with hostility and hunted down? Could it be that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun was like the master of this palace, leaving behind a group of evil spirits to test me? When Xiao Qun thought about it, he felt that it was impossible. He would have to wait until he had the strength to suppress Soul Reaper and the desolate slaves inside. He probably didn't need the treasures of the Blue Dragon ancient city anymore. In the end, the previous Heaven Dragon also explained the identity of the master of this palace. He was a peerless expert of the dragon tribe. He passed the test of the heavenly law-killing formation with the strength of an empty god. Xiao Qun wanted to enter the Blue Dragon ancient city and obtain the treasures that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun left behind. Unfortunately, after a great battle with Wu Chong, they perished together. Before he died, he left behind this palace. He did not want to waste his lifetime of comprehension on the martial Tao. As for Wu Chong, he clearly came back to life after dying. It had to be said that perishing together with a desolate slave was an extremely foolish thing to do. Xiao Qun looked through all the information left by the previous Heaven Dragon. Xiao Qun walked out of the palace expressionlessly. As he looked at the blood moon in the sky, he entered deep thought. How can I enter the blood moon? Under the blood moon, my movement technique and strength are greatly restricted, making it very difficult to soar. Egg, you came out? The black and white eggs quickly walked out, showing some excitement. Xiao Chen asked, feeling suspicious, "Who are you calling?" "Of course you." "Earlier, the two of us thought for a long time and finally decided on your title. You will be called Egg. What do you think? You are even stronger than that person from 50 years ago. That person snatched away the title of Dragon Egg. After thinking about it, only the stronger Egg is worthy of the stronger title," White Egg said happily. "He was the one who came up with this title. Don't reject it. You are the one. You are absolutely suitable," Black Egg said righteously and seriously as he patted Xiao Chen's shoulder. "These two fools are really hopeless." Xiao Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. He could not be bothered to explain what the previous Heaven Dragon did. Egg, then. Egg, it is. Not calling me Bastard Egg is already giving me a lot of face," Xiao Chen muttered to himself. Then, he shook his head and walked forward. Xiao Chen emptied out the faux god expert's treasures, not leaving anything for himself. Furthermore, the black and white eggs gave him a nickname that he could not refute. Xiao Chen was truly ruthless. Right now, he only wanted to be alone. Who is Bastard Egg? How is he stronger than Dog Egg? Perhaps. Look at Egg's sad expression. Bastard Egg must have beaten him up. In that case, he must be an unparalleled expert. If I have a chance, I have to meet this Lord Bastard Egg. I wonder how he compares to our master. Right. We have to meet him. Let's ask Egg. We still don't know what Bastard Egg looks like. Whoosh! The expression of Xiao Chen, who had been walking slowly, changed drastically. Then his figure moved like lightning, moving quickly. The black and white eggs looked up and found it strange. They asked, "Where is Egg? Where did he go?" "He was here earlier." "Over there. After him." Egg, don't run. Quickly tell us who Bastard Egg is." The land of the blood moon. Under a rock, Xiao Chen released his bated breath. He had finally shaken off the black and white egg's pursuit. Knowing that these two puppets were actually as strong as faux gods, Xiao Chen was no longer interested in fighting with them. Xiao Chen decided to take a look at the cultivation method for profoundness that the previous Heaven Dragon left behind first. He had not thought of how to get to the blood moon yet, so he could only put it aside for now. The cultivation method for profoundness that the previous Heaven Dragon left behind was very practical. There was a complete and systematic introduction to how to cultivate the Heaven Dragon's profoundness, how to execute it, and how to use it. This was an eye-opener for Xiao Chen, who previously knew nothing about the Heaven Dragon's profoundness and could only figure it out himself. Many questions suddenly became clear. It turned out that the Heaven Dragon profundity could be used in this way. Among them, the one that attracted Xiao Chen the most was the Heaven Dragon body. The Heaven Dragon's profoundness could be combined with the elemental great Tao that one comprehended, allowing one's body to transform into lightning, water, ice, fire, and wind at will. This was different from when he used the light of freedom to turn his body into lightning. The Heavenly Dragon body was more casual and free. One only needed to think about it. He didn't need to consume any quintessential essence to change his physical body, allowing him to exist as long as he wanted. Right now, he had grasped two types of great Taos and could turn his body into ice and lightning. This was somewhat similar to the undying body of a divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor. A divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor already surpassed the limits of humans. It was like they did not have the concept of a body. They could freely change their physical bodies without any restrictions. Flowing water, ice, lightning, wind, fire, earth, quicksand. He could change them however he wanted. There was no need to comprehend the corresponding Great Tao. Of course, most divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperors would choose the Great Tao they were good at. That way, they would be able to bring out stronger might in battle. The previous generation Heaven Dragon's profoundness also explained how to become a Heaven Dragon. As long as one comprehended 9 Heaven Dragons' profoundness that could turn solid, then merged the 9 dragons into one and formed a Heaven Dragon's heart. one could reverse their bloodline and become a heaven dragon. Cultivating 9 heaven dragons' profoundness was already as difficult as ascending to heaven. Merging 9 dragons into one was even more difficult. The danger involved was no less than a cultivator's tribulation. However, at least it pointed out a path for me. It is no longer pitch black like before. Xiaoqun entered deep thought. He was not afraid of the difficulty of becoming a heaven dragon. He feared not being able to figure it out, wasting his effort. Chapter 2069. The profound meaning cultivation method left behind by the previous heaven dragon did not only point out a path for Xiaoqun to follow in the heaven dragon's cultivation. This was one of the few ways that Xiaoqun could leave the land of the blood moon. With Xiaoqun's current strength, he was far from being able to enter the blood moon. The pressure of the blood moon was extremely powerful. In this place, leaping into the air would cause people to feel a pressure as heavy as a mountain. Soaring into the sky and charging straight at the blood moon was even more unthinkable. However, if he could successfully cultivate the heaven dragon body and raise the heaven dragon's profundity to the next level, he would be able to cultivate the heaven dragon's profundity to another level. It was not impossible for them to ascend to the blood moon. The profundities of the heaven Tao had always been boundlessly ethereal, fused with the heavens, yet greater than the heavens. No matter how strong the pressure was, it was still able to guarantee that its aura wouldn't scatter and fall into disorder. Come to think of it, it must be thanks to the heaven dragon's profundity that the previous generation heaven dragon was able to leave. You didn't leave anything for me. I hope that your heaven dragon's profoundness can help me escape. Xiaoqun looked at the blood moon and said in a deep voice. Anyone would be extremely unwilling to be trapped for 3 years, and Xiaoqun was no exception. No sunrise, no moonset. Inside Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's small world, Xiaoqun entered bitter cultivation again, researching the heaven dragon's mysteries. If the heaven dragon's profoundness ran into a bottleneck, Xiaoqun would ponder his own saber Dao. Xiaoqun's saber great Dao had already reached the peak. However, he still could not break through to the saber domain. Xiaoqun thought, why is this happening? Maybe it is because I lost something. Xiaoqun's saber Dao took form in the Kunlun realm. His flawless saber Dao, the state of cycle, the Taiji force field, and many other things had changed after he entered the Great Thousand Realms. Xiaoqun was dazzled by this world, dazzled by the powerful martial techniques. Xiaoqun had blindly pursued new saber techniques and martial techniques, but he had forgotten the foundation of his Dao. It was easy to throw away some things, but it was easier said than done to get them back. The path of martial arts was like an endless ocean, and oneself was like a boat sailing against the current. In order to make the ship move faster, some things were thrown into the ocean. When the ship was far away, when he turned back to look, there was still no end in sight. Even if he wanted to find what he had lost, he could only lament his inadequacy. Many years ago he had planted the cause, and now he had created the effect. Apart from himself, there was no one else to blame. On a certain day half a year later, Xiaoqun muttered to himself. His ice Dao energy immediately merged with the strand of heaven dragon's profundity in his body. They fused and converged, changing ceaselessly as they condensed all sorts of profound seals. The next moment, Xiaoqun's body began to change, turning into ice crystals bit by bit. Bang! Then, his entire body suddenly dispersed, turning into a ball of flowing ice that flickered with a faint fluorescent light. The body of a heaven dragon. So that's how it is. Hu Qi. Although his physical body had turned into flowing ice, Xiaoqun's thoughts were still there, and he could easily control this ball of ice. With a thought, the ice turned into a beam of light and flew into the sky. As Xiaoqun controlled his new body to travel in the sky, the pressure he felt was clearly much weaker than with his physical body. What was even more mysterious was that controlling the ice-attributed energy in the world was 100 times easier than with his physical body. Hu Qi. Xiaoqun entered deep thought. Then, his ice body instantly materialized a snowstorm. Everywhere it passed, heavy snow flew. Soon, heavy snow covered this land of the blood moon. Soon, a thick layer of snow covered the ground. Aside from the ancient city of the blue dragon, a thick layer of silver blanketed the land of the blood moon. Whoosh! When the ice landed, Xiao Chen's physical body appeared. Then he stretched out his hand to catch the falling snowflakes, which felt cold. The blood moon hanging high amid the heavy snow made the scene before Xiao Chen very poignant. What is this? How beautiful! When the black and white eggs came out and saw the snow in the sky, they felt joyful. The two puppets grasped only one great Tao. This was their first time seeing such a scene. This is snow. Without the heaven dragon's body, Xiao Chen would have to put in a lot of effort to cover this land of the blood moon in silver. After the heaven dragon's body turned into ice, its usage of the ice Tao was on a higher level. However, in combat, the physical body was better. The ice body was too singular and could not control the other great Tao. It could only be useful under certain circumstances. Black egg, white egg. I will be leaving after a while. As Xiao Chen looked at the black and white eggs immersed in the snow, he hesitated for a while before saying it. While traveling around earlier, Xiao Chen already sensed that he could enter the blood moon. No matter what, Xiao Chen had stayed in this land of the blood moon for 4 years. Now that he had to leave, he felt somewhat reluctant. You are leaving just like that? The black and white eggs turned around, feeling somewhat shocked. However, they soon understood. Those who should leave would leave eventually. Xiao Chen did not belong to this land of the blood moon in the first place. Xiao Chen nodded and said, I will stay for a while longer. No more than a month. White Egg smiled and said, After you go out, remember to come back and visit us when you have time. 50 years ago, Dragon Egg said he would come back, but he has not shown up yet. Xiao Chen said seriously, He is locked up in the Starry Heavens dragon prison and can't even protect himself. He did not lie to the two of you on purpose. Starry Heavens dragon prison? The black and white eggs felt confused. After Xiao Chen explained, they understood. Could this purple gold dragon emperor be the bastard that you mentioned? He must be. To think that he locked up Dragon Egg. A bastard is indeed a bastard. He is really strong. The black and white eggs exchanged looks, feeling somewhat indignant. They even said that if they had a chance to go out, they would definitely meet this bastard. The snow fell for 1 month before slowly stopping. 1 month. Amid the wind and snow, Xiao Chen practiced the flawless saber technique, dragon subduing stance, void breaking stance, cloud reaching stance, falling moon stance, heartbreaking stance, and heaven swallowing stance. Many things were hard to retrieve after one threw them away. The flawless saber technique was a saber technique deeply ingrained in Xiao Chen's bones. He could not possibly forget it. However, after recalling it for half a year, he still felt somewhat rusty when executing it. This was especially so for the strongest heartbreaking stance. When he executed it slightly, he felt unbearable pain, unable to complete the heartbreaking. The wounds of the past had already healed. How much courage did one need to break them again? However, Xiao Chen had to retrieve his Tao and form a Tao domain. No matter how difficult it was, no matter how much heartache he felt, he had to retrieve it, bit by bit. It's time to go. The wind and snow already stopped. The hazy blood moon appeared clearly before Xiao Chen's eyes. 1 month had already passed. Xiao Chen's final reluctance to leave this place would end here. However, he would return sooner or later. He had to think of a way to enter the final dragon city of the blue dragon race at least once. Take care. Black Egg and 2 eggs, these 2 fools, revealed some reluctance as they parted. This was a rare sight. The 2 sharp-tongued puppets showed serious expressions. Should Xiao Chen tell them that the palace had already been emptied out? There was no longer any meaning to their protection. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen chose not to tell them. The puppets definitely had a mission when they were created. If the black and white eggs knew that their mission was over, they would not be able to escape. If the black and white eggs knew that their mission was over, no one knew what would happen. Xiao Chen might as well let the 2 of them guard this place. At the very least, there was a reason for their existence and meaning. They could continue to persevere and protect the inheritance that their master left behind. Goodbye. Parting was always somewhat hard to accept. Even though Xiao Chen had been trapped here for 4 years, he really had to leave this time. Suddenly, just as Xiao Chen was about to bring out his heaven dragon body and soar into the air, something strange happened. A beam of intense light shone from behind. A strong light shone from behind. The land that was always dark and gloomy with the blood rain suddenly brightened. This is sunlight. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. When he turned his head back, he saw a blazing sun rising slowly at the edge of the vast, desolate plain. A blazing sun slowly rose into the sky. Its light was so dazzling that no one could open their eyes. Such a miraculous scene was simply too shocking. Let's go. Let's find a place to hide first. However, the black and white eggs were greatly startled, as if they had seen something terrifying. Without saying anything, the black and white eggs led Xiao Chun to the top of the palace. A special light screen immediately covered the black and white eggs and Xiao Chun. This made them look like they merged with the palace, hiding them ingeniously. What's going on? Xiao Chun had never seen the black and white eggs so nervous before, even when they faced Wuchang. Don't say anything. You'll know later. Chapter 2070. I'll know once I keep watching. Just as Xiao Chun felt uncertain, that vast sun soared into the sky. The sun and moon competed in brilliance in the sky. Although Xiao Chun could bring out the sun and moon competing brilliance mysterious phenomenon with his will of soul, it was just a soul mysterious phenomenon in the end. It could not compare to the sun and moon competing brilliance mysterious phenomenon. The sun and moon before Xiao Chun were like the desolate sea's blood moon and blazing sun appearing at the same time. Sun and moon competing brilliance. This is the true sun and moon competing brilliance. Xiao Chun muttered in shock. However, he did not understand how this blazing sun appeared. The blood moon hung high in the desolate sea at night, and the blazing sun hung high in the sky during the day. The afterglow of the setting sun was terrifyingly vast, much larger than the blazing sun outside. The sun and moon in the desolate sea were at least 100 times larger than the sun outside. Since Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun could use the moon as the energy source for the bloodstain formation, why could the mysterious person fighting him not use the blazing sun to suppress him? Xiao Chun had thought of this scene long ago. Now that this scene appeared before Xiao Chun, it verified some of his guesses. However, where did the blazing sun come from? This was Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's small world. What was the purpose of this person appearing here? Could not possibly appear for no reason. Since it existed, there had to be a reason. Whoosh! As Xiao Chun watched, the blazing sun soared into the sky, and a golden sea appeared below. The seawater looked like paint, flickering with golden light. However, that was not the important point. The important point was the rows of golden-armored cultivators standing on the sea. These golden-armored cultivators were densely covered in golden battle armor, revealing only their empty eyes. The strange thing was that these golden-armored cultivators were like the dead guards patrolling the Blue Dragon ancient city. They did not seem to have any life force. The only difference was that Xiao Chun could sense a faint trace of divine nature in these golden-armored cultivators. That was right. It was divine nature. Xiao Chun had once been to the city left behind by the martial god. These golden-armored warriors were very similar to the divine crystals in the city, just much weaker. Apart from divinity, he could not sense any vitality or emotions from these golden-armored martial artists. He was different from the black and white eggs and the two combat puppets. Aside from the golden-armored cultivators, there were also some powerful existences riding golden-armored mutated beasts. They wore blood-colored cloaks, and their auras were even more terrifying. Boom! 100-meter-tall golden-armored cultivator slowly descended from the blazing golden sun. There was a golden flag on his back, and he held a giant blade in his hand. His body exuded an extremely cold aura. Under his helmet, his eyes were hollow, and his body was burning with golden flames. The strong aura inspired fear. Xiao Chun finally understood why the black and white eggs hid. Roar! At this moment, a series of deafening dragon roars came from the Blue Dragon ancient city. One of the desolate sea's 10 great desolate slaves, Soul Reaper, leaped out of the ancient city. The originally dim blood moon. After Soul Reaper appeared, it erupted with startling light. The sun and the moon shone at their peak. The heavens shook and the earth trembled. Faint cracks appeared in this incomparably stable small world. Many visible cracks appeared in the air. A terrifying energy storm surged out of the cracks, spreading throughout the entire land of the Blood Moon. Kill! The blazing cultivator held up his giant blade and took the lead, leading the golden-armored army as they charged towards the Blue Dragon ancient city. The desolate slave soul reaper snorted coldly, and the army of the dead came out in full force. Countless desolate slaves soared into the air. Among them were the sovereign emperors that Soul Reaper once hung on its metal hooks. Now they had all turned into desolate slaves. In an instant, the two sides began to fight. A startling, chaotic battle unfolded. It was a horrifying battle. With Xiao Chen's strength, he could not participate at all. Any random soldier of the dead or golden-armored cultivator had the strength of a great perfection sovereign personage. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's small world was already very vast. It spanned tens of millions of kilometers. However, the moment the battle started, it spread to every corner of the land of the Blood Moon. The palace where Xiao Chun and the black and white eggs were was no exception. However, the black and white eggs seemed to have activated the formation of the palace, allowing Xiao Chun and the black and white eggs to merge with the mysterious palace. The nearby mountains and rivers came one after another. The dilapidated palace endured wave after wave of attacks, but it did not collapse. The battle was incredibly intense, making everyone's blood surge. They wished that they could personally join the battle and charge in. The blazing sun in the sky slowly approached. The blazing cultivator held up his giant blade as he fought with Soul Reaper. Xiao Chun could not understand the battle between these two at all. It already surpassed his understanding. One bathed in golden flames, and the other radiated a death aura. Every time they attacked, this vast land of the Blood Moon trembled intensely. This made one worry whether this small world would be broken. However, there was one thing that Xiao Chun was sure of. Several of the martial techniques that Soul Reaper used were the secret techniques of the Blue Dragon race. In the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories, Xiao Chun had seen them before. However, one was in his mind, and the other was in reality. What exactly is this Soul Reaper's identity? Bitchy Egg is starting to lose. After the previous miserable defeat, it looks like Foolish Egg made ample preparations. He must break into the Dragon City. We can't stay here any longer. Egg, after we get out, we'll follow you. The black and white eggs chattered in Xiao Chen's ears as they observed the battle. Although Xiao Chun could not understand the battle between Soul Reaper and the blazing cultivator, he could feel the blazing sun in the sky slowly approaching. The mysterious golden-armored army indeed held the upper hand. Who is that blazing cultivator? Why does he want to occupy the Dragon City? Xiao Chun asked seriously, feeling somewhat worried about the Dragon City's outcome for some reason. White Egg replied softly, "Who knows? Both sides are a group of dead people. I don't know why they are fighting, but after we came to this place, we didn't know why. Ever since we came to this place, Foolish Egg has led a group of little foolish eggs to charge over every few hundred years. The most powerful time was when they killed their way to the city gates. The most miserable time was the last time. Only he managed to escape." Black Egg continued, "However, this time, Foolish Egg is truly well prepared. There are too many little foolish eggs." Bang! As the two spoke, the blazing sun and the blood moon clashed in the sky for the first time. In an instant, endless flames and a rain of blood rained down from the sky. The golden-armored cultivators and the soldiers of the dead exploded at the same time. For the first time, a 1-kilometer-long black crack appeared in the small world. "Be careful." The black and white eggs threw themselves at Xiao Chun at the same time. Rumble! In the next moment, many holes appeared in the dilapidated palace. Egg, are you all right? Xiao Chun felt a trace of warmth in his heart. Although these two fools were lacking in intelligence and had a terrible venomous tongue, they were still reliable. At the crucial moment, they could still be relied on. "I'm fine." Xiao Chun glanced at the palace that could block a foe god's attack. Now it was riddled with holes, which gave him some lingering fear. This time they will really break into the city. Hide inside softly. Xiao Chun looked carefully and saw that the blood moon had dimmed significantly, retreating to the top of the ancient city. The golden-armored army pressed forward, charging towards the dragon city. When one side advanced, the other side could only retreat. The army of the dead in the Blue Dragon ancient city was in a somewhat passive position. Bitchy Egg is in trouble. White Egg suddenly exclaimed in shock. Whoosh! Right after White Egg spoke, the blazing saber drew the golden banner on its back and tossed it out. The banner pierced through Soul Reaper's body and carried it forward, pinning it to the majestic city walls of the Blue Dragon ancient city. In an instant, Wu Chang let out a cry of agony. Black smoke rose from the wounds on his body. Soul Reaper tossed aside the metal hook in its hand and grasped the golden banner with both hands. Soul Reaper's palm immediately got burned, and a flame started burning along its arm. The desolate slave Soul Reaper struggled to pull the banner out. Its expression was one of unbearable pain. With every inch it pulled out, it suffered inhuman torture. The flame not only burned its physical body but also its soul. Without Soul Reaper's obstruction, the blazing saber swept through everything in its path. Soul Reaper led the golden-armored army forward, forcing back the army of the dead in the Blue Dragon ancient city. The 100-meter-tall, blazing golden giant burned with intense flames. Although its body gave off light, it gave off a bone-chilling feeling. Soul Reaper held the gigantic saber and attacked coldly. No one in the army of the dead could stop it. At this moment, Shao Chun was shocked to discover a trace of dissatisfaction in the desolate slave Soul Reaper's eyes. How could this be? The desolate slave was a dead man. How could a dead man have emotions? That was not right. It was indeed a dead man, just a desolate slave. However, its will remained in its heart before it died. Like the black and white eggs, its mission was to protect the Dragon City. However, it had been a human when it was alive. Its feelings and attachment to that ancient city were not something the black and white eggs could compare to. Soul Reaper's attachment, his blood, sweat, and tears were all in this ancient city. Even though every inch of this golden banner made Soul Reaper feel incredibly unbearable, it still persisted without hesitation. The Dragon's Gate's war venerates would not rest until death. Suddenly, the group of Dragon's Gate's war venerates under the Qing Emperor appeared in Shao Chen's mind. No, I have to think of a way. I cannot break the Blue Dragon ancient city. Strange. Where did this golden banner come from? I have never seen Foolish Egg use it before. This golden banner completely restrains Bitchy Egg. This is too tragic. He has all his strength, but he cannot bring it out. The black and white eggs sighed softly, feeling somewhat sorry for Bitchy Egg. A thought occurred to Shao Chun, and he pleaded, Black and white eggs, I know that you are foe gods, no weaker than Soul Reaper and that blazing saber. If you make a move, you will definitely be able to change the situation. Please make a move. I beg you. The black and white eggs exchanged looks. After a moment of silence, they said helplessly, We cannot make a move. The setting that Master gave us is that we can only be stronger by one cultivation realm. You are a small perfection sovereign personage, so we can only be great perfection sovereign personages. Right now, we can only bring out the strength of a great perfection sovereign personage. Unless a peak sovereign emperor comes to challenge us, we can only bring out the strength of a foe god. Rumble! As the two spoke, the golden-armored army climbed the city walls. That 100-meter-tall blazing saber stood with the two statues at the city gates. However, the two statues were no match for him. After exchanging moves for a while, they showed signs of weakening. The city gates were about to fall. Is there no other way? Shao Chen asked, feeling anxious and somewhat despairing. White Egg replied seriously, It is not that there is none. If you are not afraid of death, we can lend our strength to you temporarily. If we can let you erupt out with the combat prowess of a foe god, you might be able to turn the situation around. That's right. We still have our strength. We just cannot use it. However, although your divine body has already awakened once, it will not bode well for you to withstand the power of a foe god. Egg, you have to think this through, Black Egg said as he nodded. Shao Chun did not hesitate at all. With a determined look in his eyes, he quickly said, Come then, this is my city. Even if it falls, I will be the one to do it. It is not up to a group of outsiders to behave atrociously. As you wish. The black and white eggs exchanged looks and attacked at the same time, each throwing a palm strike at Xiao Chun. Chapter 2071. Boom! When the black and white eggs' palms landed on Xiao Chen's body, two vast forces appeared. Like a flood or a ferocious beast, the energy surged into Xiao Chen's body unreasonably. In an instant, the meridians in his body were filled to the brim, expanding to 4 times their original size. Instantly, his entire body felt intense pain, so much so that he wished he were dead. He felt like a rubber ball about to explode. But this was not the end. His strength continued to soar, and his 9-star primal core shone resplendently. Inside Xiao Chen's body, it was like the sun was burning. His entire body surged with heat, and he sweated profusely. You can't open your mouth. You can't scream. The slightest leakage of power will result in failure. Haydn glanced at Xiao Chun and said coldly. Xiao Chun clenched his teeth and endured. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead as he allowed the pain to spread throughout his body. Suppressing the power in his body and the intense pain that accompanied it, he struggled to hold on. As expected of a divine body that has awakened once. If it was someone else, their body would have exploded long ago. White Egg praised as it continued to lend its power to Xiao Chun nervously. At this moment, Xiao Chen's expression was twisted and his face was red. Coupled with the pain he was trying his best to suppress, he looked extremely terrifying. Persevere, persevere, persevere. Cheering himself on in his heart, Xiao Chun watched coldly as the blazing blade pierced forward. Slash after slash, the undead guards were cut down like vegetables. The cultivators formed by the 2 statues gradually lost their strength. They could no longer restrain Xiao Chen. They could only watch as he continued to slaughter the undead guards to pave the way for the golden armored army. The blazing sun in the sky was getting closer and closer. The Blue Dragon ancient city had reached its most critical moment. White Egg could sense Xiao Chen's anxiety. It reminded him, don't get emotional. This is the final step. It is time to raise your will of soul. It's starting. Hua! The azure-colored dragon mark that represented Xiao Chen's soul intent released a dazzling light. His powerful soul power turned into a golden ocean that spread throughout his soul pool. As his soul will poured into his body, Xiao Chun discovered that he could gradually control the violent and terrifying power in his body. Indeed, no matter how much strength the black and white eggs lent him, the black and white eggs would not be able to stop them. If one's soul will wasn't strong enough, one wouldn't be able to control it and could only randomly release the energy in one's body. Show! The instant the black and white eggs let go at the same time, they formed a black and white talisman seal in Xiao Chen's body. This is the talisman that we used when we executed our secret technique. Although you are not a faux god yet, the power that you can burst out with is already comparable to a faux god's. However, one must remember that when the sigil disappears, all of its power will be lost. Thus, when the seal starts to flash, you must quickly retreat. Otherwise, with your true strength, you won't be able to escape. Sha Dan, I only need a finger to kill you. After lending their energy to Xiao Chun, the black and white eggs felt somewhat weak. However, they did not forget to remind Xiao Chun. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Xiao Chun did not rush into action. Instead, he closed his eyes to familiarize himself with his current state. Rumble. Many golden warriors had already scaled the walls of the Blue Dragon ancient city and fought with the soldiers of the dead. The 2 statues that appeared were thoroughly defeated. The blazing golden giant easily crushed the 2 statues with 1 foot while holding a huge saber. Xiao Chun looked around and fixed his gaze on the city gates. After breaking the city gates, half of the Blue Dragon ancient city's formation would be broken. At that time, a strong existence like Xiao Chun would be able to enter the ancient city. Under the helmet, 2 spots of fire flickered in the empty eyes of the blazing golden giant. The golden giant that was covered in raging flames seemed to feel a trace of excitement, and its aura increased once again. The eyes of the desolate slave soul reaper, which was still struggling to draw out the golden banner, filled with helplessness. Whoosh! Just as the blazing giant was about to break the city gates, Xiao Chun suddenly opened his eyes, martial and soul as one. As Xiao Chun stood on the dilapidated palace, he drew his saber, and his will of soul instantly merged with his martial Tao. The instant Xiao Chun drew the tyrant saber, only black and white remained in the world. Only the saber in Xiao Chun's hand remained colorful, giving off a resplendent light. Even the blood moon and blazing sun in the sky paled in comparison to this saber light. The entire golden-armored army turned their heads and looked at Xiao Chun, finding it strange. Even the blazing golden giant looked at Xiao Chun after looking at the sun and moon in the sky. Kill! Sensing the surging energy in his body, Xiao Chun leaped into the air and charged at the blazing giant. Whoosh! 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 Several golden-armored cultivators immediately soared into the air and charged at Xiao Chun. The weakest of them were great perfection sovereign personages, and many were sovereign emperors. In the past, when Xiao Chun faced sovereign emperors, even the weakest sovereign emperor, he could not retaliate. Before their auras, Xiao Chun found it hard to block. With a casual wave, he could use his divine energy to kill him. However, now it died. Xiao Chun's gaze turned cold. His entire body radiated a terrifying saber intent as he swung his saber. None of these sovereign emperors or sovereign personages could block his saber strike. Bang! 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 The golden armor exploded, but there was no physical body inside, only a clump of flames containing a divine nature. No wonder the black and white eggs said that these golden-armored cultivators were just a bunch of dead people. The blazing giant coldly watched as Xiao Chun killed all the golden-armored cultivators who tried to stop him. The blazing giant stood there without moving. Just as Xiao Chun broke through many obstacles and was about to charge at the blazing giant, the 100-meter-tall blazing giant moved. The 100-meter-tall flame giant moved. Its figure flashed, and it vanished from Xiao Chun's sight. Where is it? Xiao Chun's expression immediately changed. He extended his spiritual sense but could not find the blazing giant at all. Just as Xiao Chun felt bewildered, a clump of golden light suddenly burst out in front, illuminating the land of the blood moon. Xiao Chun did not have much time to think. He could only rely on his instincts to quickly attack. Dang! A loud sound rang out, and the entire land of the blood moon shook intensely. Xiao Chun's palm exploded, and his arm went numb. Divine energy spread through his arm and into his body. Xiao Chun was knocked back 10 kilometers. Before he could catch his breath, the blazing giant launched a storm-like attack. Then, Xiao Chun saw a vast expanse of golden saber chi interweaving before him, pressing at him in a dense wave. The blazing giant released a divine light from its body. The blazing flames made it look like a deity. Xiao Chun resisted the pressure and took a deep breath. Then he gently shook his wrist. The tyrant saber immediately trembled tens of thousands of times, sending out thousands of saber chi that clashed with the golden giant's saber moves. When facing the other party's strong pressure, Xiao Chun executed his flawless saber Dao to make up for his lack of momentum. Using his body as a saber and his thoughts as a saber, he danced around in the air, using the thousands of mysterious phenomena as sabers. Dang! 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 The two exchanged more than 100 moves in an instant. Every move was a life-and-death test for Xiao Chun. He could not afford to be careless. If he got careless, he would die. The strength that the black and white eggs lent to Xiao Chun at the same time was still slightly weaker than this golden giant's. The battle lasted for 4 hours. After thousands of moves, Xiao Chun became more familiar with his own strength and gradually got rid of the disadvantage. Resolving the mundane, Xiao Chun shouted and executed the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. In his current state, Xiao Chun executed resolving the mundane. When the eternal and inextinguishable saber light chopped down on the golden giant's body trembled violently. For the first time, Xiao Chun's tyrant saber stabbed deeply into his opponent's body. However, before he could rejoice, Xiao Chun was sent flying. He was forced to let go of the saber in his hand and tumbled to the ground. Whoosh! The golden giant took a step forward and grabbed out with his hand. His 5 fingers were like mountains as a great pressure enveloped Xiao Chun. Firmament's rage. At the critical moment, Xiao Chun executed the Dragon's Gate's secret technique. The 5-element divine lightning materialized a complete nation of lightning and saber chi in his palm. Bang! The 2 palms clashed. Xiao Chun knocked back the golden giant's confident grab. Oh no! Just as Xiao Chun was about to dodge, he suddenly discovered that the black and white talisman seals in his body started flickering. Xiao Chen's energy continuously faded. Thinking of the black and white eggs advice, Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He needed to retreat quickly at this moment. However, after being knocked back, the golden giant's figure trembled slightly. Then it took another step forward. The divine might firmly suppressed the golden giant. Even if Xiao Chun wanted to retreat, he could not. The shadow of death shrouded Xiao Chun. However, just at this moment, a clump of golden light burst out of the 100-meter-tall golden giant's chest. An ancient metal hook pierced through the golden giant's chest. It was Soul Reaper. It was the desolate slave Soul Reaper. The golden giant finally managed to pull out the golden banner that was suppressing it. Whoosh! Soul Reaper stretched out its hand and pulled. The 100-meter-tall golden giant snapped in half in front of Xiao Chun. The golden giant's body fell to the ground. Only a clump of flames managed to escape, instantly entering the blazing sun in the sky. The ferocious golden-armored army retreated like the receding tide. The desolate slave Soul Reaper remained expressionless as it appeared in front of Xiao Chun with a hook in its hand. Its body was no smaller than the golden giant's, and its aura was not inferior to the golden giant's either. While Xiao Chun was feeling a little nervous, the golden giant's aura was not inferior either. One of Wu Chang's hands suddenly grabbed at Xiao Chun. Chapter 2072. The black and white talisman seal in Xiao Chen's body dimmed, looking like it would vanish soon. Xiao Chun could not resist Soul Reaper at all. If Soul Reaper's attack was meant to kill Xiao Chun would not be able to resist at all. When the black and white eggs saw this scene from the dilapidated palace, they asked sullenly, "Bitchy egg, what are you doing?" Xiao Chun no longer had the energy to think. He could only leave it to fate. No matter what, the golden-armored army had already retreated. Under the pressure of the blood moon, the blazing sun in the sky also slowly moved into the distance. Whoosh! The force of Soul Reaper's palm strike grabbed Xiao Chun, holding him in its palm. Soul Reaper used the space Dao, making Xiao Chen's entire body smaller than its palm. It's over. Xiao Chun did not die to that blazing saber but to Soul Reaper. Fate really knew how to play tricks on people. However, the result was not too surprising. Be it Soul Reaper or that blazing saber, they were already dead. They had limited intelligence and could only exist with a will. Whoosh! However, just as Xiao Chun began to despair, Soul Reaper did not crush Xiao Chun to death. Instead, it only looked at Xiao Chun. Soul Reaper showed doubt and a probing expression. Immediately, Xiao Chun felt his bloodline circulate uncontrollably under the other party's gaze. In the next moment, Xiao Chun activated his great desolate Ian bloodline, and his eyes turned golden. A terrifying, ancient, and mysterious dragon might burst out of his body. This was the divine might of the blue dragon, the head of the 7-colored divine dragons. Xiao Chun felt somewhat astonished. This was the first time he activated his bloodline uncontrollably under the stimulation of an external force. Soul Reaper's body suddenly relaxed as it gently put Xiao Chun down. Then, it placed a finger on Xiao Chen's forehead. Xiao Chen's forehead instantly split open, and blood seeped out. The soul energy and the blood formed a strange blood moon mark. Before Xiao Chun could understand what was going on, he landed in front of the city gates and looked back. He saw the desolate slave Soul Reaper place its right hand on its left shoulder and make a special gesture. Then it turned around and continued its pursuit. He held the iron hook in his hand and chased after the blazing sun in the sky, as well as the remnants of the golden army. Puzzled, Xiao Chun turned around and faced the city gate. Xiao! The blood moon mark between his eyebrows suddenly bloomed with light. Xiao Chun felt that this mark was deeply connected to his bloodline and soul. With a rumbling sound, under his bewildered gaze, the ancient city gate opened. The surroundings were filled with the remains of the dead soldiers, the remaining desolate slaves, and the dead soldiers. All of them followed impermanence and began their final counterattack, wiping out the golden armored army. At the edge of the land of the blood rain, above the golden ocean, he slaughtered the remaining gold-ranked warriors. Let's go in and see. Shao Chun did not know what had happened. Perhaps the desolate slave soul reaper had confirmed his blue dragon bloodline and opened the city gates to him. This was a rare opportunity, and the city gates might close in a moment. Shao Chun didn't hesitate and headed straight for the blue dragon ancient city. He really wanted to know what kind of existence the city was. Look, Dandan went in. The black and white eggs in the palace felt incredibly shocked. Back then, their master had spent his entire life trying to enter the blue dragon ancient city. In the end, he even lost his life and failed to enter. Right now, Shao Chun was only a small perfection sovereign personage, yet he managed to enter. Boom! The moment Shao Chun entered the city gates behind him closed with a loud bang. After glancing back, Shao Chun ignored it and strolled around the ancient city. The layout of the Dragon City was roughly the same as that of White Dragon City and Heaven Dragon City that Shao Chun had been to before. However, they were more majestic and imposing. There were also many buildings with the unique characteristics of the Blue Dragon, which the other dragon cities did not have. As Shao Chun strolled around the city, he could clearly feel the ancient air of the ancient city. Shao Chun entered deep thought. The Divine Dragon Empire's dragon cities were built on ancient dragon race remnants. The accumulations of the Blue Dragon Ancient City before Shao Chun were far more profound than those of White Dragon City and Heaven Dragon City. Aside from the dragon souls wandering in the sky, there were no other living creatures in the city. It was empty, somewhat sinister, and even a bit cold. Being in it made one feel slightly uncomfortable. If not for the dragon race bloodline in his body, Shao Chun would not have been able to stroll through the heavy accumulations and dragon might. Chi! Chi! The blood moon mark on Shao Chun's forehead flickered continuously. He felt a mysterious existence there. Ever since he entered the city, it had been calling out to him. Shao Chun gently leaped up and landed on the roof of a nearby building. Then he looked into the distance. After determining the direction, Shao Chun's white robes moved about the Dragon City's buildings. After 1 hour, Shao Chun stopped. A majestic Dao platform appeared in front of him. This was an ancient Dao platform on a cliff. From there, one could see the entire Blue Dragon ancient city. A Dao platform. This was an ancient existence used for transrealm transportation, not something from the martial epoch. It was something that had been passed down for many epochs, combining the wisdom of countless experts to form. Shao Chun had experience using transrealm transportation formations before and had seen Dao platforms more than once. However, he had never seen such a colossal Dao platform before. Shao Chun was deeply shocked. When this Dao platform was activated, it could transport a legion of cultivators at the same time. If one activated it, one could teleport from anywhere in the Great Thousand Realms while standing on this Dao platform. However, this was not the focus of Shao Chun's thoughts. His focus was on an upright piece of wood. This piece of wood should be divine wood equal to the propping mulberry tree. It looked like a stone pillar as it stood on the Dao platform. A totem of uncanny craftsmanship was carved on it. This was a totem, the Blue Dragon Totem. Shao Chun had once left a similar dragon totem in the Kunlun Realm's Dragon's Gate according to the old Dragon Gate's instructions. However, compared to this totem before him, it was like child's play. He could not bear to think about it. The totem in front of him looked like a real azure dragon had appeared in front of him. The dragon might spread to every corner of the Dao platform. Whoosh! Shao Chun gently leaped onto the Dao platform and arrived before the totem. After thinking for a while, he stretched out his hand to touch it. Immediately, a strange feeling spread in his heart. It felt like a vast azure sea appeared before him. As he stood on the shore and looked at the sea, a feeling of inferiority filled his heart. The soul energy in Shao Chun's soul pool, the veritable essence energy in his primal core, and the wandering vital chi all gathered at this moment. At the same time, they converged together, transforming into a river that flowed into the ocean. All this was beyond Xiao Chen's control. In mere moments, he drained a third of his veritable essence energy, vital qi, and soul energy. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Motes of light appeared on the surface of the sea. There were blurry scenes in the motes of light. When looking carefully, one would discover that they were cities. When Xiao Chun saw the situation, he immediately understood. These motes of light represented the cities connected to the Tao platform. They all seemed to be the legendary gathering points of the Divine Dragon Empire. They were either within the empire or the great realms controlled by the dragon race. Aside from the cities, there were actually some special secret realms. In the secret realms, Xiao Chun unexpectedly discovered the Heaven Dragon Palace, the secret realm that nurtured countless spirit herbs, representing the accumulations of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Xiao Chun even saw the blurry image of his own divine rank medicine cauldron in that secret realm. Aside from these, there were many other dim motes of light. Those were the connections of the other empires and dynasties. Xiao Chun understood. The transportation formation of this Tao platform was driven by the totem. However, with Xiao Chen's current strength, activating the formation was somewhat difficult. He could only take a look and he could not even see it clearly. Whoosh! After noticing this, Xiao Chun prepared to stop. However, just at this moment, a blurry azure dragon image appeared at the end of the sea. The dragon image gathered and formed a totem. This is... Xiao Chen's expression changed dramatically. This totem was at the end of the sea. Xiao Chen's vision was blurry, and he could only make out a silhouette. However, with just one look, Xiao Chun recognized it. This was the totem that he personally carved in the Kunlun realm. Could it be that this platform could send him directly back to Kunlun? Whoosh! Although Xiao Chun felt shocked, his veritable essence energy and soul energy were about to run out, so he had no choice but to let go. The azure sea vanished, and the scene before him immediately returned to normal. Rumble! Before Xiao Chun could resolve his doubts, the entire mountain range where the Tao platform was suddenly shook intensely. Suddenly, an azure dragon statue appeared in the middle of the mountain range. Then, it swam around the mountain range like it came to life. Finally, it stopped at the summit of this mountain, and a pair of dragon eyes stared at Xiao Chun. This looked somewhat similar to the Heaven Dragon statue in the Heaven Dragon Palace, except it had more spiritual energy. Chapter 2073. As Xiao Chun looked at the blue dragon statue surrounding the mountains, he thought to himself, the totem must have absorbed my veritable essence energy, triggering the appearance of this blue dragon statue. The appearance of the blue dragon statue was somewhat strange. There should be some trick to it. As Xiao Chun stood on the vast Tao platform, he looked extremely insignificant. As Xiao Chun pondered, his expression did not change. He did not move at all. However, great waves surged in his heart, his shock fading. Actually, Xiao Chun had wanted to return to the Kunlun realm long ago. However, the journey back was very long. It would take at least 4 to 10 years. How vast was the Great Thousand Realms? If Xiao Chun ran into some unpredictable danger along the way, it would be hard to say how long he would have to spend. After cultivating bitterly in the land of the Blood Moon for 4 years, Xiao Chun did not fear peak sovereign personages of the outside world. However, this bit of strength was nothing before the Golden Dragon bloodline. Right now, Xiao Chun urgently needed to raise his strength. It was not just to become the Dragon Emperor but to survive. However, the mysterious Tao platform in this ancient dragon city could allow him to return to the Kunlun realm easily. How could Xiao Chun not feel excited? I have to think of a way to make use of this Tao platform. Otherwise, I don't know if I can enter again. Xiao Chun always liked to take the initiative and did not like to be passive when dealing with things. This time, he had been passive when he entered the Dragon City, getting in for some inexplicable reason. Next time, he would not feel confident and did not like this feeling. I have to think of a way. Xiao Chun started walking around on the Tao platform. As he thought of a way, he searched the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories for information about the Blue Dragon Ancient City, the Tao platform, and transrealm transportation formations. Time passed without him realizing it. In the land of the Blood Moon, The battle between the army of the dead led by the desolate slave Soul Reaper and the golden-armored army reached its most intense moment. Above the golden ocean, the huge setting sun slowly sank into the ocean. Right now, it was no longer a question of whether they could break into the Dragon City but whether they could retreat safely. Clearly, the desolate slave Soul Reaper did not want to miss this opportunity. It led the army of the dead to prevent the setting sun from sinking. Inside the huge setting sun was a scorching space formed by extreme yang flames. It was even more vast and vast. Soul Reaper entered the depths of the blazing sun and began to fight the blazing warrior that had been resurrected. Even though he was on his home ground, the flaming giant that had been killed once still found it hard to match the Soul Reaper. However, he didn't need to defeat a Hellguard. He had to maintain his undefeatable state and wait for the blazing sun to sink into the vast ocean before impermanence would retreat. At this moment, the intensity of the battle was even more intense than when the golden-armored army was about to breach the city. Even Xiao Chun, who was in the depths of the ancient city's Dao platform, could sense that the entire land of the Blood Rain was shaking violently. But at this moment, Xiao Chun had no time to care about it. He was still thinking about how to smoothly come here next time. He had found a way to activate this Dao pillar. The amount of information about the Space Dao and Transrealm transportation formations in the Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor's memories was rather startling. Most of the messages were spam, and it was extremely troublesome to eliminate them one by one. As for Xiao Chun, he knew very little about the Space Dao, Transrealm transportation formations, and Dao platforms. Amid the chaos, Xiao Chun appeared somewhat anxious. He did not know how long he could remain in this ancient city. Divine Universe Steel. Just as Xiao Chun felt helpless and was about to give up, preparing to explore the blue dragon statue first, a piece of information flashed in the blood-soaked dragon emperor's memories. Divine Universe Steel, the most profound treasure in the world. It was born from a cosmos divine stone fragment. After countless epochs of life and death, the cosmos divine stone fragments disappeared without a trace, completely destroyed. Only the divine universe steel still exists in the world. Its value would tempt even true gods, causing them to risk their lives for it. Only the divine Ian tablet still exists in the world, and its value is something that even true gods would be moved by and not hesitate to take risks. Only the divine universe steel still exists in the world. Its value would tempt even true gods, causing them to risk their lives. When the primal chaos shattered, when the world was born, many miraculous things were born. One of them could reverse time and space. Later, it shattered in the struggle for it. At the same time, its ability to control time and space was split. One fragment contained the ultimate mysteries of the Space Dao, and the other contained the ultimate mysteries of the Time Dao. The Divine Universe Steel was a spatial treasure forged from the Cosmos Divine Stone fragment containing the ultimate mysteries of the Space Dao. That was the gist of it. After all, it had experienced too many epochs. No one could be sure of its true origins. However, that did not matter. Right now, Xiao Chun did not care about this. What he cared about was the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. The Divine Universe Steel was a miraculous item that could control the Dao platform and break transrealm transportation formations. Xiao Chun had known long ago that the Divine Universe Steel had other mysteries. However, he was too weak. Furthermore, the Space Dao was too profound. Hence, he had not bothered with it, only treating it as a large storage ring. It is not too late to know now. Xiao Chun revealed a smile on his somewhat fatigued face as he looked at this Dao platform, filled with lofty aspirations. He no longer hesitated. He carefully studied how to use the Divine Universe Steel's secret method. Although he did not grasp the Space Dao, he could still control the Divine Universe Steel to bring out the mysteries of space. For hours later, Xiao Chun revealed a brilliant light in his eyes, and he showed a cautious expression. In the past, he did not care about it. Now, he realized how strong the Divine Universe Steel in his hand was. If he did not expose it, some faux god old monsters would come after him to fight it out. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter once said that there were only 3 grades of soul tools in the world: inferior grade, medial grade, and superior grade. The only transcendent grade soul tool was the Wings of Time. Although the Divine Universe Steel in Xiao Chen's hand could not cause much damage and could not kill his enemies directly, its mysteries were at least equal to a superior-grade soul tool. However, its profoundness was at least comparable to a superior-grade soul tool, infinitely close to the wings of time. With a thought, the Divine Universe Steel appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. Xiao Chen looked at the blue dragon totem cautiously. He felt somewhat nervous, not completely confident. Even with the Divine Universe Steel in hand and grasping some of its mysteries, he did not dare to say that he could decipher this Tao platform. As long as Xiao Chen could decipher this Tao platform, it would be equivalent to him controlling this Tao platform in another way. If he wanted to come here in the future, he would only need to use the Divine Universe Steel. He would not need to rely on Soul Reaper's strength or follow the rules of the ancient city. He could come and go freely by himself. The benefits were immeasurable. This Tao platform could control all the transportation formations in the entire Divine Dragon Empire. Could even enter many secret realms. The significance of this to Xiao Chen was immeasurable. What did this mean? It meant that Xiao Chen had the capital to fight the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor, the ruler of the Divine Dragon Empire. Whoosh! Xiao Chen gently let go, and the Divine Universe Steel slowly flew into the air and hovered above the Tao platform. Success or failure depends on this. Xiao Chen formed hand seals according to the secret technique in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. Then he merged his veritable essence energy and soul energy, sending beams of light into the Divine Universe Steel. The ancient patterns on the Divine Universe Steel flowed like blood. In that instant it gave off a bright light. Many mysterious and unfathomable steel scripts appeared on the Divine Universe Steel, forming an ancient scripture. Xiao Chen felt that it was somewhat strenuous. He did not dare to relax. At this moment, if he was not careful, he would die. If he got careless, he would suffer a rebound from the Divine Universe Steel. The power of space would instantly tear his physical body to shreds. However, as long as an opportunity presented itself, Xiao Chen would not give up. Furthermore, this opportunity before him would determine whether he could return to the Kunlun realm and whether he could gain the capital to fight the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. Since Xiao Chen made his choice, he would continue on without hesitation, never turning back, never hesitating. Boom! When all the steel scripts appeared, the light in the surroundings of the Divine Universe Steel withdrew. In the next moment, a mysterious water-like energy turned into ripples. The ripples spread out in all directions from the Divine Universe Steel. Traces of gentle fluctuations appeared in the space. Water-like energy spread out and slowly covered the Tao platform. Whoosh! Mysterious talisman scripts of light and shadow leaked out of the ancient Tao platform and poured into the Divine Universe Steel. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. With Xiao Chen's startling talent, his first attempt at this secret technique went incredibly smoothly. However, this is very tiring. Very tiring. Xiao Chen felt his soul energy and veritable essence energy draining continuously. It was no easier than when he checked the blue dragon totem. If it were an ordinary Tao platform, Xiao Chen would have succeeded already. However, this Tao platform was ancient and mysterious, boundlessly vast. Xiao Chen had only deciphered a third of the Tao platform, and he already found it somewhat taxing. He could only clench his teeth and endure. I cannot give up here. It is hard to say if I will have a second chance. Perhaps I might be expelled in the next moment. I cannot give up on this opportunity. When one was fatigued and under pressure, a demon would appear in one's heart, giving oneself all sorts of excuses to give up. This was a heart demon, but it was human nature. No one could avoid it. Xiao Chen was the same. However, he had a strong will and knew the importance of deciphering this Tao platform. No matter how the demon in one's heart tempted Xiao Chen to give up, Xiao Chen's will would instantly shatter it. However, every time Xiao Chen shattered it, the heart demon would quickly appear. As Xiao Chen's physical body grew increasingly fatigued and the pressure increased, the heart demon grew stronger, sweeping out in an even more ferocious and berserk manner. The heart demon wreaked havoc, arrogant and despotic, disrupting my state of mind and disturbing my peace. How should I deal with it? No confusion, no panic, no fear. Trample on it. Crush it. Smash it to death. No one could stop Xiao Chun from deciphering the Tao platform under him. Xiao Chun missed his old friends in the Kunlun realm. He longed for the ability to fight the purple gold dragon emperor. He looked forward to returning to the divine dragon empire. He did not want to be chased away in a sorry state by others again. Xiao Chen's willpower was like that of a killing god. No matter how strong the heart demon was, he would respond in an even stronger, more ruthless, and more resolute manner, refusing to compromise. Determination filled Xiao Chen's eyes, looking like pure gems in the starry heavens. Aside from perseverance, there was nothing else. In this world, losing to anyone could be forgiven, but losing to oneself was the most unforgivable. Chapter 2074. In this world, losing to anyone could be forgiven, but losing to oneself was the only thing that could be forgiven. Xiao Chun crushed his heart demon and defeated himself, still persisting bitterly. Whether he could decipher this ancient Tao platform depended on his ability. Whether he could persist or not depended on his attitude. This was how Xiao Chun always did things. If he persisted to the end, even if he did not obtain the result he wanted, he would feel at ease. Even if he did his best, he would feel at ease. This was the case now. Under Xiao Chen's persistence, the mysterious energy radiating from the divine universe steel already covered half of the Tao platform. Xiao Chen had already covered half of the Tao platform. However, he was now exhausted. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was a spent force. This Tao platform before him was simply too vast. The ancient talisman scripts it contained were as many as the stars in the sky. Continue to persist. A person's potential is forced out by oneself. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth. Even though he was a spent force, he did not show any intention of giving up. Be it mental or physical fatigue, he was incredibly fatigued. The heart demon did not stop for even a moment, tempting him to give up. Boom! Suddenly, Xiao Chun felt his will of soul explode. His soul energy, which was still at the end of its tether, poured out endlessly from his will of soul. The blazing sun and bright moon in the sky above Xiao Chen's soul pool rose up once more. The sun and moon shining together shone with resplendent light. I broke through. Xiao Chen immediately felt excited. Under the boundless pressure, his great perfection sovereign personage will of soul broke through to peak sovereign personage. After Xiao Chun broke through to peak sovereign personage, his originally dried up soul energy instantly filled his soul pool. The sea formed by his soul energy was much larger than before. Indeed, heaven never bars one's way. Xiao Chun revealed a smile on his face. Originally, he had been on the verge of collapsing. His veritable essence energy was drained, and his soul energy dried up. He could no longer activate this divine universe steel. Who could have imagined that his will of soul would make a breakthrough at the crucial moment? The flood-like soul energy poured into the divine universe steel. The mysterious phenomenon of the sun and moon shining together appeared behind Xiao Chun at the same time. Boom! After the divine universe steel received the replenishment of soul energy, it immediately felt like a god was helping it. In one go, it covered 2/3 of the Tao platform. The ancient talisman scripts were like stars as they entered the divine universe steel. Poochie! Just when the situation was looking good, Xiao Chun suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. It turned out that his true essence had dried up, and his reckless advance had injured the source of his body. This mouthful of blood was not an internal injury, but 100 years of lifespan. Injuries to the origin of life were almost impossible to heal. If there were any flaws in the origin of life, it would be impossible to heal. At that time, the difficulty of advancing to divine vein realm sovereign emperor would multiply. The primary goal of a sovereign emperor was to condense an undying body. If the origin of life was flawed, it would be a fatal problem for forming an immortal body. I don't have time to worry about all that. If I lose this opportunity, who knows when I'll be able to break this Tao pillar? Xiao Chun had already paid too much, so he couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. He steeled his heart and decided to continue deciphering it. However, right at this moment, Xiao Chun suddenly felt a mighty force attack him. In the next moment, the entire space directly froze. The divine universe steel's mysterious energy stopped radiating, and the runes flying over stopped flowing in the air. It was as if time had stopped. Xiao Chun could not help feeling startled. He could not move his physical body, so he could only look up. He saw the eyes of the blue dragon statue in the mountains burning, as if it had opened its eyes. This mighty force came from this blue dragon statue. What's going on? Xiao Chun felt shocked, confusion spreading in his heart. It looked like he was about to break the Tao pillar. Was he going to fail at the final step? Dissatisfied. Xiao Chun felt dissatisfied. He circulated his physical body, vital qi, and will of soul, preparing to give it a try. Whoosh! Just as Xiao Chun was about to move, the blue dragon statue opened its mouth and spat out an azure-colored dragon essence. Before Xiao Chun could understand what was going on, the dragon essence entered his body. The injury to his source of life instantly healed. Not only that, but Xiao Chen's veritable essence also spewed out continuously as the dragon essence melted, reaching its peak state in a moment. This Xiao Chen felt very confused. In the next moment, his physical body recovered, and the stop time started flowing again. However, when Xiao Chun raised his head to look at the blue dragon statue at the summit of the mountains, he discovered that the blue dragon statue was just a statue. The mysterious phenomenon from earlier had completely vanished. If not for Xiao Chen's veritable essence recovering and returning to his peak state, he might have thought that what he saw earlier was just an illusion. Never mind. I can't think too much. I'll just break the entire Tao pillar in one go. After returning to his peak state, Xiao Chun drove the divine universe steel with ease and ease. 1 hour later, when the mysterious energy released by the divine universe steel completely covered the entire Tao platform, the divine universe steel's aura shook violently. A bright light suddenly gathered on the divine universe steel, looking piercing and dazzling. Xiao Chun waved his hand slightly, and the divine universe steel's light faded as it slowly landed in his hand. The heavy divine universe steel required Xiao Chun to drive all his vital qi before he could firmly control it. Let's see if you are as miraculous as the blood-soaked dragon emperor said. Feeling some anticipation, Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and his physical body directly entered the divine universe steel. Whoosh! The scene before Xiao Chun startled him. A Tao pillar actually appeared in the vast and boundless divine universe steel. This Tao pillar looked exactly the same as the Tao pillar outside. However, it was not forged from divine materials but imitated from energy. However, its Tao aura and internal structure were exactly the same. As Xiao Chun stood inside, he felt incredibly shocked. Can I use it? Standing in the center of the Tao pillar, Xiao Chun felt somewhat doubtful, not daring to be sure. I'll give it a try. Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy and soul energy surged and flowed into the Tao pillar under him. The Tao pillar's formation flickered for a while before stopping. Xiao Chun rubbed his chin, entering deep thought. After all, this Tao pillar did not have a totem. It was like a dead object. He needed an energy source to revive it. I got it. Xiao Chun opened his palm, and a resplendent spirit jade flowing with the power of the world appeared in his palm. A peak-grade spirit jade. This was one of the great treasures that Xiao Chun obtained from the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure trove. However, he had never used it before. Now he finally had a use for it. Peak-grade spirit jades were known as subdivine crystals. They contained the vast power of the world. Even a divine Vane Realm sovereign emperor would find it extremely difficult to obtain one. Ka-ca. Xiao Chun embedded the peak-grade spirit jade in the center of the Tao pillar's formation. The entire Tao pillar instantly flashed with light, washing away all the splendor and making it look incredibly plain. Only a faint spiritual light occasionally flickered in the formation. After completing the task, Xiao Chun drove his soul energy and veritable essence energy into the Tao pillar again. The scene in front of him suddenly changed, and a green ocean appeared in his field of vision. The dragon race's secret realm and the Empire's trans-realm transportation formation appeared one after another. At the limits of Xiao Chen's vision, in the depths of the sea, a totem hovered in the air. Success. Xiao Chun released his bated breath and stopped driving his veritable essence energy. His eyes filled with excitement. He succeeded. The Divine Universe Steel successfully deciphered the Tao Pillar and directly copied it. From now on, even if Shao Chun was not in the Blue Dragon Ancient City, he could still use this Tao Pillar. He could enter the dragon race's secret realm and return to the Divine Dragon Empire or the Kunlun realm at any time. He could even bring his old friends from the Kunlun realm to this great Thousand Realms. All he needed was the Divine Universe Steel. After the excitement, Shao Chun slowly calmed down. He had succeeded. However, if he wanted to activate the Tao Pillar beneath his feet, he would also need a lot of resources. It was not realistic to rely on his veritable essence energy and soul energy to activate this Tao Pillar and use the Transrealm Transportation Formation. Looking at this huge Tao Pillar, Shao Chun would need a large amount of resources to fully activate it. Right now, Shao Chun was poor and would find it hard to continue. There should be resources in the ancient Azure Dragon City. Shao Chun entered deep thought. I am in this ancient city. Since I already deciphered the Tao Pillar, I should scavenge the resources in the ancient city. Whoosh! Shao Chun immediately took action after thinking about it. Then, he left the Divine Universe Steel and returned it to his body. Shao Chun landed back on the ancient city's Tao Pillar. Just as he was about to move, his gaze fell on the blue dragon statue at the summit of the mountains. Shao Chun hesitated. This blue dragon statue was rather strange. If not for that dragon essence earlier, he would not have been able to perfectly decipher the Tao Pillar. Is it helping me? It's afraid that my foundations will be damaged, resulting in irreversible damage. Could there be someone inside? Let's go in and take a look. After a while, Shao Chun's figure flashed as he flew towards the mouth of the blue dragon statue. There seemed to be a whole new world inside. Chapter 2075. The might and pressure of the blue dragon statue was very strong. However, when it landed on Shao Chun, it made him feel extremely comfortable. Just like the warm sunlight in winter, when it shone on a taut string, it unconsciously loosened. Whoosh! Shao Chun leaped up from the 30-kilometer-tall mountain peak and executed Freedom Light. The blue dragon statue's gaping maw looked like the entrance to a cave. When standing in front and looking in, it gave off an unfathomable feeling. Shao Chun revealed himself and hovered in the air, standing in front of the statue. This made Shao Chun feel somewhat strange. I am Shao Chun. Might I ask if Senior made a move earlier? If there really was someone, they would have responded. If there was no one, Shao Chun would enter directly. Come in, then. A deep voice came from the dragon's mouth, startling Shao Chun. There really was someone in the blue dragon statue in the ancient city. It was a person with spiritual intelligence and thoughts. It was like the desolate slave. No matter how deep his feelings for the dragon city were, he only relied on the thought of protecting it to survive. Shao Chun hesitated for a moment before entering the dragon's mouth in a flash. It was pitch black inside. Just as he was about to ask, the dragon's mouth quickly closed. Shao Chun was in the darkness. His spiritual sense and soul energy could not sense his surroundings. However, he did not panic. The person inside was much stronger than him. There were many opportunities to kill him. Shao Chun felt like space was changing. Soon, his eyes lit up, and Shao Chun appeared in a large hall. The walls and stone pillars of this ancient hall all had carvings of various ancient divine dragons. These carvings were of the pure-blood dragon race. This was a dignified dragon hall with many years of history, even older than the ancient city. Shao Chun entered it. The blue dragon bloodline in his body felt extremely suppressed. A 10,000 dragons picture was carved on the frontmost wall of the hall. Each dragon was different. Even the heaven dragon was included. Shao Chun even saw the terrifying black dragon in the shadows. In the middle were the 7-colored divine dragons: the blue dragon, the gold dragon, the white dragon, the green dragon, the blue dragon, the red dragon, and the silver dragon, gathered together and roared at the same time. As Shao Chun stood in front of the 10,000 dragons picture, he felt like there really were 7 dragons roaring at the same time in front of him. Roar! This made the bloodline in Shao Chun's body unsatisfied. A dragon roar resounded, and an indistinct dragon image appeared behind Shao Chun, roaring in discomfort. His body was a little unstable, like a pine tree, swaying with the wind. However, he did not fall or retreat. Not bad. If you can't stand firmly before the 10,000 Dragons painting, then you won't be qualified to see me. The deep and resounding voice rang out again. In the ancient palace, a green dragon shadow appeared. His body was surrounded by several dragon pillars, and a dragon head appeared in front of Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun was slightly surprised. The existence inside was not a human after all. From the looks of it, it was a dragon spirit. You are the person that the little dragon horse found, right? The dragon shadow asked Xiao Chun again. The little dragon horse? Xiao Chun felt slightly stunned. Then he understood. This dragon spirit was referring to the old dragon horse in the Blue Dragon Palace. Yes, I came from the Kunlun realm. I followed the old dragon horse's instructions and came to this great thousand realms. Xiao Chun answered honestly, not hiding anything. You came early. With your strength, what are you doing in this dragon city? You are not even a sovereign emperor, yet you want to use the divine universe steel to break the Tao platform. If not for the fear of damaging your origin energy and preventing you from advancing to sovereign emperor, I would not even bother with you. You have to advance to sovereign emperor before you are qualified to inherit the inheritance and treasures of this blue dragon ancient city. The dragon spirit felt somewhat confused. It said seriously, I wonder what that soul reaper is doing to actually let you in. As the dragon spirit spoke, its body kept swaying. However, it kept its gaze on Xiao Chun. Interesting. All of a sudden, the dragon spirit seemed to have discovered something interesting, and it started to laugh. Xiao Chun remained silent, not knowing what to say. The other party did not give him a chance to interrupt. This azure dragon bloodline is rather strange. All the geniuses are extremely talented. All geniuses do not believe in evil and insist on dual cultivating righteous and demonic. However, that makes sense. If you did not cultivate a demonic Tao cultivation technique, I would suspect that you are not qualified to bear this responsibility. The dragon spirit muttered to itself, not intending to communicate too much with Xiao Chun. It said lazily, observe the 10,000 dragons picture for a while, then leave. When you reach the Divine Vein Realm, you can go to the Divine Vein Realm. When you reach the Divine Vein Realm, I will acknowledge you as my master and receive the inheritance of the Blue Dragon race. Xiao Chun felt somewhat embarrassed. He probed, Senior, since I'm already here, can you give me some resources? The dragon spirit smiled and said, interesting. It is not that you are unsatisfied. After taking a mouthful of my dragon essence, you have already converted 50% of your bloodline power. It is not just healing your injuries. There is also this 10,000 dragons picture. Even sovereign emperors find it hard to observe it. 50% of my bloodline power has been converted? Xiao Chun felt slightly shocked as he quickly checked. Indeed, it was as he had expected. It was already extremely rare for someone with a great desolate Ian bloodline to be able to convert 30% of their bloodline power. 50% was extremely rare. After converting 50%, one's dragon might would undergo a complete transformation. The might of the blue dragon in one's veritable essence energy would also undergo a qualitative change. Many thanks, Senior. Xiao Chun quickly thanked the dragon spirit. The dragon spirit said indifferently, go and observe the 10,000 dragons picture. How much you can comprehend will depend on your luck. Xiao Chun did not dare to delay. The 10,000 dragons picture in front gave him an unfathomable feeling. However, he had not examined it in detail. The dragon spirit silently withdrew from the ancient hall, leaving only Xiao Chun to seriously observe the 10,000 dragons picture. Each type of dragon in the 10,000 dragons picture was different, each with its own merits. Completely comprehending one type might take 100 years. Xiao Chun knew that he could not remain here for long, so he focused on the Heaven Dragon, the Blue Dragon, and the Golden Divine Dragon. The former concerned himself, while the latter concerned his opponents. Xiao Chun carefully studied the mysteries within. Soon he felt like he gained a lot. Then, he slowly shifted his gaze to the group of dragons, experiencing the aura and Tao of 10,000 dragons appearing at the same time. What a miraculous picture! Each type of dragon is different. However, when they appear in the picture, their auras intertwine, forming a perfect whole. If I can imitate this 10,000 dragons picture and obtain just 10% of its mysteries, even sovereign emperors would have to avoid me. The more Shao Chun observed, the more incredible he found this 10,000 dragons picture. He started studying it like he was possessed. When Shao Chun startled awake, he suddenly discovered that a 10,000 dragons picture had appeared in his mind as well. However, this 10,000 dragons picture was somewhat hazy and blurry, hidden in fog. 10,000 dragons art? At the same time, information about a cultivation technique appeared in Shao Chen's mind. These ancient words seemed to be deeply imprinted in his heart. When he thought about it, it felt like clear water flowing in his heart. When Shao Chun finished reading through it, he felt somewhat horrified. This 10,000 dragons art was actually of a higher level than his Purple Thunder Divine Incantation and Demonic Cloud Heaven Swallowing art. Unexpectedly, he gained a cultivation technique and even imprinted the 10,000 dragons picture. Shao Chun rejoiced. Indeed, the dragon spirit did not lie to him. Even without any resources, copying this 10,000 dragons picture and obtaining the 10,000 dragons art would be a great harvest. I did not lie to you, right? The dragon spirit appeared silently. A dragon head suddenly appeared before Shao Chun as it spoke indifferently. Shao Chun smiled and said, "Many thanks, Senior. Why is this 10,000 dragons art so strong? I feel that there is no cultivation technique in the martial epic that can compare to it." The dragon spirit said proudly, "The 10,000 dragons art was born in the great desolate Aeon. The epic came and went, but its inheritance never ended. There would always be dragon race powerhouses who continuously improved it. Naturally, it would not be weak. However, if you say that there is no cultivation technique in the martial epic that can compare to it, I can only say that your horizons are too low and your strength is too weak." "Is that so?" Shao Chun said, feeling somewhat deflated. At the same time, he did not dare to believe it. That is natural. There are still a few cultivation techniques that can compare to it. However, there are practically none that can surpass it, the dragon spirit said in an extremely tyrannical and confident tone. "All right, you may leave now. Come back again after the sovereign emperor." After that, the dragon spirit directly chased Shao Chun away. Shao Chun felt somewhat reluctant and dissatisfied. He had come here after so much difficulty, so he could not give up this opportunity so easily. Shao Chun quickly said, "One last question. Senior, can you give me some pointers on my martial Tao?" "How troublesome," the dragon spirit muttered. However, it still did as it was asked, looking at Shao Chun with its spiritual eyes. Shao Chun immediately felt that the other party knew all his secrets. "Not bad. You exceeded my expectations. I can tell that you have grasped the true meaning of many of your martial techniques. You did not blindly copy your predecessors. Instead, you walked your own Tao and followed your heart. However, I don't understand. Since you comprehended the state of cycle, why did you not continue researching it? This is truly a waste of heavenly gifts. You should know that this state of cycle is rare in the world. It can lead to the ultimate great Tao." The dragon spirit's eyes were very bright. Everything that Shao Chun learned could not be hidden from it. When mentioning the state of cycle, Shao Chun felt somewhat helpless. "I cannot bring out my state of cycle in this great thousand realms. Even if I want to cultivate it, I do not know where to start." "Is that so? Why do I feel that you have a secret treasure on you that can help you cultivate the state of cycle? Such a state that leads to the ultimate great Tao cannot be cultivated or comprehended by oneself unless one reaches the faux god realm. One can only use a secret treasure to assist in cultivation. Coincidentally, you have such a secret treasure on you." Shao Chun found this strange. He asked, "I have such a secret treasure on me? Why did I not know about it?" This was really strange. Shao Chun did not even know about such a secret treasure. However, the dragon spirit sensed it. "Think about it slowly. You are really stupid." Whoosh! Without giving Shao Chun a chance to ask any more questions, the dragon spirit sent Shao Chun out. Shao Chun's figure turned blurry. When he recovered his vision, he had already returned to the Tao platform. When Xiao Chun looked up, the azure dragon statue had already fled to somewhere unknown. What is it? Xiao Chun still did not understand. What kind of secret treasure could help him bring out the state of cycle in this great thousand realms? Chapter 2076. Do I have a secret treasure that can help me execute the state of cycle in the great thousand realms? Clearly, that is not the case for the cycle throne. After a round of modifications, the cycle throne's grade was still too low, not even a Tao tool. It was not that Xiao Chun had not used it before. However, aside from using it to travel, it was not very useful. What could it be? Xiao Chun felt somewhat depressed. He could not think of anything, so he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He could already feel the blood-colored mark between his eyebrows weakening bit by bit. Perhaps he could not remain in this dragon city for long. The blazing sun in the distance was sinking into the golden ocean bit by bit, and only a trace of its afterglow could be seen. Who knew what would happen when the desolate slaves and the army of the dead returned to the city? Even if he could stay, he would have to leave first. In any case, with the divine universe steel in his hand, he could come to this land of the blood moon anytime he wanted. The prerequisite was that he had sufficient resources. Speaking of resources, Xiao Chun felt a headache. He had undergone a complete transformation in this land of the blood moon. His strength had improved qualitatively. He had successfully awakened his divine body once, grasped martial and soul as one, perfectly merged his three great Tao, and attained the heaven dragon body. Breaking the mundane, resolving the mundane, and entering hell, Xiao Chun had thoroughly mastered the first three moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. Furthermore, he had obtained the 10,000 Dragons art and a copy of the 10,000 Dragons picture in his mind. The combat experience he gained from fighting the black and white eggs was extremely valuable. In terms of benefits, there were simply too many. His strength had increased tremendously. However, he did not have any true resources, such as primeval heavenly pills, superior grade spirit jades, natural treasures, or spirit pills. Speaking of which, Xiao Chun felt frustrated. The previous heaven dragon should not have been so ruthless. If the previous heaven dragon had left behind some trash, he would not have been so poor. Without resources, Xiao Chun could not do many things. He could not cultivate the purple thunder divine incantation and the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art. He could not break through his cultivation, and he could not activate the Tao platform in the divine universe steel. The ancient city is so huge. It should be enough if I just scavenge a little. Although Xiao Chun could not obtain the blue dragon's inheritance, this ancient city was already a huge treasure trove. There were many intact courtyards and shops, treasure inspection halls, auction halls, and alchemy rooms. There were also the noble clans that used to live here. Whoosh! Xiao Chun leaped off the Tao platform and transformed into a bolt of lightning as he shuttled through the ancient city. After choosing his target, he began to plunder. Restriction. As soon as they arrived before a house, Xiao Chun was speechless. There was actually a restriction here. It was another restriction. After much difficulty, he finally arrived at a majestic auction house. Looking around, he found another restriction. An hour later, Xiao Chun finally despaired. There were restrictions everywhere in the ancient city. It seemed that without passing the test of the dragon spirit, it would be impossible to obtain any other benefits in the ancient city. Never mind. Copying the 10,000 Dragons picture and obtaining the 10,000 Dragons art was already sufficient. Boom! When the mark on his forehead disappeared, Xiao Chun immediately felt a repulsive force in the ancient city. Walking and flying in the city was quite difficult, and his strength was also limited. Xiao Chun had no choice but to leave the city. As soon as he stepped out of the city gate, he saw that at the edge of the land of the blood moon, the sun had completely sunk into the golden ocean. In the end, Soul Reaper did not completely shatter it. The blazing giant managed to flee, and the golden armored army was nearly completely destroyed. When Xiao Chun looked around, the entire small world was in a state of devastation. Many pieces of land floated in the air, shattered. Terrifying, mysterious phenomena lingered in the surroundings. When Xiao Chun looked around, he saw nothing but desolation. This was no longer the small world that Xiao Chun was familiar with. Even the blood moon in the sky dimmed significantly. Shao Chun personally saw the blazing sun and the blood moon crash, nearly causing the entire small world to crumble. Fragments formed by the afterglow of the blazing sun and the blood moon scattered in all directions, each containing a great destructive power. The battle between the blazing sun and the blood moon caused the small world to shatter. Rumble! After returning from a great victory, the desolate slave Soul Reaper led the other desolate slaves and the army of the dead to the Blue Dragon ancient city. Shao Chun temporarily avoided the clash and returned to the palace. He vaguely felt that the desolate slave Soul Reaper had glanced at him before entering the city. Egg, come. Tell us, what exactly did you encounter in the city? Upon seeing Shao Chun return, the black and white eggs felt incredibly excited and rushed over. Shao Chun hid the matter of the 10,000 dragons picture and told them everything else. There was no need to hide too much from these two puppets. After White Egg heard that, it guffawed. No wonder you have such a bitter expression. It turns out that you did not obtain anything. Haha, that's what I said. In the end, you are still too weak. It's not a good thing to go in early. If our master can go in, we'll have to go in. If our master could enter, he would be able to break the restrictions. Upon hearing that Shao Chun did not obtain anything, the black and white eggs gloated, giving Shao Chun a look of disdain. Had you known, you might as well have stayed here and collected the fragments that fell from the blood moon and the blazing sun. White Egg said softly with a smile. Fragments? Are these fragments valuable? Shao Chun felt somewhat confused. When the blazing sun and the blood moon clashed head-on, they had indeed scattered many fragments. Black Egg said in disdain, You are really stupid. When you fought with us, didn't you bring out a yin-yang flame diagram? That yin-yang flame diagram seems to be formed by yin and yang flames, looking very profound. The flames are also of high ranks, primal chaos level flames. Unfortunately, their quality is too low, just grade 4. If you can evolve that flame into an item, it would be incredible. Shao Chen's eyes lit up. Are you saying that the fragments of the blazing sun and the blood moon can raise the rank of my flame? That is natural. Be it the blood moon in the sky or the golden blazing sun, they are formed by a secret technique using the essence of the sun and the moon in the real world. They took at least 1,000 years to form. The person who refined them is definitely a peak faux god. My master once said that the person who refined them should have entered the sun and the moon, stealing their cores. After White Egg finished speaking, it glanced at Shao Chun. Then, it asked indifferently, Do you think these fragments are valuable? Shao Chun looked around, and joy immediately appeared on his face. This was the remnant land of the great battle, filled with fragments of the blood moon and the blazing sun. It turned out that they were all worth cities. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After thanking Shao Chun, he stopped speaking and started to collect these fragments. Black Egg muttered to itself, This battle was really intense. Be it the blood moon or the blazing sun, their cores were damaged. They will need at least 500 years to recover their vitality. It is unfortunate for Bitchy Egg. He nearly killed Foolish Egg, but he failed at the last moment and let Foolish Egg escape. Haha! It is good that Foolish Egg ran away. Otherwise, the great show that happens once every few centuries would be over. The two of us would not have any excitement to watch. The black and white eggs chatted happily, not minding Shao Chen's departure at all. 3 days passed. Shao Chun collected all the fragments of the blazing sun and the blood moon in the entire small world. The total number of the two totaled more than 100,000. It was as the black and white eggs said. These fragments were indeed worth cities. The heavenly snow divine flame and the universe origin veritable essence energy advanced to rank 5 at the same time. The universe origin veritable flame was a heavenly flame, a primal chaos level flame that only the Tianwu dynasty's royal court disciples had the opportunity to grasp. There was a total of 9 grades of primal chaos level flames. After reaching rank 5, no one would say that Shao Chen's heavenly snow divine flame and universe origin veritable flame were too low in rank. With a thought, Shao Chun spread out his hands, and a strand of flame soared up from each of his palms. The flames continuously gathered. When they reached their limits, It looked like Xiao Chun was holding a full moon and a sun in each of his hands. The benefits of absorbing these fragments were not only to upgrade the 2 types of flames to the 5th grade, but also to the 5th grade. The more profound thing was that they absorbed the mysteries of the blood moon and the blazing sun. When the heavenly snow divine flame and the universe origin veritable flame fully unfurled, they already had a vague form of the blazing sun and the blood moon. This was a pleasant surprise to Xiao Chun. If these 2 flames rose to rank 9 one day, would he be able to control the sun and the moon at the same time? Then, he would surpass Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun and the mysterious person who fought Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun. This thought only lasted for an instant. Xiao Chun knew that he still had a long way to go. These 2 condensed the blood moon and the blazing sun, grasping a secret technique. Xiao Chun did not have a secret technique. Unless he directly consumed the blood moon and blazing sun that the 2 refined, he would not be able to surpass them. Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram. Xiao Chun pushed out with both palms, using the Taiji Dao to push the heavenly snow divine flame and the universe origin veritable flame at the same time. Of the 2 flames, one was pale white, and the other flickered with golden light. Both were the extremes of yin and yang. They chased after Xiao Chun. Soon, a Taiji diagram materialized. Closely following that, the 4 divisions and 8 trigrams appeared around the Taiji diagram for the first time. Boom! In that instant, golden light spread out. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram soared into the sky, extending infinitely. Soon, this Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram filled the sky, covering half the sky of the small world. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. The blue dragon seal in his soul pool, which represented the will of soul, flickered with light. The sun and moon shining together, mysterious phenomenon appeared. Xiao Chun merged his soul mysterious phenomenon with the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram in the sky. Surging soul energy continuously poured into the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. Whoosh! 4 hours later, the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram in the sky completely turned solid. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand, and the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram gathered together, forming a simple and unadorned painting in Xiao Chun's hand. Interesting. I should have thought of infusing my soul energy into the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram long ago. Xiao Chun muttered to himself. The mysterious phenomenon before him pleasantly surprised him. Although Xiao Chun said that his soul energy did not show any abnormalities. The heavenly snow divine flame and the universe origin veritable flame had not reached rank 5. If Xiao Chun rashly formed them, he might not be able to produce such a scene. Xiao Chun gently unfurled the painting in his hand, and a simple and exquisite Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram appeared before him. The background of the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram was a deep starry heavens. There was no flickering starlight, only a blurry blood moon in the pitch-black starry heavens. With a thought, the painting became like water, merging into Xiao Chun's physical body. Since then, the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram had undergone a qualitative change. Even if it was a sovereign emperor's strike, Xiao Chun was confident that he could block it with the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. It is time to leave. If not for the golden armored army attacking, Xiao Chun would have left already. He had already wasted too much time. This time he had to leave. After a simple farewell to the black and white eggs, Xiao Chun's physical body turned into flowing ice and soared into the sky. The blood moon dimmed. Compared to before, its might and pressure were much weaker. After executing the heaven dragon's body, Xiao Chun, who had turned into ice, successfully entered the blood moon. Then he revealed himself. However, he did not rush to leave like the previous generation heaven dragon did. Instead, Xiao Chun took out the divine universe steel. Then he formed a hand seal with his right hand, and scriptures appeared on the divine universe steel. When all of them appeared, mysterious energy radiated from the divine universe steel again. As the divine universe steel radiated, scarlet talisman scripts flew over from the surroundings and entered the steel. When Xiao Chun sensed a blood moon appear on the Tao platform in the divine universe steel, he stopped. Then, he put away the divine universe steel and started to look around, searching for a way out of this hazy, chaotic, scarlet world. 1 hour later, Xiaochen followed the previous generation Heaven Dragon's method and successfully triggered the spatial tunnel hidden in the Blood Moon. Xiao Chen's body immediately shot upward uncontrollably. He moved more than 100 times faster than Xiao Chen's movement technique. Xiao Chen's surroundings spun around. Time and space turned blurry. He could not distinguish the east, south, or north. When Xiao Chen startled to his senses, he felt himself rapidly falling to the ground. When Xiao Chen looked around, the night sky was hazy and sinister, giving off a cold qi. This startled Xiao Chen slightly. This was a familiar yet strange feeling. This was the night of the desolate sea. When Xiao Chen looked up, he saw a blood moon several times larger than the small world above. The blood moon hung in the sky, looking like he could touch it if he stretched out his hand. An extremely realistic misconception appeared in Xiao Chen's heart. He felt like he was falling from the blood moon. Chapter 2077. Whoosh! Xiao Chen gently pushed off the air and looked around. What is this place? Xiao Chen was certain that this was the desolate sea. However, he did not know where in the desolate sea was. Xiao Chen felt that his surroundings were somewhat familiar, but most of them were unfamiliar. There was a small city about 500,000 kilometers in front. It was not large. Rather than a city, it was more like a town. Such a small city was rare in the desolate sea. Azure Mountain? Wait a minute. Xiao Chen extended out his spiritual sense and discovered a familiar peak. After not seeing it for 4 years, the Azure Mountain looked the same, unchanged. Xiao Chen thought for a while. It looked like the small village in the past had turned into a city. No wonder Xiao Chen found it both familiar and strange. After landing firmly, Xiao Chen was in a good mood. After being trapped for 4 years, he finally managed to get out. The small village in the past had turned into a city. It looked like it was developing pretty well. With the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's promise, no one dared to make a move. It made sense that the place gradually developed. Someone is here. Furthermore, it is a sovereign personage. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. In an instant, he brought out the Azure Dragon body and transformed his physical body. His physical body turned illusory, turning into ice and silently retreating, vanishing into the night. After a while, 2 figures descended from the sky. One of them wore black and looked older. He exuded a faint demonic qi. Xiao Chen recognized this aura. This person cultivated the demonic cultivation technique of the Heavenly Slaughter Sect, one of the 6 demonic Dao sections. The other person was a middle-aged man in scarlet robes, exuding an air of nobility. He did not look like someone from the Heavenly Slaughter Sect. It has been almost 4 years, and you still have not completed the mission that the 8th Prince gave you. Elder son, I don't know what you are doing. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man scolded with a cold expression after the 2 landed. The black-clad old man said helplessly, "It is not that this old man is useless. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor promised that no one in the desolate sea would openly make a move on this Azure Mountain town. That Qin Zhuolin has not left in secret, so there is no chance to make a move. Humph! You can't even do such a small thing, yet you are finding so many excuses. You have disappointed the 8th Prince. The 8th Prince has lost his patience. No matter what method you use, you must finish it tonight." The scarlet-clothed, middle-aged man snorted coldly. He looked at the black-clothed man with an expressionless face and said, "Do as you see fit. I've come here this time. If I let the 8th Prince do it himself, then there's no need for you to exist." The black-clothed old man hurriedly said, "Your Excellency, you can't be like this. You and I saw it when we entered the city. I won't even have the chance to attack. Once I do, I'll definitely be exposed." The middle-aged man in blood-red clothes said, "It doesn't matter even if it's exposed. How could it be possible to achieve great things without paying a price? At that time, I will delay Qin Zhuolin while you make your move. If you are exposed, just find a scapegoat in the Heavenly Slaughter Sect to apologize to the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. What's more, we're not really going to attack Qingshan City, so it's not too much." The black-robed old man had a conflicted look on his face. Clearly, he was very hesitant. There were almost no experts in Green Mountain City. Only Qin Zhuolin presided over this place. However, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor personally promised to protect this place. Making a move in the city would be like slapping the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's face. This scarlet-clad, middle-aged man had a deep background and a terrifying origin. He did not fear the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, but Xiao Chun could not do so. However, offending the 8th prince would not end well. Most importantly, if Xiao Chun succeeded, the benefits he would gain would be startling. After thinking for a long time, the black-robed old man made up his mind. He said, "All right, tonight it is. However, Milord said it first. Once I'm exposed, you have to protect me. Don't worry. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor wants face as well. At that time, I'll bring a scapegoat to apologize and take the initiative to admit my mistake. Will he kill me with one slap? I'm not really going to destroy this Qingshan city. All right, let's do it then." After the two made up their minds, they no longer hesitated. After discussing the details, they flew towards Qingshan city again. Whoosh! When the two of them were far away, a wisp of cold light silently appeared in the pitch-black night sky like a stream of light. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. Why are these two going to Blue Dragon City? The black-robed old man was a small perfection sovereign personage. Coincidentally, Xiao Chun had met this old man before. Back when Xiao Chun was destroying the nearby heavenly slaughter sect strongholds, the most dangerous experience he had had was when 3 sovereign personages surrounded him. This old man had been one of them. However, this old man was not worth mentioning before Xiao Chun now. What Xiao Chun paid some attention to was the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man. For a small perfection sovereign personage, heavenly slaughter sect elder, to be so respectful before this scarlet-clad man, this person had to have a great background. The heavenly slaughter sect is really persistent. Since I ran into them, they can forget about causing trouble for me. A murderous intent flashed on Xiao Chun's calm face. Xiao Chun did not have a good impression of the heavenly slaughter sect at all. 4 years ago, Xiao Chun had used his late-stage holy venerate cultivation to destroy all 88 nearby heavenly slaughter sect strongholds. Xiao Chun already knew what kind of people these people were. They would do anything to achieve their goals. They raised bandits to do evil, not letting off the elderly, women, and children. For the sake of cultivating a demonic Tao cultivation technique, they even reared children, devoid of conscience and humanity. Xiao Chun hid his aura and quietly followed. When Xiao Chun got close to Azure Mountain Town, he was surprised to discover that this tiny city had a defensive formation. This should be Qin Zhuolin's handiwork. This person was a good friend. Even though Xiao Chun thought that he was dead, he still helped him guard Azure Mountain Town until now. However, this defensive formation mainly targeted desolate slaves and other foul things that came out at night. It did not have much effect on sovereign personages. With the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's promise, normally, no one would come here to cause trouble. Under the moonlight, the residents of the small city had already fallen asleep. The entire town appeared quiet and peaceful. As Xiao Chun followed the two into the city, he saw the two say something to each other after entering the city. Then they went their separate ways. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun made up his mind to follow the black-clad old man. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man should be going to find Qin Zhuolin. Given Xiao Chun's understanding of Qin Zhuolin, even if Qin Zhuolin was not a match for the scarlet-clad man, his life would not be in any danger. Even now, Xiao Chun found Qin Zhuolin somewhat mysterious and unfathomable. It was already late at night, and the city was pitch dark. The lights of the various clans had already been extinguished long ago. Only a rather tall pavilion still had lights burning. This was Qin Zhuolin's residence. Qin Zhuolin and Sang drank in the pavilion, casually chatting. This Azure Mountain Town had developed under these two's watch. After a few years, their friendship had deepened significantly. Qin Zhuolin drained the wine in his cup in one go. Then, he asked softly, "Sang, are you sure that Xiao Chun is still alive?" Sang nodded and said, "You asked me many times already. I'm very sure that he is not dead." The propping mulberry tree was still in the divine universe steel. Through this faint connection, Sang could sense some of Xiao Chun's aura. Sang was very sure that Xiao Chun was not dead. However, Sang had no idea where he was. Qin Zhuolin had not had a good time in the past 4 years. He regretted his decision back then. He should not have let Shao Chen follow him down. The heavenly Dao killing formation prevented Qin Zhuolin from bringing out his previous experience and strength. In the end, Qin Zhuolin walked out alone. Even after 4 years, there was no news of Shao Chen. It was hard not to feel guilty and unable to forgive himself. No matter what, this fellow should have come out after 4 years. Qin Zhuolin muttered to himself. If it were him, he would have gone crazy after being trapped for 4 years. Even if he did not die, being trapped and unable to come out was also a form of torture. Suddenly, Qin Zhuolin's and Sang's expressions changed at the same time. Qin Zhuolin said indifferently, "Come out. Stop hiding." Haha. Light flickered, and the lanterns in the pavilion flickered. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man appeared out of nowhere. He looked at Qin Zhuolin and said, "You truly deserve to be the only successor of the heavenly Dipper Gate. I just arrived, and young Master Qin already discovered me." The Shuowu dynasty's people? When Qin Zhuolin saw the scarlet-clad man, he felt slightly startled. Then he mocked, "Interesting. To think that a desolate place like Azure Mountain Town would attract the people of the Shuowu dynasty's royal court." At the same time, Qin Zhuolin sent a voice projection to Sang. "This fellow might have companions. Go out and take a look. I'll deal with him, right?" Sang replied and prepared to leave silently. "Haha, stay behind. Don't think about leaving." The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man laughed maniacally. Then he waved his hand, and a wriggling clump of blood formed a barrier, isolating this space. When Sang punched the barrier, the viscous blood barrier squirmed slowly. Felt like he punched cotton, powerless. "My filthy blood barrier has already reached the 6th layer. Even a peak sovereign personage might not be able to break it. The two of you should just give up. Stay here and chat with me. If you have a good attitude, I will not attack you," the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man said with a faint smile. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man revealed a confident expression as he smiled faintly. Chapter 2078. Inside the filthy blood barrier, the expressions of Qin Zhuolin and Sang changed. "Attack!" The two exchanged glances and immediately made up their minds, charging at the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man at the same time. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man smiled coldly and said, "No one is a match for me in my filthy blood barrier. The two of you are seeking death." An intense battle quickly unfolded in the filthy blood barrier. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man was a great perfection sovereign personage in the first place, far superior to Qin Zhuolin's and Sang's. Hence, he held a significant advantage in the filthy blood barrier. However, Qin Zhuolin and Sang were not as simple as they appeared. One was a mysterious and unfathomable geomaster, and the other was a being born in the propping mulberry tree. When the two worked together, they were not at a disadvantage. This startled the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man. However, his expression did not change, not changing at all. Taking down these two would indeed require a lot of effort, more difficult than expected. However, as long as Shao Chen followed the original plan and delayed these two, he could leave smoothly after Elder Sun was done. There was no need to worry too much. On the other side, Shao Chen followed the black-clad old man, moving stealthily through Azure Mountain Town. Azure Mountain Town was not large. Soon, the black-clad old man stopped in front of a residence. "That is." Shao Chen frowned slightly. Afraid of alerting the enemy, he did not dare to use his spiritual sense rashly. However, he vaguely guessed something. These two were here for the extreme Yin body, Qing Chen. Shao Chen already knew 4 years ago that the heavenly slaughter sect was in the desolate sea working for the 8th prince. Most of the young girls that the 8th prince had plundered were given to the Blood Moon dynasty. Bang! The black-clad old man shouted coldly without any expression on his face as he suddenly attacked. The house in front silently crumbled to dust, causing the young girl and the little boy who lived in it to feel horrified. After not seeing Qing Chun for 4 years, she had grown significantly taller. The little boy should be her younger brother. Elder sister. The little boy cried out in fear as he hid behind Qing Chun. Qing Chun showed a nervous expression, but she still shielded her younger brother. She shouted, "Who are you? Quickly leave this place. Azure Mountain Town is protected by the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor." The black-clad old man smiled and said, "Of course, I know that this lousy place is protected by the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Otherwise, I would have brought you away 3 years ago." Under the moonlight, Qing Chun looked incredibly delicate. Her eyes flickered with a bright light. Qing Chen's delicate body gave off a cold and aloof air. Right now, even if Qing Chun was an ordinary person, one could tell that she had an extraordinary air. As expected of the extreme Yin body, it's a pity that the 8th prince has taken a fancy to you. Come with me. Greed flashed in the black-clad old man's eyes. He stepped forward, wanting to take Qing Chun away. "Old son, I dare you to take another step forward." Just at this moment, the black-clothed old man suddenly heard a chilling voice coming from behind him. The bone-chilling killing intent instantly pierced into their bodies, causing them to feel as though they had fallen into an ice cave, their bodies turning cold. The black-robed old man was scared witless. Who was it that had silently appeared behind him, and he had no reaction at all? "Who are you?" "I am an outer sect elder of the Heavenly Fiend sect." At the crucial moment, the black-robed old man used the name of the Heavenly Fiend sect to protect himself. In the desolate sea, the Heavenly Fiend sect was rather famous. Not just anyone dared to offend a rank 7 sect of the 6 demonic Tao great sections. Unfortunately, the one that the black-robed old man ran into was Xiao Chun. "Who am I? Just turn around and you will see." The black-robed old man turned around somewhat nervously. When he looked up, he saw a white-clad youth with delicate features. Under the moonlight, he gave off an extraordinary air, looking like he was shining with bright light. Even the night could not hide his sharpness. Xiao Chun. The black-robed old man had interacted with Xiao Chun before. Back then, Xiao Chun had nearly died at his hands. However, there had been no news of Xiao Chun in the past 4 years. Rumor had it that Xiao Chun had either been killed by the Dragon God Crown Prince Qin Mu or the Hound Lion Empire's Crown Prince, Xiahou Wu. In any case, Xiao Chun was a dead man. When the black-robed old man saw the other party suddenly appear before him, he was startled. "Run!" The other party was only a small perfection sovereign personage, the same cultivation as the black-robed old man. However, the pressure that he brought was nearly suffocating. The black-robed old man did not even think. His figure flashed, and he soared into the air, wanting to merge into the night and take the opportunity to flee. "You think you can leave?" Xiao Chun smiled coldly, and a candle dragon image appeared behind him. Then, 2 candle flames lit up in his eyes. Whoosh! 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 An icy flame instantly burned the black-robed old man in the air, causing him to cry out in pain. It was not just his physical body. A strange cold flame even ignited his soul at this moment. The black-robed old man stumbled and fell to the ground. Before the black-robed old man could extinguish the flame on his body, Xiao Chun waved his hand and used Firmament's rage to grab his neck. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I was just following orders. I am an outer sect elder of the Heavenly Slaughter sect. If you kill me, you will have an irreconcilable enmity with the Heavenly Slaughter sect." The horrifying great desolate Ian ancestor dragon's rage encased the black-robed old man, and boundless saber chi assaulted his entire body. As long as the black-robed old man dared to act rashly, Xiao Chun could easily destroy him with just a thought. Now, Xiao Chun could finally control Firmament's rage as he pleased, reaching the level of the first palace master back then. The boundless rage could shake the surroundings and shake the sky. However, when Xiao Chun executed it, he did so effortlessly and effortlessly. It's too late. From the moment he stepped into Azure Mountain Town, Xiao Chun had already sentenced this person to death in his heart. Xiao Chun took Firmament's rage a step further. The 5-element divine lightning infused into his palm, and a small world made of lightning and saber chi immediately formed in his palm. Xiao Chun instantly grasped the black-robed old man in his palm. He ferociously clenched his fist. When he opened his hand, Blood shot out together with the saber intent and lightning in the air. The black-robed old man died without a complete corpse. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he arrived beside Qing Chen and her younger brother. Qing Chen's eyes brimmed with tears as she asked in disbelief, "Big brother, is that you?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly. His appearance had changed significantly. Qing Chen, who was already a young girl, was still the same as before. Qing Chen's eyes would brim with tears at the slightest provocation. However, she would always stand before her younger brother. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "It's me. I'm back." Qing Chen smiled between tears and said, "Big brother, you finally returned. Many people said that you would not return. Little Qing Chen felt that you would definitely return, just like 4 years ago. No matter how long I waited, you would return." 4 years ago, Xiao Chun had destroyed the heavenly slaughter sect's 88 strongholds near Peach Blossom City alone. At that time, many people felt that Xiao Chun would not return. Only Qing Chun persisted in waiting for Xiao Chun. "Don't cry. Bring your younger brother to find Grandpa 7 first and settle him down." "I still have something to do," Xiao Chun said softly after consoling Qing Chun for a while. "Right. Little Qing Chun will listen to Big Brother." Qing Chun turned her head and glanced at Xiao Chun. Then, she quickly led her younger brother to Grandpa 7's residence. Xiao Chun sighed softly. As someone with an extreme body, it was practically impossible for her to live an ordinary life. Xiao Chun looked around and fixed his gaze on the pavilion in the distance. Then his eyes slowly turned cold. At this moment, the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man in the pavilion became increasingly relaxed against Qin Zhuolin and Sang. As time passed, the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man slowly revealed his advantage in the filthy blood barrier. Qin Zhuolin and Sang attacked a few times but failed to break the filthy blood barrier. Instead, they gave it to the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man. "Just give up. You have no chance of defeating me in the filthy blood barrier. I am already very restrained. If I want to, I can kill you at any time." The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man smiled coldly after knocking back Sang and Qin Zhuolin again. "Damn it! This filthy blood barrier suppresses us too much. It completely cuts off the spiritual energy of the outside world. On the other hand, he can obtain endless energy from the filthy blood barrier." Sang said somewhat helplessly. Right now, he was already a small perfection sovereign personage. His strength was no weaker than that of an ordinary great perfection sovereign personage. Qin Zhuolin was even more so. 4 years ago, he was already a small perfection sovereign personage and grasped many secret techniques. When the two worked together, they did not fear any great perfection sovereign personage. However, this filthy blood barrier made it extremely difficult for the two to deal with the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man. Bang! The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man threw another palm strike. Boundless energy immediately surged over, making the might of his palm strike look like a vast sea with boundless momentum. Blood leaked out of Qin Zhuolin's and Sang's mouths as they crashed into the barrier wall. "I am unrivaled in the filthy blood barrier." The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man showed a cocky expression as he laughed loudly. He continuously unleashed the aura of a great perfection sovereign personage, making Sang and Qin Zhuolin feel even more uncomfortable. "Is that so? Why don't I think so?" Just at this moment, an uncoordinated figure came from the filthy blood barrier. Xiao Chen's figure suddenly appeared before the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man. This startled the other party. "Who are you? How did you get in?" "You don't have to care about that. Martial and soul as one." Xiao Chen's will of soul merged with his martial Tao as he coldly swung his saber with a cold expression. The resplendent saber light immediately made the filthy blood barrier lose its dazzling scarlet light, leaving only black and white. Bang! The filthy blood barrier instantly shattered, and the saber in Xiao Chen's hand pierced into the other party's chest. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man vomited a mouthful of blood as he did his best to block, not letting Xiao Chen's saber go any deeper. He blocked it. Xiao Chen found this slightly strange. At such a close distance, the other party actually blocked his martial and soul as one saber strike. That made sense. After all, the other party was a great perfection sovereign personage. If he could not even block one saber strike from Shao Chun, he would be too weak. Blood Shadow Demonic Claw. Die! When the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man felt Shao Chen's attack pause, he became enraged and attacked ferociously. The might of a dynasty burst forth from his body. His eyes turned blood-red, and his golden pupils looked like crescent moons. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man's right hand instantly turned into a demonic claw that rivaled a great desolate aeon ferocious beasts. It erupted with a demonic might that rivaled that of a great desolate aeon ferocious beast, wanting to tear Shao Chun into pieces. You think that this is my peak strike? In that case, you are wrong. I was just warming up. Flawless saber Dao, using the heart as a saber. Shao Chun quickly pulled out the tyrant saber from the other party's chest, bringing out his saber great Dao to its limits. Saber light shone all over Shao Chen's body. The boundless saber aura gathered on the saber. The saber light was like the moon, and the saber images were like the wind. Just as the terrifying demonic claw was about to grab him, Shao Chun poked hundreds of holes in the other party's body. Pu Ci. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man vomited a mouthful of blood, and the blood shadow demonic claw crumbled on its own. The rebound worsened his injuries. Martial and soul as one. Horror flashed in the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man's eyes as he looked at Shao Chun. To think that Shao Chun used martial and soul as one. Legend had it that even sovereign emperors found it hard to achieve. Blood shadow demonic evasion. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man roared and suddenly self-detonated, turning into thousands of scarlet lines that scattered in all directions. This was the Blood Shadow Dynasty's secret technique. As long as one scarlet line managed to escape, one could survive. However, once one executed this secret technique, one would have to suffer extremely terrifying consequences. Unless absolutely necessary, no one would use it. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man thought that he would only execute this secret technique when he ran into a sovereign emperor. Unexpectedly, a small perfection sovereign personage forced him into such a state. However, if the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man knew what Shao Chun was thinking, he would definitely go crazy. Shao Chun wondered if he should give chase. That was right. Even if the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man executed the blood shadow demonic evasion, Shao Chun still had ways to chase after him. It would just be somewhat problematic. Chapter 2079. To chase or not to chase? Shao Chun hesitated for only 1 second before making his decision. Chase. Under the blood moon, Shao Chun soared into the air. At this moment, he unleashed his veritable essence energy, soul energy, and 3 great Dao without holding anything back. Flawless Dao using the body as a saber. Shao Chun incorporated the Ice Dao and the Thunder Dao into his flawless saber Dao and materialized them. Under the huge blood moon, the white-clad Shao Chun brandished the tyrant saber and danced wildly under the moonlight. At this moment, Shao Chun was like a flower bud bathed in moonlight, waiting to bloom. In the next moment, the petals bloomed, and boundless resplendent saber lights burst out. Countless mysterious phenomena appeared at the same time. The blood moon in the sky instantly paled in comparison. Strands of saber lights burst out of Shao Chun's body. Be it his fine black hair or his white robes, they could all be used as sabers at this moment. Whoosh! Thousands of saber lights burst out under the blood moon. Shao Chun continuously chopped apart strands of bloodlines. Sharp, miserable shrieks echoed in the cold night. The blood shadow demonic evasion was an escape technique that only the Shuowu dynasty's royal clan grasped. However, at this moment, Shao Chun used the most intense method to break it. No matter how many clones you have, I have one saber. I can send out thousands of saber lights. Break, break, break. Shao Chun chopped off a total of 9,000 bloodlines. When only 10 remained, the bloodlines mended. Before the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man could escape Azure Mountain Town, he vomited a mouthful of blood. His complexion paled as he appeared. If he had not appeared, Shao Chun would have killed him, not even leaving a corpse. You're out? Xiao Chen's lips curled up in a smile as he ferociously tossed out the saber in his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! The perfectly straight tyrant saber, which was 2 fingers wide and 1 meter long, spun continuously as it flew towards the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man. The purple saber flickered with moonlight as it flew over, kicking up a strong wind. The tyrant saber did not fly very fast. Logically speaking, the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man should have been able to dodge easily. However, the middle-aged man's face was ashen, and his eyes were filled with helplessness. In despair, Xiao Chun discovered that the aura carried by the saber had already suppressed him. It was like a mountain pressing down on him. No, it was even more terrifying than a mountain pressing down on him. Even the towering mountains could not withstand a single blow from the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man. He could shatter them with a single punch. The aura of the tyrant saber was incomparably sharp, mercilessly shattering the remnant aura in Xiao Chen's body. His aura was like a vast ocean, bringing with it endless power, completely suppressing him. Xiao Chun could only watch helplessly as the tyrant saber flew towards him. A bona fide great perfection sovereign personage ended up like this. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man felt boundless sorrow in his heart. Below, the somewhat stunned Qin Zhuolin startled awake. He said, "Xiao Chun, don't kill this person yet." Pucci. With Qin Zhuolin's size, the tyrant saber, which should have shredded the scarlet shadow, middle-aged man's body, did not last long. However, the tyrant saber stabbed the scarlet shadow, middle-aged man's chest and pinned him to the ground. After gently landing, Xiao Chun looked at Sang and Qin Zhuolin. The 3 exchanged glances, sighing in their hearts. Sang kept saying that you were fine. Now I finally believe him. With your strength, I no longer have to feel guilty. Qin Zhuolin heaved a sigh of relief. He had often blamed himself over the past 4 years. Now that Xiao Chun appeared and suppressed a great perfection sovereign personage, he would definitely gain a great fortuitous encounter. This was a blessing in disguise. Although Xiao Chun did not feel jealous, he could not help feeling some envy. Sang pointed to the front and said, "Let's catch up later. Let's see what exactly this fellow is here for." Right? Xiao Chun nodded. The 3 pushed off with their feet and arrived beside the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man in a few leaps. Upon seeing the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man pinned to the ground by the tyrant saber, unable to move, Xiao Chun felt gratified. Earlier, Xiao Chun brandished his saber under the blood moon. In reality, Xiao Chun had already used his full power, not holding anything back. If he still could not hold this scarlet-clad, middle-aged man back, then his 4 years of bitter cultivation would have been for nothing. In the end, Xiao Chun materialized his flawless saber Dao because he discovered a flaw in his saber Dao. Some of the things that he once did not care about and threw away became shackles on him. Xiao Chun needed to fix this flaw before he could advance his saber great Dao to a Dao domain. Otherwise, he might not be able to advance further. "Brother Qin, why can't we kill this person?" Xiao Chun asked softly. Qin Zhuolin explained, "He is a member of the Xuewu dynasty's royal clan. We cannot casually offend the Xuewu dynasty. It is a faction even more terrifying than the 6 great demonic Dao sections. The Xuewu dynasty dominated the lower regions of the central Great Realm, ruling over all the demonic Dao factions in the world. Alone, it clashed with the 3 dynasties and the 8 great empires. Just this point alone showed how strong the Xuewu dynasty was. However, Xiao Chun already knew about this. He smiled and said, "So that's why. I already knew before I came. He is the 8th prince's man. However, he is clearly just a sacrificial pawn. Otherwise, the 8th prince would not have left the matter of offending the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor to him. If we kill him, so be it. There is no value in that." The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man, who had been listening carefully, panicked when he heard that. This matter concerned his life and death, so he had to rush. He quickly said, "Don't kill me. I am the 8th prince's trusted subordinate. Spare my life. The 8th prince will definitely come and save me. At that time, you can obtain benefits from the 8th prince." Xiao Chun stepped forward and drew his tyrant saber, causing the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man to scream in pain. Brother Qin, what do you think? Qin Zhuolin thought for a while before saying, since the 8th prince sent him, if he dies, the 8th prince will definitely guess that we did it. No matter what, we will offend the 8th prince. We might as well spare his life and let the 8th prince pay a price to take him away. At least we can make use of trash. Xiao Chen thought about it and agreed. The 8th prince wanted Qin Chen. No matter what, Xiao Chun would not give her to him. Whether Xiao Chun killed the other party or not, he would offend the 8th prince. Qin Zhuolin was right. Just make use of trash. When the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man heard that, he felt like vomiting blood. What do you mean make use of trash? To think that I, a bona fide great perfection sovereign personage, am treated like trash to survive. Damn it! Don't give me an opportunity. I will definitely make you pay tenfold. However, when the scarlet-clad man thought about it, he recalled that this white-clad man comprehended martial and soul as one at such a young age. Even as a small perfection sovereign personage, he could defeat the scarlet-clad man. How could he have a chance to take revenge in the future? Such strength was already no weaker than the 8th prince's. What are you thinking about? Xiao Chen watched as the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man fell to the ground, his eyes still darting around. Xiao Chen ruthlessly smacked the scarlet-clad man's face with his scabbard. Then, he quickly left a seal in the scarlet-clad man's body, restricting his soul energy and veritable essence energy, turning him into a cripple. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man cried out in pain. The pain was unbearable, so he quickly collected his thoughts and stopped thinking. Lock him up first. Send news of his capture to the Shuowu dynasty's 8th prince. If he does not come in half a month, kill him. Xiao Chen's casual words determined the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man's fate. Half a month? That is impossible. When the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man heard that, he wanted to say something. However, before he could speak, Sang knocked him out. Qin Zhuolin said, Xiao Chun, you seem to know why these two are here? Xiao Chun nodded and said, they are here for the extreme Yin body. The demonic Dao cultivation technique that the 8th prince cultivates requires a large number of young girls. An extreme Yin body is a boundless temptation for him. Extreme Yin body? This is somewhat difficult. If no major faction takes him in, something will happen to him sooner or later. Neither of us can protect him, Qin Zhuolin said seriously, feeling slightly startled when he heard that. It's fine. I already thought of the arrangements. It's good that you thought of it. Tell us, how did you spend the past 4 years? Qin Zhuolin asked out of curiosity. Xiao Chun revealed a rueful expression. My experiences in the past 4 years are hard to describe in a few words. It was indeed hard to describe in a few words. For 2 years, Xiao Chen got beaten up by 2 venomous puppets. He nearly lost his martial Dao heart. These were memories that Xiao Chun could not forget for the rest of his life. After 2 years, Xiao Chun worked hard to catch up. Only then did he regain his confidence in his martial Dao heart. Xiao Chun hid some of his experiences from the Blue Dragon Ancient City and the Golden Armored Army. He only talked about the black and white eggs and the palace that their master left behind. Ha ha ha! To think that there are such amusing puppets. I have to see them when I have a chance. Qin Zhuolin could not help laughing after hearing that. After chatting until dawn, the two took their leave, letting Xiao Chun rest alone. After 4 years, Xiao Chen finally had some free time to relax. However, Xiao Chen did not truly rest. He spent this time in his storage ring, searching for the secret treasure that the dragon spirit mentioned. The storage ring was very messy, containing all sorts of things. There was a large pile of things in the Kunlun realm alone. After arriving at the Great Thousand Realms, there were even more. After tidying up the storage ring, Xiao Chun actually discovered some treasures that he had not noticed before. Although they were useless to Xiao Chun, he could make some money if he sold them. Right now, Xiao Chun lacked resources. Every bit he could get counted as a sum. However, even after searching for more than 4 hours, he still did not find what he was looking for. What kind of secret treasure can help me bring out the state of cycle? Just as Xiao Chun felt somewhat frustrated, he took out a simple and unadorned bronze mirror. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Three-Life Mirror? Chapter 2080. The Three-Life Mirror. The moment Xiao Chen saw the Three-Life Mirror, he was stunned for a long time. He had truly forgotten about this treasure. Since Little Three, the item spirit, forcibly stopped time in the Kunlun realm, it had been in a deep sleep. The Three-Life Mirror could see the past and the future, controlling time. It was a legendary, powerful, immortal equipment. The secret treasure that the dragon spirit mentioned should be this Three-Life Mirror. Could see the past, the present, and the future, as well as control time, perfectly compatible with the state of cycle. However, even Little Three, the item spirit, found it extremely difficult to use. Now that Little Three was still in a deep sleep, could Xiao Chun rely on this secret treasure? Xiao Chun frowned slightly and sent a strand of spiritual sense into the Three-Life Mirror. The world in the mirror. Little Three lay quietly amid the clouds, like an immortal realm. Xiao Chun could use this ancient mirror. Before Little Three fell into a deep sleep, it had passed the control over the ancient mirror to him. Xiao Chun would be forced to use it. The time Dao was very dangerous. Xiao Chun had experienced it firsthand. Little Three before him was a very good example. Xiao Chun withdrew his spiritual sense, and the Three-Life Mirror floated before him. Then he entered deep thought. It was somewhat unrealistic to directly bring out the Three-Life Mirror. He could use the Three-Life Mirror as a supplement to bring out the state of cycle. However, that might not be impossible. As for the risks involved, Xiao Chun would have to consider them carefully. Inside the room, Xiao Chun paced back and forth, entering deep thought. If he could bring out his strongest state of cycle in the Great Thousand Realms, it would have far-reaching implications. It would be even more terrifying than practicing the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. After all, no matter how strong the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique was, it was still a martial technique comprehended by others. However, the state of cycle was something that Xiao Chun comprehended himself. The two were completely different concepts. However, if he failed, the consequences, spatial energy could tear apart Xiao Chen's divine body, which had just awakened once. What more time energy? To fight or not to fight? Fight! Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and grasped the Three-Life Mirror. How many years had it been? He had walked this path. After experiencing life and death countless times, he was already used to it. This heart did not fear challenges. Xiao Chun did not hesitate to do it. Master, let me out to play for a while. Just at this moment, the demon blood vulture's voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. Just like him, he had been trapped in the land of the Blood Moon for 4 years, although he didn't have many fortuitous encounters like him. However, the land of the Blood Moon had no light all year round. It was filled with a demonic cold qi that was endless. The demon blood vulture had reached great perfection sovereign personage, even stronger than Xiao Chun. The yin qi in the land of the Blood Moon was too heavy, but the spiritual energy was insufficient. Xiao Chun did not have any resources either, so he could only be a sovereign personage for now. After releasing the demon blood vulture, Xiao Chun started experimenting alone in the courtyard. Shoo! The Three-Life Mirror turned into a bright light and fused into Xiao Chen's body. His flesh, blood, soul, and quintessence began to fuse with the Three-Life Mirror. The fusion process was quite smooth. Around Xiao Chun, time and space fluctuated. Many things that had happened in the past turned into countless scrolls that appeared in all directions. The memories of the past gathered together. At this moment, time seemed like flowing water, gently flowing before Xiao Chen's eyes. The previous experiences, which represented Xiao Chen's past, turned into flowing light and entered his body. Time was merciless. Back then, Xiao Chen had also been young and inexperienced. In the blink of an eye, so many years had passed. The past had already happened, and the future was unfathomable. The scenes representing Xiao Chen's future appeared. They were all hazy, unfathomable, and unfathomable. Xiao Chun did not want to see them either. He always believed that man could conquer nature and that the future was limitless. When the light representing the future entered his body, the past, future, and present, the Three-Life Mirror, completely merged with Xiao Chun. At the same time, 7 beams of light came out from behind Xiao Chun. Those were the 7 colored lights representing the state of cycle. Whether Shao Chun could gather them and merge them into one, bringing out the true state of cycle would depend on this moment. Condense! Shao Chun shouted, and the 7 colored lights started to slowly merge. He felt an incredibly strong resistance. In the Great Thousand Realms, the structure of space and time was completely different from that of the Kunlun realm. It was not that Shao Chun had not tried it before. However, it was completely ineffective, so he gave up. Today, Shao Chun merged with the 3-life mirror and tried again. If he still failed, there would be no hope of reappearing the state of cycle. The 3-life mirror in Shao Chun's body released a resplendent light, silently radiating out from his body. While the exterior did not look any different, Shao Chun vaguely felt that the resistance to the 7 colored lights merging had decreased significantly. With a burst of energy, he let out a roar. The 7 colored lights instantly merged into one. Seizing this opportunity, Shao Chun used his soul energy and veritable essence energy to drive the state of cycle at the same time. The cycle Tao, reversing time. Immediately, an even stronger resistance than before appeared in front of Shao Chun. It was like he was going against the entire world. Every step he took was incredibly difficult. Kasie. Halfway through, cracks appeared on Shao Chun's body, and blood seeped out. This was forcefully reversing time. The price that his physical body had to bear was several times greater than what he faced in the Kunlun realm. Shao Chun could no longer pull back the foot he took. At this moment, aside from withstanding the pressure and continuing forward, there was nothing he could do. The world before Shao Chun already turned blurry. Half of his body had already entered the time tunnel. Space-time storms filled the surroundings. If he made any mistakes, his bones would shatter, and his soul would scatter. I'll risk it. Just as his physical body could no longer endure, a spiritual light encased Shao Chun. It was the 3-life mirror. The 3-life mirror reflects 3 lives, seeing through karma and reincarnation. It illuminates one's heart for generations to come, reversing the past and the future. An ethereal immortal art appeared in Shao Chun's mind, and the world before him slowly turned clear. What appeared before Shao Chun was the courtyard he was standing in. Success. However, this world rejected him infinitely, and his physical body quickly immaterialized. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Shao Chun instantly drew the saber in his hand and chopped down the tree in the courtyard. His body completely immaterialized, and Shao Chun returned to reality. Then, he vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. Whoosh! Did I really succeed? Nothing changed in front of Shao Chun. However, the physical injuries felt incredibly real. Fortunately, the 3-life mirror protected his soul in the space-time tunnel. Shao Chun's skin, flesh, bones, and internal organs all shattered. However, his soul remained unharmed. Just as Shao Chun felt uncertain, the tree in front of him silently snapped in half without any warning. This stunned Shao Chun for a moment. Then he started laughing maniacally. I succeeded. I really succeeded. He successfully brought out the will of cycle in the Great Thousand Realms. Indeed, the dragon spirit did not lie to him. The 3-life mirror could indeed help him bring out the state of cycle. Although the effect before him was not obvious, this was only the first time. As long as he cultivated it slowly, he would be able to achieve the same effect as when he was in the Kunlun realm. This allowed him to reverse space-time. As long as he stayed in the past or the future for 1 second, he could change the situation of life and death. How could such a heaven-defying technique not make one go wild with joy? After the wild joy, Shao Chun calmed down. This is just the beginning. When Shao Chun's physical injuries recovered, he continued practicing. Once he executed this heaven-defying killing move, he could change the situation at any time. 10 days later, Shao Chun finally familiarized himself with the 3-life mirror and executed the cycle chop. Shao Chun could stay in the future for 1 second and execute a peak saber strike. This was not comparable to the 3 seconds he could stay in the Kunlun realm. However, it was still a significant improvement. After all, Shao Chun had not been able to execute this move before. On this particular day, just as Shao Chun was about to continue cultivating, Sang and Qin Zhuolin came to find Xiao Chun. The 8th prince is coming. Which 8th prince? Xiao Chun asked, feeling confused. Qin Zhuolin said helplessly, "What have you been doing recently? How could you forget such an important matter? The Shuowu dynasty's 8th prince?" Xiao Chun let out a soft sigh. Then, he recalled that he still had the trash of the Shuowu dynasty's royal clan. When will he arrive? We received the news 7 days ago. If there are no surprises, he should arrive tomorrow or the day after. Qin Zhuolin said with a somewhat nervous expression. After all, the 8th prince was the prince of the strongest dynasty in the Central Great Realm. They had to treat him seriously. No matter what they did, this matter would not be easy to resolve. Xiao Chun entered deep thought and said, "He really will come. His main purpose is probably Qing Chun." However, that did not matter. Xiao Chun already received news of his arrangements. Sang asked, "What should we do? It would be best if we can dispel his thoughts and resolve this peacefully. If not, there is no need for us to fear him." Chapter 2081. The Shuowu dynasty was a major faction in the west of the Central Great Realm, ruling over the demonic Tao. Naturally, none of the royal court disciples were simple. There were no weaklings. Ordinary people would not take the initiative to offend the Shuowu dynasty's princes. Naturally, Xiao Chun would not do so either. However, the other party targeted Qing Chun and even sent an expert to infiltrate Azure Mountain Town. Of the 2 experts, one was captured and the other was killed. Since there was already a grudge, there was no need for Xiao Chun to overthink it. 2 days later, when the morning sun rose, an undisguised demonic might appeared outside the city. Xiao Chun, Sang, and Qin Zhuolin sensed this aura at the same time. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man locked up in the dungeon also sensed this aura. He revealed an excited expression and said, "It's the 8th prince. There is hope now." Given the 8th prince's status and strength, Xiao Chun will not dare to hold back. However, Sang brought the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man out before the scarlet-clad man could think. After a while, Xiao Chun's group gathered. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man, whose cultivation was sealed, was tossed to the side. Boom! Just at this moment, demonic clouds encased the entire Azure Mountain Town. The sky instantly darkened, blocking out the rising sun. The villagers of Azure Mountain Town did not know what was going on, appearing confused. The black demonic clouds contained a terrifying demonic might, inspiring panic. The heavy pressure made Xiao Chen's group somewhat uncomfortable. Qin Zhuolin frowned slightly. What a strong demonic might. Before this 8th prince shows himself, he is already putting on a show of strength. A light flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes as he entered deep thought. The others did not know what he was thinking. Since the 8th prince is here, why not show yourself? Xiao Chen asked softly. His voice was not loud, but everyone in the city heard him clearly. At the same time, Xiao Chun silently spread out his dragon might. The citizens immediately felt the pressure on them lessen significantly. When they heard Xiao Chen's voice, they calmed down. "You are not qualified to meet me. Release my people and I can pretend that nothing happened." The 8th prince's voice was filled with majesty and anger as it echoed in the surroundings. With each word, the demonic might that shrouded Qingshan Town intensified. The city was already on the verge of collapse. "I'm afraid you have no choice but to show yourself," Xiao Chun said indifferently. Behind Qingshan Town, a blood-colored bird appeared. Its feathers were as eye-catching as blood and glowed faintly. It opened its mouth and inhaled. This was the demon blood vulture. However, the terrifying demonic clouds were great nourishment to the demon blood vulture. As soon as Xiao Chun gave the order, he immediately began to gobble it up. In a short while, the clouds were dispelled and the sun could be seen. A figure appeared in the sky above Qingshan Town. He wore a blood-red robe, and the collar and cuffs of the robe were lined with gold. He looked gorgeous and noble. With the demon blood vulture sucking, Xiao Chun had no choice but to reveal himself even if he did not want to. Xiao! Suddenly, a strong wind blew in front of Xiao Chen's group, making their clothes flutter and hair flutter. They could not even open their eyes. Amid a flash of red light, the eighth prince suddenly appeared before Xiao Chen's group. He showed a sullen expression, a murderous intent hidden in his eyes. A great perfection sovereign personage. This eighth prince's cultivation had already reached great perfection sovereign personage. Together with his demonic might and dynasty bloodline, his aura was heavy and oppressive. However, Xiao Chen's group remained expressionless, appearing calm and at ease. However, this eighth prince actually came alone. He did not have any guards or experts with him. Xiao Chun did not know whether it was because he was skilled and bold, or because there were experts hiding in the dark. The eighth prince glanced indifferently at the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man. The other party felt somewhat embarrassed, not daring to meet the eighth prince's gaze. Xiao Chun said calmly, "Name a price. If I'm satisfied, you can take this person away." Name a price? The eighth prince felt slightly stunned. Then, he mocked. "This should be the funniest joke I've ever heard. You are just a mixed-blood dragon chased out of the divine dragon empire. To think that you dare to threaten me after capturing my people." Cassie. Without any warning, the eighth prince suddenly appeared and flicked his finger. A strand of scarlet energy shot out. Before the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man could react, a bloody hole appeared in his forehead. With his cultivation sealed, the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man was like an ordinary person. He could not block the eighth prince's strike at all and died on the spot. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man fell to the ground, unable to get up. He died with his eyes wide open. He had thought that he was the eighth prince's trusted subordinate. Who could have imagined that the eighth prince would not even spare him a few glances before killing him? Sang and Qin Zhuolin felt somewhat shocked. Unexpectedly, the eighth prince was so ruthless. "No one can threaten me, much less a trash. I thought that you were some incredible character. A mixed-blood dragon is just a mixed-blood dragon. Your vision is too low, and you are just a joke. I am here today not for this trash but for the extreme body in your city. Name a price and I will take him away." The eighth prince showed an arrogant expression as he looked coldly at Xiao Chun, not caring about the other party at all. Seeing the other party not saying anything, the eighth prince felt that he had been shocked by the other party's actions. Indeed, the eighth prince had not seen much of the world. A great perfection sovereign personage was incredible. He could be considered an expert anywhere. However, there were many such great perfection sovereign personages in the Shuowu dynasty. Killing one was not a big deal. "Who allowed you to kill him? What did you say?" The eighth prince felt slightly stunned. He gave Xiao Chun a somewhat strange look. Xiao Chen's words sounded strange. Xiao Chun was just a subordinate with some royal bloodline. Did he need the eighth prince's permission to kill him? He is just trash. If I kill him, so be it. Do I need your permission? Even if he is trash in my hands. Boom! Before Xiao Chun finished speaking, he immediately executed the supreme dragon fist and punched. Dragon might spread out from Xiao Chen's body. Together with the 10,000 dragons picture in his mind, this dragon fist was headless, both in form and spirit. The eighth prince felt slightly startled. Without much time to think, he could only counter with a punch. Bang! The punch knocked the eighth prince back the moment they clashed. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Unexpectedly, the might of Xiao Chen's punch could possess such horrifying destructive power. It did not seem like something a small perfection sovereign personage could execute. The offensive power contained in the punch far surpassed the limits of a small perfection sovereign personage. The eighth prince looked at Xiao Chun in shock. "You dare to attack me? You are seeking death." What shocked the eighth prince even more was that Xiao Chun, a prince of the Shuowu dynasty, dared to attack him directly. Demonic might surged out of the eighth prince's body as he roared ferociously. An overwhelming might burst forth as he slammed the ground and ferociously launched himself at Xiao Chun. Whoosh! As the eighth prince moved, his vast aura instantly crushed the hall where Xiao Chan and the others were into rubble. A strange scarlet light flowed on the eighth prince's body, enveloping him like water. "Xiao Chun, this is the blood demon armor. It is very hard to break. Don't clash head-on with him." Qin Zhuolin recognized the strange martial technique, So he warned Xiao Chun to avoid the 8th prince's attack for now and not clash head-on with the counterattacking 8th prince. However, Xiao Chun ignored Qin Zhuolin. He directly executed the Supreme Dragon Fist's second move, storing up power. Xiao Chun had already converted 50% of his blue dragon bloodline, and a 10,000 dragons picture appeared in his mind. Now that Xiao Chun executed the top offensive secret technique of the dragon race, he could no longer be compared to the past. The Supreme Dragon Fists might appeared in his hand. Thousands of dragon images gathered on Xiao Chun's body. When he punched, he knocked back the 8th prince, who was charging over with overwhelming demonic might. Third move, Heaven Dragon. No regrets. Lofty sentiments and righteousness gathered in Xiao Chun's heart. This punch, no regrets, Heaven Dragon. Fourth move, Raging at the Unfair Heaven. The lofty sentiments and righteousness turned into rage. The world changed color, and the rage in Xiao Chun's heart shook the sky. Bang! When Xiao Chun executed the Supreme Dragon Fist's fourth move, the 8th prince's blood demon armor turned into a pool of blood with a crack, forcibly breaking. The 8th prince vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion instantly paled. His blood demon armor actually broke. Qin Zhuolin, who was at the side, also felt greatly startled. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun was so ferocious, directly breaking the blood demon armor. Damn it! Blood held demonic eyes. The 8th prince roared furiously. His eyes glared, and blood leaked out. The 8th prince looked sinister and terrifying. Strange golden talisman seals appeared in the depths of his eyes. Xiao Chun. This is the Shuowu dynasty's secret technique. Once it is executed, it can summon out the endless blood hell that the Shuowu dynasty refined. That is the blood hell that the Shuowu demonic monarch led 3,000 demonic venerates to refine. Once trapped in there, only death awaits. Qin Zhuolin's expression changed slightly. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun could force the 8th prince into such a miserable state. In just a few moves, Xiao Chun even had to execute the secret technique. All of you will die. None of you can escape. You have angered me. The 8th prince showed a ferocious expression. The blood hell image in the depths of his eyes slowly enlarged. Scarlet lightning continuously tore through the sky. A strong wind blew, kicking up sand and rocks. It looked like the end of the world. However, Xiao Chun did not panic. He calmly drew his saber, using martial and soul as one to execute only one saber strike. Aside from the saber in Xiao Chun's hand, only black and white remained in this world. Pu Si. The 8th prince cried out miserably. His eyes popped, pierced by the dazzling saber light. The 8th prince covered his eyes with both hands, feeling excruciating pain. Then he screamed at the top of his lungs. Imperial uncle, help me kill him. Kill him. My eyes are blind. Qin Zhuolin and Sang Li recovered from their shock. Their expressions changed drastically. There is someone else here? Plop! While the 8th prince felt bewildered, an old man fell to the ground in a sorry state. Chu Xiang and an old woman slowly descended with Qin Chun in the air. Qin Zhuolin could not help feeling startled. It turned out that the 8th prince had used demonic clouds to envelop Azure Mountain Town at the start. The 8th prince wanted his imperial uncle to silently take Qin Chun away. However, the 8th prince did not know that Xiao Chun had already come up with a countermeasure. Not only did the 8th prince lose his eyes, but his situation was also worrying. Chapter 2082. If Xiao Qin Chun did not settle down properly, the other party would come endlessly to seek trouble for Xiao Chun, becoming harder to deal with each time. What do you mean by this? Are you thinking of keeping this prince here? Xiao Chun, let me tell you this. Don't go overboard. Otherwise, even the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor will not be able to protect you. He glanced at the old lady beside Chu Xiang. The old lady's aura enveloped him, preventing him from making any big movements. Uncle, kill him for me. Kill him. I'm blind. In this world, apart from the saber in his hand, there was only black and white. When the 8th prince saw his imperial uncle being thrown down, he knew that it was all over. Seeing that the other party had left, Chu Xiang teased with a smile. The eighth prince let out a miserable shriek as his eyes were pierced by the dazzling saber light. Qin Zhuolin waved his hand and said, "I don't need it. Just give it to Shao Chun." When Shao Chun heard that, he felt slightly stunned. However, he quickly understood. There were not many things that could interest Qin Zhuolin. Sang and Qin Zhuolin suddenly understood. It turned out that Shao Chun had planned this all along. Back then, this person did not even give face to the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter. Qin Zhuolin could not help feeling startled. It turned out that the eighth prince had covered Azure Mountain Town with demonic clouds at the start. Even if he wanted to, he didn't know where Tianxiang was. After Chu Xiang and Qing Chun greeted Shao Chun, they left with the old woman. He had originally thought that he wouldn't need to spend too much energy on this experience, but it had destroyed both his eyes and left an indelible wound in his heart. The eighth prince had a fierce expression as the blood prison in the depths of his eyes slowly expanded. Blood-colored lightning continuously tore through the sky. A berserk gale blew sand and pebbles into the air. It was a scene of the end of the world. Shao Chun revealed disdain in his eyes. He said indifferently, "Cut the crap. You are just a prince. There are hundreds of princes in the Shuowu dynasty. Since when is it your turn to represent the royal court? Take out 5 million primeval heavenly pills. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving Azure Mountain Town today. I don't mind spreading your scandal in Azure Mountain City to the entire desolate sea." Qin Zhuolin looked at Shao Chun and said with a smile, "I said it before. Sooner or later, your name will shake the world." The old man was a sovereign emperor. However, the old woman from the heavenly fragrance holy land firmly suppressed him. After handing a storage ring to Shao Chun, the old woman quickly left with the eighth prince. "Where is the body of the previous holy daughter?" Chu Xiang asked. However, he did not know that Shao Chun had already made a plan to deal with it. Not only had he lost his eyes, but the only thing he could rely on was his situation. "Did I say you could leave? After killing my men, you want to leave just like that? Isn't that a little too presumptuous?" The eighth prince was infuriated. After putting away the storage ring, Shao Chun said in a light voice, "Since we've already become enemies, it would be a pity if I don't make him pay." That scarlet-robed, middle-aged man was clearly the eighth prince's subordinate. Now that he had died at the eighth prince's hands, Shao Chun had escaped justice. Whoosh! Shao Chun looked at Qing Chun and said, "Go with them. The people in the village will help take care of your younger brother. They are all good people. Junior, don't be too extreme. Here are the primeval heavenly pills. Let's go." Qing Chen's eyes brimmed with tears. Now that she had grown up, she was the one who caused all this trouble. If she wanted to take revenge in the future, her eyes would be destroyed. Now she would lose all face in the royal clan. Shao Chun said calmly, "I do not have any intention of making things difficult for this prince. I just want to repeat myself. Even trash has its value. He is, after all, a great perfection sovereign personage trash. You killed him just like that without showing any signs of gratitude, and now you want to leave? Oh, right, Chu Xiang, this is the jade pendant your holy daughter wanted." Shao Chun shouted coldly when he saw the eighth prince about to leave, showing no intention of letting the other party leave. Qin Zhuolin was truly a good friend. Shao Chun had done too much for her. The eighth prince was already frightened out of his wits. If he had another choice, he would not come to Azure Mountain Town even if he was beaten to death. "All of you will die. None of you can escape. Shao Chun, you have angered me." If the eighth prince handed Qing Chun over to the heavenly fragrance holy land, as long as the other party took a liking to Qing Chen, he would not dare to seek trouble for her. "Imperial uncle, let's go. TSK TSK. To think that it is the desolate city medallion. If I had known that it was this treasure, I would not have been so polite." Qin Zhuolin teased as he looked at the desolate city medallion in Shao Chen's hand. The eighth prince covered his eyes with both hands and screamed at the top of his lungs in pain. As a geomaster, the bloodline of adventurers flowed in the eighth prince's veins. He could suppress the restlessness in his heart and remain in Azure Mountain Town for 4 years. Shao Chun nodded with a smile. Such an ending was perfect for an extreme body. "Hee hee. Big brother Shao, you are really bold. To think that you dare to extort a prince of the Shuowu dynasty. To Xiao Chun, these 5 million primeval heavenly pills were like sweet dew after a long drought, resolving his urgent need. The desolate city medallion? Plop! We will definitely meet again. Qin Zhuolin laughed loudly and turned to leave. Qin Zhuolin exchanged looks with Xiao Chun. Then he said, "Sorry, I have already become a desolate slave. There is nothing I can do about it. It looks like this jade pendant is something very important." Xiao Chun thought for a while before saying, "I was lucky. I relied on Brother Qin's help to find it. Take care. I look forward to meeting you again." Xiao Chun and Sang appeared somewhat surprised. Qin Zhuolin's decision was too sudden. "Xiao Chun, what is this?" Qin Zhuolin asked, still feeling confused. When Qin Zhuolin heard that, he immediately felt like laughing. Xiao Chun was simply too interesting. This child is pretty good. I want to bring her back to the heavenly fragrance holy land. I have already spoken to her. However, I cannot let go of her little brother. Qin Zhuolin casually dealt with Xiao Chen's killing move. Then he barely managed to throw a palm strike and force Xiao Chen back. Xiao Chen thought for a while before saying, "Senior, please help me take good care of Qing Chun. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter already agreed to owe me a favor. There is no need to make any more requests." Chu Xiong and the old lady's eyes dimmed upon hearing that. 5 million. Xiao Chun received the ancient medallion. Feeling somewhat puzzled, he still said politely, "Thank you, senior." Xiao Chun and Sang wanted to keep Qin Zhuolin. However, the other party had already made up his mind, so they could not do anything. The main reason was that Xiao Chun was now extremely poor and urgently needed primeval heavenly pills. Although the 8th prince felt very sullen, he knew that there would not be a better result if he stayed. So he decisively decided to leave now. Xiao Chun was rather straightforward. He shrugged and said, "If you need it, I can give it to you." The 8th prince raged, "Dream on. I only have 5 million primeval heavenly pills on me. If you have the guts, kill me." "You are too polite. It is time for us to go. Goodbye. You have already been here for 4 years. Since you are fine, I can rest assured. I am truly happy for you that you have such a fortuitous encounter. Do you still remember what I said to you when we first met?" The old lady smiled and said, "Child, your character is pretty good. No wonder Xiang kept saying good things about you along the way. How about this? I will give you a desolate city medallion. It is useless in my hands." With the heavenly fragrance holy land's interference, he could forget about obtaining the extreme Yin body. There was no need to even think about seeking trouble for Xiao Chun. Right now, Qin Zhuolin's greatest reliance, the divine Vein Realm sovereign uncle, was clearly not a match for the heavenly fragrance holy land's supreme elder. Just as the 8th prince felt uncertain, an old man was tossed to the ground in a sorry state. Chu Xiong and an old lady slowly descended with Qing Chun in the air. Xiao Chun pointed to Chu Xiong and said, "This is the heavenly fragrance holy land's Miss Chu Xiong. This is the heavenly fragrance holy land's senior." When they heard that Qing Chun has an extreme Yin body, they specially rushed over. They arrived 1 day ago and are very satisfied with Qing Chen's talent. The severely injured 8th prince immediately paled in fright. He felt his entire body turn cold. The fear of death surged into his heart, turning into an invisible mountain blocking his throat. Xiao Chun checked his storage ring. There was a small mountain-sized pile of primeval heavenly pills in there. After checking with his spiritual sense, he confirmed that the number was about the same. The heavenly fragrance holy land's old lady said to Xiao Chun with some joy as she looked at Qing Chun. Xiao Chun clearly knew that the focus of his conflict with the 8th prince was Qing Chun. To everyone's surprise, Xiao Chun did not even think. He instantly drew his tyrant saber, and his figure flashed. A resplendent saber light pierced towards the 8th prince. When the 8th prince heard this explanation, he felt so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. No one has ever dared to speak to this prince like that before. "Xiao Chun, are you really going to offend the entire Shuowu dynasty's royal court?" Pu Xi, Qin Zhuolin and Sang Li recovered from their shock. Their expressions changed drastically. There is someone else here? As you wish. The bona fide heavenly fragrance's holy daughter actually became a desolate slave. Who could have imagined such an ending? Xiao Chun had just taken out the jade pendant when the old lady pulled it over. After taking a look, she looked up in shock and exclaimed, "It really is the heavenly fragrance jade pendant. How did you do it? Even I cannot barge through the heavenly Tao killing formation." In the time it took for a spark to fly, a figure shielded the eighth prince. It was the sovereign emperor that the heavenly fragrance Holy Land's elder injured. "Big brother, thank you. Qing Chun will be obedient. You have to take care of yourself as well." However, Xiao Chun did not panic. He calmly drew his saber and executed martial and soul as one, launching only one saber strike. Xiao Chun wanted his royal uncle to silently take Qing Chun away. Although he was blind, the eighth prince could still sense his surroundings with his soul energy. "Haha, thank you. However, you should keep it for yourself. You need it more than I do," Qin Zhuolin rejected with a smile. After a pause, he said, "I'm leaving." "How unfortunate." The old lady hesitated, her eyes filled with regret. After a moment of silence, she looked at Xiao Chun and said, "No matter what, the two of you have done a great service to my heavenly fragrance holy land by retrieving the heavenly fragrance jade pendant. Since the Holy Lord is not around, I will agree to a request on behalf of the Holy Lord." Chapter 2083. Qin Zhuolin's departure was somewhat strange, but it made sense. Qin Zhuolin was a geomaster, someone that even the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter had to treat politely. He could not possibly remain in Azure Mountain Town. It was already not easy for Qin Zhuolin to remain here for 4 years. As Xiao Chun watched Qin Zhuolin leave, he watched until he vanished from his vision before withdrawing his gaze. "Xiao Chen, I have something to say," Sang said as he looked at Xiao Chun somewhat seriously. Sang looked at Xiao Chun somewhat seriously. Xiao Chun nodded and said, "Speak. I want to stay here and leave the propping mulberry tree here. This is interesting. One wants to leave and the other wants to stay. I can rest assured with your decision. The people of this Azure Mountain Town should be ordinary people from the Blue Dragon race's territory. They should have some connection to the Blue Dragon race. Actually, I am rather happy that you can stay." If Qin Zhuolin wanted to leave, Xiao Chun would have to leave sooner or later. The tiny Azure Mountain Town could not even be considered a drop of dew in the vast desolate sea. Xiao Chun was ambitious and determined to reach the peak of the martial Tao. Naturally, he would not remain here. If the three of them left, no one could take care of the people of Azure Mountain Town if anything happened to them. Xiao Chun felt truly happy that Sang could stay here. "Where do you intend to plant the divine tree?" Sang pointed to outside the city and said, "Right beside the ancient well, propping mulberry trees like the cold, so they can make full use of the cold chi below. The illumination of the blood moon has a miraculous effect. In less than 100 years, propping mulberry trees will be able to grow. The propping mulberry tree and I are one. With it supporting each other, it will be of great help to my cultivation." It looked like Sang had planned this long ago and had not made this decision on the spur of the moment. "Let's go." The two's figures flashed, and they quickly arrived beside the ancient well. At this moment, the blazing sun hung high in the sky. As the two stood beside the ancient well, cold chi spread out, making them feel refreshed. Xiao Chun took out the propping mulberry tree from the divine universe steel. The divine tree sapling looked ordinary and unremarkable as he held it in his hand. It was hard to imagine that he was Fusang, one of the 3 great sacred trees in the world. Sang took the seedling, carefully placed it on the ground, and formed a hand seal. The propping mulberry tree's roots and branches kept growing, quickly seeping into the ground. The lush and massive roots and the palm-sized tree body looked somewhat uncoordinated. "Sang, these are for you." Of the 5 million primeval heavenly pills that he extorted from the 8th prince, Xiao Chun was not stingy, giving 1 million to Sang. After Sang checked it, he was slightly surprised. However, he did not put on airs. He thanked Xiao Chun and accepted it. The two had a deep friendship and would not exchange pleasantries over this primeval heavenly pill. When do you plan to leave? Where do you plan to go? Sang asked. Xiao Chun said softly, I won't be leaving anytime soon. As for where I'm going, I have no clue. Xiao Chun had already explored most of the secrets of the Blue Dragon's old lands. Now, his goal was to advance to the Divine Vein Realm and inherit the Blue Dragon race's inheritance and treasures. However, advancing to the Divine Vein Realm was very difficult. The Veritable Personage Realm, the Primal Core Realm, and the Cloud Sea Realm. These three realms represented the limits of humans. Advancing to Sovereign Personage was already very incredible, and one would have to eliminate many cultivators. One would have a long lifespan, easily living for 5,000 years. Every world had its own heavenly Tao. The primes of the Kunlun realm could also live for thousands of years. That was because their cultivation had already reached the limits of the Kunlun realm. If they came to the Great Thousand Realms, they would not have such a long lifespan. The two could not be mentioned in the same breath. Right now, Xiao Chun was only 47 years old in the Great Thousand Realms, and he already reached small perfection sovereign personage. Even among the countless outstanding talents of the 8 great empires, for dynasties, and the righteous and demonic Tao in the entire Central Great Realm, people with such comprehension ability were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. However, when one reached sovereign personage, it was practically impossible for one's cultivation to rise quickly. This was because one had already reached the limit. Sovereign personage was already the limit of humans. Any further and they would surpass humans. They would be able to control divine energy and possess an undying body. Furthermore, they would be able to condense their Tao domain into a small world. Many of these methods were like myths, completely beyond Xiao Chen's imagination. Many people remained stuck at the sovereign personage realm for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, unable to advance. They could only watch as their lifespan approached its limit, breaking through, and waiting for death. It looked like there were only 3 steps for Xiao Chun to advance to the Divine Vein Realm: Great Perfection Sovereign Personage, Peak Sovereign Personage, and Divine Vein. However, one of these 3 steps was 9 heavens. Right now, even if Xiao Chun broke through to Great Perfection Sovereign Personage, he did not feel confident. It was already very rare for Xiao Chun to advance from Peak Holy Venerate to Peak Small Perfection Sovereign Personage in a mere 4 years. This was equivalent to decades or even centuries of hard work for others. The road ahead was long. The most troublesome thing was that Xiao Chun did not know where to go next to cultivate. If he were in Ancestor Dragon City, there would not be so much trouble. A senior would give him pointers for every step of his cultivation. Factions like Ancestor Dragon City had tens of thousands of years of experience, such as which place to go for experiential training, what resources to give, and how to nurture them. They would not let their disciples feel lost. Xiao Chun came to this vast desolate sea alone. If not for a coincidence, he would not have been able to survive. If not for a coincidence, he would have obtained many fortuitous encounters in the land of the Blood Moon. His past few years might have been wasted. Xiao Chun could only remain in this azure mountain for now. Sang could see Xiao Chen's helplessness. He nodded and said, Your cultivation has advanced too quickly in the past few years. Your combat experience as a sovereign personage is practically 0. If there is an opportunity, you should fight more with the remaining sovereign personages. Otherwise, you will find it hard to consolidate your accumulations. Xiao Chun thought about it and agreed. Although he had fought with the black and white eggs many times, they were not true fights to the death. Although he had been taught a miserable lesson, he had not had many life and death experiences. When he advanced to sovereign personage, he had only truly fought 2 or 3 times since he returned to Azure Mountain Town. Xiao Chun could only make up for the flaws in his saber Tao through constant battles. It was time for Xiao Chun to undergo true experiential training, to experience life and death battles. When Sang saw Xiao Chun in deep thought, he said softly, Think about it yourself. I just planted the propping mulberry tree. I need to guard it for a while. Xiao Chun nodded and returned to his room alone. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun put aside all distracting thoughts for now. He still had 4 million primeval heavenly pills. He should make good use of them. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he entered the divine universe steel. A blood moon hung in the sky in the vast and boundless primal chaos space. There was a vast and ancient Tao platform in the center. The dazzling blood moon gave off a mysterious halo. It gave Xiao Chun the feeling that he could use it to enter the Blue Dragon ancient city. When Xiao Chun landed on the Tao platform, he gently waved his hand, and countless primeval heavenly pills immediately landed on the Tao platform. When the Tao platform was filled, Xiao Chun spent 500,000 primeval heavenly pills. Even though he had extorted them from the 8th prince, he still felt some heartache. Whoosh! The primeval heavenly pills filled the Tao platform. Without Xiao Chen's soul energy and veritable essence energy, the Tao platform could be easily driven. A boundless azure sea appeared before Xiao Chun. The various Tao platforms and secret realms of the Divine Dragon Empire appeared before him. At the end of the azure sea was an incredibly mysterious totem. It looked hazy and indistinct, impossible to see clearly. It looked like 500,000 primeval heavenly pills were far from enough to make the blue dragon totem of the Kunlun realm appear completely. However, Xiao Chun was in no rush to return now. He swept his gaze through the many Tao platforms and secret realms. After a while, he noticed the secret realm controlled by the 3rd Palace Master of the Heaven Dragon Palace. He could even see the outline of the divine rank medicine cauldron that he loaned to the 3rd Palace Master. That's it. With a thought, the motes of light that appeared in the azure sea sank back into the sea. Rumble! In the next moment, waves roared ferociously in the sea. The surface of the sea undulated, and a Tao platform emerged from the seawater. Xiao Chun shouted, and the ancient Tao platform under his feet burst forth with a bright light and boundless talisman scripts. A spatial energy strong enough to tear apart stars infused into Xiao Chen's body. Then, Xiao Chun leaped into the air and landed on the Tao platform in the seawater. Whoosh! After Xiao Chun stepped on the Tao platform, it quickly sank into the water. Soon Xiao Chun sank as well. In reality, the divine universe steel flashed with light and entered the void. Chapter 2084. Whoosh! When Xiao Chun reappeared, he was in a familiar secret realm. 1,000-year-old spirit herbs and above filled the place. In the past, anything in this treasure land could make Xiao Chen's heart skip a beat. Looking around, there weren't many treasures that could tempt him. There was a saying that only elixirs that grew in the wilderness and in dangerous places could be considered as true treasures of heaven and earth. The artificially nurtured spirit herbs in the herb field would always lack spirituality, unable to reach perfection. Am I already in the Heaven Dragon Palace? Xiao Chun muttered to himself as he looked at the familiar scenery, feeling somewhat surreal. 1 moment ago, he was in a small city in the desolate sea hundreds of millions of kilometers away. In the next moment, he was back in the Divine Dragon Empire. If Xiao Chun could activate the Divine Universe Steel in the past, he would not have been chased into such a sorry state back then. Xiao Chun could come and go as he pleased. How carefree! There did not seem to be anyone in this Heaven Dragon Palace's herb garden secret realm. As Xiao Chun strolled around, he stopped before the divine rank medicine cauldron. The small mountain-sized medicine cauldron burned endlessly with flames. It looked like the 3rd Palace Master used it frequently. Xiao Chun gently leaped up and arrived above the medicine cauldron. Gurgle! Gurgle! A fierce sea of flames surged endlessly in the medicine cauldron, startling Xiao Chun. It seemed like someone was refining some medicinal pill in there. The sea of flames surged, but he could not see it clearly. Someone is here. Whoosh! Xiao Chun saw a figure flash as he rushed to the bottom of the medicine cauldron. Then, he muttered to himself somewhat anxiously, I'm somewhat late. I just found the last ingredient. This person seemed to be in too much of a rush and had not expected someone to appear in the secret realm without anyone noticing. This person did not notice Xiao Chen's presence. 3rd Palace Master, long time no see. Suddenly, the 3rd Palace Master heard a voice, and his expression changed drastically. When he looked up, he saw a familiar face. Xiao Chen? That's not right. How could Xiao Chun return to the Divine Dragon Empire silently? Furthermore, he entered my Heaven Dragon Palace's herb garden secret realm. Who exactly are you? Boom! A frightening aura burst forth from the third palace master. His expression was sharp as he looked at Xiao Chun cautiously. When Xiao Chun heard this, he was slightly stunned. Then, he realized that if he were the third hall master, he would definitely be shocked as well. He gently leaped up and landed on the ground. Then, he said softly, "Third palace master, there is no need to doubt that it is really me. This divine rank medicine cauldron was lent to the third hall master by me. There shouldn't be any outsiders who know about this, right?" The third palace master retreated to the side with a doubtful expression. He still did not dare to believe it completely. It was simply too unbelievable, and he found it hard to believe. If you had stolen Xiao Chen's memories, you would naturally know all of this. In that case, even if I steal his memories, I should not be able to practice the Supreme Dragon Fist, right? Xiao Chen did not waste any time. He immediately executed the Supreme Dragon Fist. A dragon roar rang out, and dragon might spread out. When he punched, thousands of dragon images burst out from Xiao Chen's body. "It's really you." Now, the third palace master finally believed it. When he first saw Xiao Chun, he already felt that it was Xiao Chun. However, it did not make sense, so the third palace master had to be cautious. Now that Xiao Chun mentioned the medicine cauldron's origins and executed the Supreme Dragon Fist, there was no doubt about his identity. "How did you get in?" The third palace master still felt suspicious. Given Xiao Chen's strength, he could not have sneaked in without anyone noticing. This place was the Heaven Dragon Palace, the most tightly guarded secret realm. Even a divine Vane Realm sovereign emperor could not enter without anyone noticing. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Third palace master, don't worry. I used a special secret technique to enter. Aside from me, no one else can do so." When the third palace master heard that, he relaxed significantly. He thought that something had gone wrong with the defense. Since that was the case, he did not pursue the matter. The third palace master revealed a smile and said, "It has been almost 6 years since we parted, right? You are already a small perfection sovereign personage. This is truly shocking. Even if you entered Ancestor Dragon City, you might not have such a cultivation. It is Ancestor Dragon City's loss that they did not want you." The third palace master felt shocked at Xiao Chen's change. He felt very grateful in his heart. Xiao Chun could feel the joy and happiness in the third palace master's heart. The third palace master truly missed him. This was also why Xiao Chun could activate the Divine Universe Steel. The first thing that came to Xiao Chen's mind was to meet the third palace master. "I'll go and tell second brother. He is a very busy person right now. However, he will definitely be very happy to know that you are here." Xiao Chun quickly stopped the third palace master. "Next time. I am already very satisfied with seeing the third palace master." The third palace master said, "Very well. Tell me what you experienced in the past few years." Xiao Chun did not rush to answer. Instead, he asked softly, "I want to know how the first palace master is doing now." The Blood Dragon Guard's Vice Hall Master Li only knew that the first palace master was imprisoned. However, he did not tell Xiao Chun anything more. "First brother is doing very well. You don't have to worry. To him, 100 years will pass in the blink of an eye," the third palace master said with a somewhat sad expression when he mentioned the first palace master. When Xiao Chun heard that, he relaxed slightly. Back then, if not for the first palace master, the sovereign emperor elders of Ancestor Dragon City would have smacked him to death with one palm strike. After not seeing each other for a long time, Xiao Chun and the third palace master chatted happily. Occasionally, the two mentioned the past and many memories appeared. The Heaven Dragon Palace was the only place in the Great Thousand Realms that gave Xiao Chun a sense of home. Xiao Chun would never forget many of the things he experienced there. When he thought about them, they felt like they happened just yesterday. If possible, Xiao Chun did not want to leave the Divine Dragon Empire. No matter where he was, the dragon race's bloodline flowed in his veins. "What is the Divine Dragon Crown Prince Qin Mu's cultivation now?" Xiao Chun asked. The third palace master replied after some thought. "He was already a great perfection sovereign personage 2 years ago. He has the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor's personal guidance and the Golden Dragon Bloodline's boundless resources for his cultivation. No matter what secret technique or cultivation technique he cultivates, he has a corresponding senior expert to guide him. Furthermore, his talent and bloodline are excellent. Such a person is naturally stronger than ordinary people. However, there is one thing that he cannot compare to you. His mental state is not as strong as yours. Now that he is a great perfection sovereign personage, he needs to stabilize his comprehension. Mental state cultivation is very important. Mental state cultivation was very important. However, it was not as strong as the third palace master made it out to be. He was mostly consoling himself. Xiao Chun smiled faintly but did not say anything. If Xiao Chun brought out all his trump cards, even a peak sovereign personage might not be able to defeat him. The divine dragon crown prince did not fear him at all. Do I still have a chance to come back? Xiao Chun asked. When the third palace master heard that, his expression turned somewhat grave. He sighed softly. Actually, you did not do anything wrong. You can come back at any time. However, the golden dragon bloodline fears you. 6 years ago, you used the Supreme Dragon Fist to defeat the Emperor Dragon Fist, scaring many of the Golden Dragon Bloodline's seniors out of closed-door cultivation. If you can advance to the Divine Vein Realm, you can come back at any time. According to Ancestor Dragon City's rules, as long as you become a sovereign emperor and are willing to serve the empire, any crimes will be forgiven. At that time, even if the Golden Dragon Bloodline wants to make things difficult for you, they will not dare to do anything to you openly. The value of a Divine Vein Realm sovereign emperor went without saying. If Ancestor Dragon City could gain the service of a sovereign emperor, they would definitely not pursue Xiao Chun's past. On the contrary, they would even reward Xiao Chun and rope him in. This was a world where the strong reigned. Most of the time, there was no need to talk too much about reason. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly when he heard that. So that is the case. If they felt that I could advance to Sovereign Emperor, Ancestor Dragon City would not have made things difficult for me because of my strange bloodline back then, right? The third palace master remained silent. The answer went without saying. Strength represented everything. The first palace master offended his superiors and caused chaos in the Dragon City. This was a much more severe mistake than Xiao Chun's. However, the first palace master only imprisoned Xiao Chun for 100 years because of the first palace master's strength. Ancestor Dragon City did not want to lose a peak expert like the first palace master. Naturally, they would not truly make things difficult for the first palace master. The third palace master took a sip of wine and said indifferently, "If you can advance to Sovereign Emperor before 100 years old, I believe that the powerhouses of Ancestor Dragon City will personally apologize to you. Even the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor cannot do whatever he wants in the Divine Dragon Empire." I understand now. Xiao Chun showed a grave expression, not saying anything more. Most of the time, the principle was this simple: the strong reigned. Chapter 2085. After seeing the third palace master and learning that the first palace master was fine, Xiao Chun asked about the situation of his friends in the Heaven Dragon Palace. He discovered that most of them had entered Ancestor Dragon City and were doing well. The Red Dragon Palace's Murong Yen, the Blue Dragon Palace's Situ Changfeng, and the Golden Dragon Palace's Wei Hongfei missed those times. Everyone had gone to the Abyssal Underworld to complete the sex missions and went on experiential training in the ancient city. They had relied on each other and lived and died together. Since everyone was doing well, Xiao Chun felt at ease. Third Palace Master, if there is an opportunity,